Last night was the much anticipated debut of Luka Doncic as a Laker. He had 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists in his debut. Los Angeles went on to beat the Jazz 132 to 113. His new teammate LeBron James finished with 24 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Now, for Luka, this wasn't just his first game as a Laker, but it was his first game back to game action since Christmas when he went down with a calf strain. He was limited on his minutes, but it didn't matter. Lakers get the win, and all smiles in LA. During Super Bowl week, it was reported that San Francisco 49ers are expected to explore trading wide receiver Deebo Samuel this offseason. Now, where could he be dealt in the coming months? Well, CBS Sports is reporting a few potential landing spots. Those are with the Steelers, with the Broncos, or with the Commanders. Now, Samuel did mention in a recent podcast when he was asked who does he think has the most optimistic season ahead, he said that could be the Broncos, and they're going to be a team to watch next season. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to go to Denver, but it sounds like he kind of likes what they're cooking up over there. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Today is day 2 of the rest of our lives. Football's over, man. We're adapting. I watched NBA last night. I don't know how it happened, but I did. I watched Wiz, check mark, plus 11.5. And then I watched Luka's debut. I don't know that I'm ready for this world, but here I come. I wanted to watch some college hoops.
I just saw somebody trying to get what's called too? Zion.
In the trade deadline over?
They were trying to get him.
Well, now you can also get like the buyout market.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But also, dude, like,
why would you want Zion though? Anthony Davis now got a stomach ache. I hurt. I don't know what the hell.
They give away Ozempic like candy in LA, so Zion will trim down. Maybe that's why all these overweight dudes are going to LA. You're gonna get to work. Luka's gonna be in shape.
Some salads.
Yeah.
Zion down in New Orleans, the fattest place in the world. He went down there.
Yo, of all,
it wasn't good for him.
At least American big cities, New Orleans got to be the fattest big city, right?
It's not.
What would you say, Houston? Chicago got.
Last time I saw it wasn't number 1, but it was top 2.
What was the other one? Chicago.
I can't remember that because I looked at it. I was like, it got to be New Orleans, and I looked and it wasn't. They may be back on top now though, because saw a lot of people eating a lot of food with extra stuff in their hand. Like, dude, you don't need but one meal.
Well,
who is it now?
I feel like the coasts. It won't be any coastal city. I have feelings. But now these cities aren't big enough. But a quick Google search reveals McAllen, Texas, Jackson, Mississippi, Shreveport, Louisiana, not to be confused with Saskatchewan, Mobile, Alabama, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Y'all keep saying that. Y'all made that dumb mistake. I didn't say that.
Not correct.
Y'all made that mistake.
I don't know how to get to like big cities.
Knoxville is a big city. Jackson is a big city.
They're not going to have an NFL or NBA team in Knoxville or Jackson.
But nobody cares if they got an NFL team in it. It's like, which ones are the biggest?
All right, according to
Baton Rouge.
All right, of big cities, of major markets, Houston, Chicago, Detroit, Philly, Dallas, Columbus, San Antonio, which makes me think about what Barkley says about San Antonio, Fort Worth, St. Louis, and Indy. You ready for the fittest, most fit cities?
Where's that one?
Some of these are small. Colorado Springs, Denver, San Diego, Seattle, San Fran, Virginia Beach. Shout out to the Tidewater.
Lafayette, Louisiana. Is that fit?
No, that's not on the finish. Sacramento, Albuquerque, and Boston. Again, I don't know my source here. This is from Exchange Every Day, and I just realized this document is from 2003. So consider the source, folks. So I got to be honest. I think the NBA ecosystem exists to hype itself up, basically. Like, you put ESPN on, even during football season, when all anybody wants is football, they're going to have a LeBron story no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's because they need to create that interest because they're airing all the games. And they pay so much money to air the games.
And you can still promote him, though. Listen, man, what LeBron is doing and has done has been remarkable. As I heard Steve Harvey this morning, he said Michael Jordan's still the best basketball he's seen. But what he's doing, you can find stuff to talk about him. And who has really exceeded him to be able to talk about all the time?
Football in general, but I don't know if there's a singular athlete.
Football is the ultimate king.
It's fair. I don't know. I mean, certainly not going to be a hockey player. Shohei, but not really. The Shohei gambling stuff, maybe.
But Shohei and also like hockey and everything going on, that is more of a niche sport and what people look at.
Totally.
He's not going to overtake what's going on in basketball or football.
The Luka AD trade did not necessarily move me. Like, I thought it was pretty one-sided, but we had Chris Miles on the air here, who works for NBA TV, and then texting with a bunch of people that know the NBA. Luka's a pain in the ass. Yeah. And I think Dallas is trying to reestablish a culture of not being pains in the asses.
And the Lakers are trying to say, well, maybe LeBron will rub off on him because LeBron ain't playing for the rest of his life.
Right.
And you're going to need a star to be able to take that over.
Right.
And LA is a star where if Luka get it right, because people of Luka's ability does not get traded.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Although in the NBA they do.
If they
move anyway.
If they are excellent at what they're doing.
Traded. Shaq's been traded.
Because they can force their trades for some reason. But the team is not just trying to get rid of those guys if they're still playing at a high level.
Sure. I agree with that. I'm just saying no league is as similar as the NBA with stars get moved.
Yeah.
All right, but that said, so you didn't watch last night. I watched, and ESPN did a very poor job of scheduling. There was a college basketball game that went late, but they delayed tip-off.
So the Wiz were on ESPN last night?
No.
Oh.
The Wiz were on Monumental.
Okay. I have to talk to Fire TV because I can't find Monumental on it. Really? 7,700 channels, and I have not found Monumental.
Well, that sucks. I mean, it should be on there. But, you better, after this hockey break and Ovi's chasing the record, you're going to want to watch that.
Believe me, if Ovi's chasing the record, they will put it on national TV some kind of way.
That's true.
NHL will find a way to put that on national TV. So I can find that. But Monumental.
I'm just saying, he's 16 away. You might want to watch when he's 10 away, and they put the last
as soon as he get about 10, they're going to be watching. But I put it on I've spelled out Monumental. I look for DC channel, and I have not found it. So I'm going to have to call Tony today and find out if Tony can come figure it out.
I either call Tony.
Because NBC Sports Washington's still there.
Is there anything on it?
Yeah, they always have something pop up.
Maybe is that just Monumental now, and they didn't update the name?
It wasn't. No, they had no programming on it last night, and the Wiz. I haven't seen a game for the Wiz on that yet this year.
Huh? Maybe Tony or maybe Zim can help. Amanda Zimmer, if you're listening. I don't know. On my TV, it's 8:46.
It's not like it hurt me or nothing, so I'm good.
But dude, here's my biggest takeaway, and I watched the first quarter, and I was done. The Los Angeles Lakers. I don't know who has more titles, if it's the Celtics or the Lakers. The Celtics are obviously one of the great sports franchises in the world. The Lakers are too. I don't know if you're going to agree with me this. I feel like the Lakers over the years have had more star power than any NBA franchise. The Lakers are on par to the Yankees to me.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, you go back in time.
They spend it.
Kareem, Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain, Magic, Kobe, Shaq.
Well, let's just think about it. They have more stars around the damn
Right.
sitting on front row.
Right.
And that brings some luster to it as well.
So I was blown away by, I get it was Luka's first game.
Yeah.
And Luka had a team in the finals last year.
Uh-huh.
Prior to that, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's been a ton of playoff success. He fills it up. He's a great scorer, undeniably. But the level upon celebration of Luka's arrival for a team in the LA Lakers that have won, I don't know, 14 titles.
They had the most until Boston came back at the end, the last two.
Either one of them, right? I mean, this is the Lakers.
Yeah.
And B, you would have thought it was the Queen of England coming to town.
But that's how they got to do it. They got to promote it, dog. You got to make everybody like it.
I think you have, I get celebrating the guy you just traded for. And the trade was like a week ago, 10 days ago, and this was the first time he played, and apparently he's been fully healthy. Is that not an alarm bell about what maybe some of the problems
Well,
are?
they got traded that night, and then a lot of them, it took a few days before they played.
But nobody ever plays in that league, so it's its own issue. But I just was, they had a 77 towel on every seat in the arena.
As I told you previously, this is not
they have
just
17 championships.
This is not just about today. LeBron will not be the star maybe next year or the following year. They have to start building up Luka now.
I guess
he's your next guy. And they're hoping that LeBron can have something, give him something, or something rubs off on him, because that's just what it is, man. You gotta, in the NBA, we got to the point of the big three. You still gotta have a big one. Somebody to promote the whole damn thing about, and that's what the league and the Lakers are doing with LeBron. Now they know that is coming to an end.
Maybe, man. I was just blown away by it. Luka's first basket was a step back three. He did have I watched the first quarter, so I'm not going to give you a whole lot of an analysis. But the one thing, I think it was Legler and Dave Pash, and they do a good job. They're saying this team's going to have to figure out kind of primary ball handling duties with Luka likes the ball and LeBron likes the ball. I very much believe LeBron is such a great player. He'll make it work. I don't think that's going to be of great concern, those two figuring it out, right? Mm-hmm. If Luka and Kyrie could coexist, Luka and LeBron will coexist. Any of you guys stay up for this? Jeff, you're my only hope. You were probably in a recording studio or at the club.
In a recording studio.
White Brian, you look like you've been asleep for 3 days.
Yeah, I can't say I watched Luka's debut.
You didn't miss anything. The only thing that made an impact on me,
he was out pouring. He looks sleepy as hell right now.
Yeah, that's just White Brian's look. It's good to see you again.
I think you and him might be related. Y'all better go check it out, because y'all both look the same.
Just because we're white?
No, y'all look like y'all sleep all the damn time and had the time went on.
All right, I've been wanting to workshop something, Brian. I'm curious what you think here. Washington played Philly tough. Do we agree with that? They largely have for a few years.
Yeah.
If you add up the scores are not necessarily reflective of that, of the 3 games.
Okay.
Now, a lot of that was giving up a 50 spot in the NFC title game. That game got away from them late.
Yeah, away from late.
They were able to win the one here. That was a pretty wild game. And then the one up there was, the final score is probably a little closer than it was indicative of. But I think you could say Washington played Philly tough this year. I think Jaden performed well against Philly this year.
Did.
And I think a lot of folks are taking a lot from that in the aftermath of the Eagles Super Bowl victory a couple days ago now. The Eagles, I think it's really important to point out that Washington played Philly tough 3 times, but Washington never saw the Philly that took the field in the Superdome against Mahomes, because every week is its own entity. And that Eagles team played their best on the biggest stage. I really believe that. Like the way that D-line played was out of their minds.
Yeah.
A collective group of, how many people think touched the field defensively? 17? 16, 17, 16. Like, whatever that group number was, 15 of them played the best game of their life.
Man, they played great.
And I remember you and I, specifically, because I remember texting you about it that night. And then I wrote a story the next day, and I got yelled at by some people in Ashburn because of my story. I have, over the last 24 hours, do you remember the celebrations when Tampa won the Super Bowl about how well Washington had played Tampa in the wild card round?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to be sure we're not doing that. I think it's very different circumstances, but I wanted to at least acknowledge that and ask you your thought. I
don't believe we're doing that. I think there were people that were very, very outlandish when they played against Tampa and talking about we almost beat them. And I basically pointed out that we had never led in the game. So you got to lead to be able to beat somebody, right?
Yeah.
So, but what I saw in that game, the turnovers at that point when they started to just pile up, that kills anybody in any game. I'm looking at how Jaden played and how he was pressured. It was nowhere close to what Kansas City was. Okay? So, the 3 turnovers wasn't Jaden's fault. The interception he threw late in the game, they're just throwing up stuff now trying to catch up. But up until the point of when they went, 2 touchdowns in a matter of seconds?
Saquon.
Yeah. So, I mean.
You saying in the first one?
No, I'm talking about when they had the turnover when the second game, the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
You know, when they had when you get the ball, they score, they kick off, boom, you fumble it right back. You know what I mean? And touchdown, they get off of it. Those things blew that game up open, but it wasn't because of your quarterback. Now, as I expect and everybody else expect, this team is going to improve at certain positions that were weaknesses this year. And if you play them, I think if you play them in the game, you don't have the turnovers, you are in the game all the time. Because as good as Philly is, against the teams in the division that see you twice, your division play you better than everybody else does. Hands down.
In 3 career games against the Eagles, Daniels has 7 touchdowns against 4 picks, completing about 63% of his passes. He's been sacked 7 times in those 3 games.
And in one game, he was sacked how many?
I think he's been. So I have it divided up by regular. He was sacked 4 times in the regular season, another 3 in the title game.
Okay.
His performance far exceeded the performance we saw Sunday night by the opposing.
They sacked him 7 times in 3 games, basically. And they sacked Pat 6 times the other night.
Right. Now, I think it's important to say, I think what you saw from Philly that day was not what Washington saw from Philly in any of the 3 times they played him.
Maybe because they were not able to attack him, attack Washington the same way. And maybe the quick passing and the way that Cliff uses his offense makes them a little hesitant to try everything they did against Pat.
Sure.
You know, like they came out from the edge and Pat went straight up the field. I would think that as good as Pat is scrambling, Jaden is a better athlete.
Yeah.
You know? So, and then the thing of it, you had Austin coming out the backfield, so you have to make sure a linebacker check him. I think Austin has the advantage. You know?
I wonder what happens without that fumble.
Yeah. So it's some different, but I think what people are looking at is not trying to justify anything or make themselves look better than what they are. People are saying, look, we could play with them. And if you believe in what happens, like you believe Adam Pete's going to come in and add people to it, you have to feel confident.
Totally. I really think you feel confident because you've got organizational alignment from the top down. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback. And nothing's a sure thing in the NFL. Nothing, right? There was ask the Niners who missed the playoffs, ask the Lions who lost at home as the 1 seed.
Nothing is guaranteed. You got to keep improving.
Right.
Keep building.
Totally. And I think
can't get happy with what you did last year. You got to build on for this year coming up.
Right. And I think Washington understands that, but the reason for optimism, the reason we can have this conversation about how they performed against Philly, one, because they played them in the NFC title game. It's not like we're only trying to extrapolate this stuff from a November 10th game. They won 2 playoff games to face Philly. They fell short. Philly's the best team in the NFL, undeniably. But they got to the Final Four, means you're starting to find yourself on pretty even footing.
Yeah.
This is not the complete fan fiction revisionist history we tried to sell ourselves after the Bucks loss, in which they never had the lead and they only got into the playoffs at 7-9 because, go back in time, read your history, the Eagles pulled Jalen Hurts at halftime and put in Nate Sudfeld so they got a better draft pick.
Yeah, totally.
Do the research. You know who does the research? My man, John Leahy. If you're looking to make the most important financial transaction of your life, buying or selling a house, you need an expert. John is that guy.
Yeah, just like Mike. Mike reached out to John because he had been a landlord in Germantown for over a decade, and he no longer wanted to deal with some terrible tenants that he had. So Mike, he lives in Ohio, so he needed someone who could relocate those tenants, find someone to make repairs, and basically take care of everything since he doesn't live here. And that was John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, who accomplished all of that and got the property sold using their VIP seller program. John and his team got a great offer and a great remote settlement, which led to Mike's home getting sold in only 13 days and for 100% of the asking price. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. It only takes a few seconds also to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. John offers you flexible fees, customized for your needs, and he knows that life happens, so if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Listen, we are buddies with John. We have even gone out drinking with John. We go to his parties, his events. He's got a great team assembled. And when you talk to those folks, it's all about having conversations and understanding what their clients need. It's not just about trying to churn and burn and get as many listings as you can. If you think about all the different reasons where you might need to sell a house, maybe there's a divorce, a death in the family, somebody loses a job. Like, it's not always rainbows and ice cream. Call John, call his team. They understand every situation is different. You've got to do the best for yourself and your family. They can take care of things fast. They can get you the most money possible. And that's the type of thing that makes a difference. But above it, you got enough stress in your life. Let them handle the stress and you just cash the checks. Call John Leahy today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Let's talk some cash. Every Eagles player will receive a $171,000 bonus for winning the Super Bowl. But the biggest winner is Jalen Hurts. His 5-year contract extension included an incentive in which he could earn an additional $500,000 raise in every year of his deal following the Eagles winning a Super Bowl. Well, now that Philadelphia has done that in year 1 of his new contract, Hurts will receive an additional $500,000 in each of the next 4 seasons of the deal. What can you say? It pays to be a winner. Looking to upgrade your office game? We'll swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Well, Nirvana. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Check in with the chat. How the chat folks doing? YouTube.com, 1067. According to my research, Tay W. first saying good morning. Good morning, dude.
You're right.
Hopefully people are enjoying themselves in the chat. Sometimes I check in on the chat and I got no idea really what the discussion is about. Busy day for us. Our guy Barstool Nate will join us at 11. Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist, going to join us at 12:30. Snow's expected to start about noon, I think. We're trying to track down Steve Wino. He is at this hockey tournament, wherever that may be, either Boston or Montreal, according to landfill sources. Tay Bugs said, what up to me? What up, Tay Bugs? Now that we have said hello to everybody, we appreciate y'all checking us out. If you want to watch the show, check out the stream. This is more important than that. You can win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 1067 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. 20 G's. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least an hour. Listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk.
Let me ask you a question. You get the $20,000. Is it your $20,000? You're supposed to split it between you and your friends, or you just take care of them for a little bit?
I don't know.
Like, if you win the contest and you invite your friends, they better not be asking for no equal amount. I'm taking it. That's enough.
I agree with that. Now, you can maybe pick up dinner or something.
Yeah. I mean, that's natural. But I know they're not coming in expecting 5 G a piece.
If you won a trip for you and 3 friends and $20,000 in Vegas, and does it say how many nights it is? So it's flights, hotel, and 20 G's. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it's 3 nights.
Mm-hmm.
What's your itinerary?
I'm fine. I'm going to play some golf, man. I'm going to find a way to get to Shadow Creek. Maybe Cascada. I'm going to gamble.
With the extra $20K in your pocket, I bet you can get out wherever you want.
I'm going to gamble sparingly, but I'm going to Tao. I'm going to a couple of little spots I like to go to, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to call my man Junior Lloyd and go hang out at his spot.
Is that where Greg went?
Nope, I'm not. He hangs at that spot, but I'm going to go to the other spot with him. SR.
Understood. Have an afternoon. If I'm going to Vegas with $20,000 and 3 friends, definitely playing golf. I'm bringing bees is on my list of people we're coming
Hell
with.
yeah.
Because 20 grand in Vegas with bees might as well be 100 grand. Like the amount of back doors that start opening and you know what I mean? Like, where would you want to stay? 20 grand. So you're getting the dope suite at your
Aria Suites.
Aria
Suites.
Dude, so when I won that poker tournament, we got a suite at the Bellagio for a couple nights. Bellagio is nice, man. I like Cosmo too.
Bellagio is sweet. It's snooty.
It's a little snooty.
I rather Aria. Aria, I think, is more upscale.
I think it's a little more fun. I think Cosmo's a little more fun.
Cosmo is lots of fun.
I think.
Go to the Chandelier Bar.
Yeah, man. That's a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
If I won the Odyssey Slam Dunk joint,
you're not going to win it, though.
I imagine neither of us. I imagine we're ineligible.
I think
Landfill, is that accurate?
I may have my friend, my cousin Keith call in. He might be able to win.
The only dude that has won anything at this place is Landfill. He won the G because of all his Odyssey points. Shout out to Landfill. You gamed the system well, brother. I ain't mad at you.
I also, before I started working here, I won a Drill Bit Taylor prize pack from the Junkies.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was great.
Have you ever used the drill bit?
No.
I mean, it's a Drill Bit Taylor. It was a movie.
What is that?
Drill Bit Taylor. It was a movie.
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of that.
Well, that's a loss for you.
Did you go to the movie?
Absolutely not.
I also, if I'm going to Vegas, I gotta tell my beautiful wife at some point this is happening. I'm gonna go see Dead and Company in Vegas at the Sphere. So that's March. I'm not gonna go see the Eagles. Chris Russell can have that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. That's also Jeff. What are you doing if you won 20 grand? Take 3 friends going to Vegas, and how much of it will not be at a strip club? 4%.
I ain't gonna lie. 20 grand going to Vegas. We trying our luck all week to hit a Billy.
That means you're going to be broke as hell.
Jeff, did you listen to the interview when we had Craig Carton on from the Super Bowl?
No.
Well, I appreciate that because you were working the show. But
as a guy that went to prison for gambling.
Well, he went to prison because of his gambling, because he kind of got into some financial stuff because he was gambling so much that he had to try to make a quick buck.
Went
right?
to prison for gambling.
He
was. Craig and I were like you and I in 2000 when I went to Philly. He was my show host. He and I did a show together, and then all of a sudden the next year, Craig went around. He was gone.
Specifically, I think he told us a story how once he had made $1 billion playing blackjack. I'm sorry, $1 million playing blackjack, that he couldn't stop. Like, man, I'm up 400K. Oh, that's nothing. You got to make $1 million, and then you give it back. I don't know. We give away lots of things on the program. Some of them more exciting
This
than
might
others.
be the best.
20K to Vegas is very, very legitimate.
Yeah.
And
flight and hotels already taken care of?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's legit. Odyssey.com/slam dunk. You can win it. A record number of people watch that Super Bowl, B.
Did?
126 million people. Now, I don't know if that's the whole time or.
But see, this is the thing about the NFL. You may, like I was saying at the game, like, because I thought it was more people at that party I did last year than it was this year. And I heard more people say, well, I'm not watching it because it's Kansas City. I don't want to see them no more. A lot of people, I'm not watching this Philly. But based off of your numbers right there, people watch. That's why I hear people saying what they're not going to do. What the hell else you going to do?
I also think we've entered an age where the numbers just going to keep going up. Like the you know what the second most watched Super Bowl was?
What?
Last year.
Yeah.
Like, I think there could be matchups that force like this big jump. But I think because they're now bringing estimated audience in from streaming platforms and because here's the thing. Fox Sports is projecting a Super Bowl record average audience of 126 million. The game was televised by Fox, Fox Deportes, Telemundo, and streamed on Tubi as well as the NFL's digital platform.
Okay.
So you're going to continue to be able to reach more people than you were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And I think the interest will just continue to grow. Now, this to me makes a lot of sense. The audience peaked at 135 million in the second quarter. Ideally, your audience doesn't peak till the fourth quarter because everybody's locked in. I imagine by the fourth quarter, those numbers were significantly diminished. I find this a little surprising. The playoffs overall declined a bit, down 9% from last year's record. The first 3 weekends of the playoffs had 35 million viewers. Last year, it was 38.5.
Okay, but you got to look at there were blowouts in the playoffs, and people turn off the thing when there are blowouts.
Ultimately, dude, none of this matters because nothing else on the planet
It's close.
Gets numbers like that.
But like
maybe the soccer does, but not in the U.S.
Like I would think Detroit has a following of Detroit for the most part, and then Washington's into it this year. Many people were like, "Who?" Because they hadn't been in it so long, dog. But now moving forward, when you're gonna see Jaden on every billboard out there, you'll start seeing more national people following this team.
Dude, I also think this was part of it. I think people really wanted from the AFC, and not necessarily us, but people in general really wanted either the Bills or the Ravens to break through. And part of it was fatigue of the Chiefs. But the Chiefs all of a sudden just kind of weren't playing. They're playing good defense, and they were figuring out ways to win. But listen to this. Since Mahomes took over as the starter, their yards per play rank in the NFL. First, second, first. Last year, that slipped to ninth. Still top 10. This year, it was 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
People have been programmed to like offensive football, and you're just not really seeing it from Kansas City.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of factors.
They like offensive football, but I think defensive football led the way for that Philadelphia Eagles team.
Yeah, they were able to go downfield,
I mean,
too.
I think more people need to start caring about the whole team instead of just one side of the ball.
Let's do this. I listened to a podcast this morning, heard a really interesting nugget via Stanford Steve, but about Troy Aikman. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate at 11.
Beat it to Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from our Navy Yard studios. It's going to be some snow coming this afternoon. Make sure you be careful when it starts. And you know what? You may be in your house for the rest of the week. I mean, the rest of the week, probably. Most people will be off tomorrow. But there's a quote that JP wants. Well, a little clip JP wants to be played. Troy Aikman talking about Jaden Daniels. Take a listen.
The guy who stands out was the most impressive that I spoke with this year was Jaden Daniels. I was blown away. As soon as we started talking to him, there was this energy that he exuded, and you just said, this guy's got it. You know, he has it. And I just remember when we got done, I said to Joe, I said, this guy's amazing. I mean, this guy's the real deal. Now, he'd only played 2 games, and it was kind of up and down. He had done some good things, did some things that weren't so great, but I didn't have him in week 17 where you got this whole portfolio of a season, and you say, yeah, of course I'll be shocked if Jaden Daniels if we're not talking about him like we did this year, every year of his career. I think he's phenomenal.
So that just stood out to me, and credit to Landini for tracking it down. I heard this morning on Van Pelt's podcast, like the secondhand version of that, with Stanford Steve talking about Troy saying that. But I think that goes hand in hand with what we heard Mahomes when I asked him at the Super Bowl what he thought of Jaden. And the biggest difference, you get to the NFL, and by and large, especially if you're a drafted quarterback in the NFL, especially if you're a first rounder or even a Friday night pick, like probably anybody that's drafted, but definitely the first couple rounds, you have every physical tool, dude. You're big, you're strong, you can throw. A lot of it is like a mental processing speed, but what speeds that up is the work you put in.
Yeah.
I mean, did you notice that throughout your career?
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is, you don't have to be drafted very high. If you're in the NFL and they gave you a chance, you have the skills. Now, if you stay where you were when they draft you, you're going to get caught up and be passed by. But if you put in the work, and I was listening to a thing, and I was trying to find it with Ryan Clark, talking with Jason Kelsey on his show, and they had also, what's my man, Jameis Winston on there. And he was basically telling him, said, man, listen, I watched this dude go through pure hell because Ryan Clark's son and Jaden, they both went to ASU together. And he said, listen, man, you see this guy go through stuff, but he comes back the next time better. And Jason Kelsey was basically telling the Eagle fan, y'all better get used to this because this dude's good. I have watched all types of people that normally don't give rookies any praising this guy from the NFL. And you have to understand what you have. And I think now it's time for the rest of the crew to understand if you're not up to par, you won't be around because they're going to get people that's up to par with him to get the best out of him.
You got to put the work in.
Yes.
I think he's clearly doing it. And I think it makes just a massive, massive impact. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's no way to know what will come. But at the same time, dude, the best guys have Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes don't play the game in a similar fashion.
Nope.
Montana is probably closer to Mahomes than Tom, but he wasn't as statuesque as Brady, but he didn't run like Pat can. Elway was a better runner than all of them. I mean, Elway was more, not to compare anybody to like a Lamar or something, but like Elway's game, Josh Allen's best game is probably trying to be like Elway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like all of these guys are different.
Totally.
Jim Kelly was a pocket passer. Just
pocket.
Dan Marino had the quickest release. Kurt Warner had an innate ability to go downfield. Like great quarterbacks all play the game wildly different ways.
Totally.
But if they had one thing in common, it's they work their ass off.
It's a work ethic and an understanding of what's going on. And I think I've mentioned this a lot of times. Like we always talking about watching film, and I think that is understood as watching film of the other team. How many people watch film themselves to see what they're giving off and what people are trying to stop? That make you have a better understanding of the whole game then at that point. And I guarantee if you go talk, I have never had a conversation with Jaden about it, Tom about it, Pat about it, Marino, but if you ask every one of them did they ever watch themselves, I promise you 100% they'll say yes.
Totally, dude.
But so many people, like I hear a lot of media people say, I watch film. They can't be watching film like the other people watching it. And yeah, you watch film, but as a natural human being, we get caught up into highlights. These guys have to dissect every damn position on the field and then flip it over and dissect every position on their side. So film watching is a tedious process. So when I hear people saying something, I want to really go watch film with some people just to see how long it take them.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them aren't really doing it correctly, but whatever. I don't even care about that. It's more about, and dude, I think when you have a guy like Kingsbury that apparently nobody can outwork, Kingsbury's getting to work.
But his quarterback.
But I mean, as far as getting there early, he's not,
He said sometimes he get there and he's like, dog, this dude was already here.
I thought it was nobody beats Clifton.
No, he said himself that he's gotten there and Jaden was there.
It's a wild world, man. I don't know. That to me, let's just be honest, right? The last 2 first-round quarterbacks Washington drafted did not have the same reputation for work.
Nope.
And that, at this point, is pretty damn irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It's windshield, not rear view anymore. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Dallas Mavericks are dealing with yet another injury. So Mavericks big man Daniel Gafford has had to be helped off the court last night in Dallas's loss to the Kings after his right knee buckled when he tried to set a screen. It's not known right now how long he's going to be out for. But add this in addition to Anthony Davis, who went down with an injury in his debut with the team on Saturday after the stunning blockbuster trade that landed him and Dallas, Luka, to the Lakers. Now, Anthony Davis is expected to miss a couple of weeks recovering. So, all in all, it's a horrible time to be a Mavs fan, and the fans are definitely making that known. Multiple people were ejected last night for actions at the game. 2 fans held up large poster board signs that read "Fire Nico," a reference to Dallas's general manager, Nico Harrison. And one guy was seen mouthing "Fire Nico" on the arena video board screen earlier in the game before the camera quickly panned out. Fans are not happy. You don't need a degree or years of experience to land a 6-figure job. Project management is in demand across all industries: retail, tech, healthcare, and more. Register now at pgcc.edu today to get started and boost your career. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Now, I'm memory. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited right now to welcome in our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate, to the program. Nate Dogg, how are you, buddy?
Fellas, happy February 11th. Happy long off season to go until football starts again. I can't say I'm thrilled about it. I'm ready to hit fast forward and get next season underway. It's going to be a long time until we see Jaden on the field again, and I don't like that.
Yeah, that's true. Like the reality of not like football being over is tough. It really is. And like I've been joking with B about like I tried to watch the NBA last night. I tuned in for Luca's debut. Like I give a quarter of a bleep. But whatever. I watched 8 minutes of it. It is sad knowing football's out of our lives till September.
Yeah, and this one just feels extra, not even bittersweet, just bitter because we have a good team. We have a good quarterback. We're going to have an awesome offseason. I just want to, you ever see Interstellar when they go into the deep sleep, they take the long nap? I want to do that right now. I just want to wake up and have it be week 2 of preseason and just ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I have not seen Interstellar, so I don't.
Great movie.
Really
You got to watch
reference,
it.
But
got to watch it.
We'll see, man. I think what, if any, lessons do you take from the Super Bowl?
The Eagles are really, really good, and we knew that. We know that they were dominant on both sides of the line of scrimmage, offensive line and defensive line, just so dominant. They traded for a top wide receiver to give their young quarterback help, and it all came together perfectly. They signed the stud running back against most people's, not wishes, but a lot of people, including myself, doubted that you should sign a highly priced running back who has underperformed the NFL. And Saquon obviously proved all the haters like myself wrong. The Eagles put together a phenomenal football team. And I think us Commanders fans can really smile thinking, hey, we took them, or we went to the NFC Championship game, kept it within a 12-point game in the third quarter, and they went out and killed the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, killed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. So I think we, if you want to look at the moral victories or whatever you call them, we went about as far as you can possibly go with a bottom 5 to 10 roster in the NFL that Adam Peters is now going to cook up and just do a lot of work on and improve at a lot of places. We have a lot of reason to be optimistic. We have a lot of reasons to be excited for the future. I mean, the Eagles deserved that Super Bowl, 100 billion%. They were just a dominant team, especially in the playoffs. They just imposed their will throughout the playoffs and then took down Mahomes. And you all you can do is tip your cap and say, that's who I want to be. And I think we are well on our way to that's who we're going to be.
What's most important to start building on, you feel, to be able to compete with that team? Not just compete. We're able to compete with them now, but to beat them.
It's the trenches. They were so dominant in the trenches on both sides, where every single snap, the Eagles' line of scrimmage, they just imposed their will on the other side, offense and defense. It was just so impressive and kind of a performance I don't think we have seen in the last decade when we're just talking about just both sides of the line of scrimmage dominating. I think that's what, you always say, games are won in the trenches, and we just saw it. It also just, they got skill positions left and right. It's just, two top wide receivers and the top running back. It's really hard to build a team that way. They had to get a little bit lucky, and it worked out for them perfectly. I would love for the Commanders to add dogs on the defensive line, dogs on the offensive line, and a stud wide receiver. That's the big three. And I think, going to the NFC Championship game in Jaden's rookie year with the rookie contract, that gives us a lot of, leeway where you're not paying the quarterback the ginormous contract yet. So they can go out and spend the money that they need to spend to put us in the position to beat the Eagles next year and the year after.
I don't know. B and I have been talking about this, that if you look through the Eagles drafts and how the Eagles have built, it's been years in the making of building and putting that all together. And I'm just not convinced that I think some folks are expecting this spending spree that I'm just not necessarily expecting. Not to say they won't be involved and the ties they have with Debo. What do you think about Debo specifically? Debo Samuel, they've talked to the Niners. He's allowed to seek a trade. I think Debo in Cliff's offense, with the amount of stuff that happens at the line of scrimmage and his ability to break tackles and be physical, be pretty damn wild to watch. But at the same time, I'm not entirely convinced it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Debo is a fine player. I also think he gets very overrated. If you look at his, they run a lot of motion with him, and he takes a lot of. He had 42 rushes this season. He averaged 3.2 yards a rush, and his longest rush was 13 yards. He's not out there doing these crazy Reggie Bush in college, starting behind the line of scrimmage and juking 12 guys out of his cleats and scoring long touchdowns. So I think he's a little overrated in that aspect, where, yes, he is very, lethal with the ball in his hands, but he's not as lethal as people want him to be. He had a huge season back in 2021 where he had 1,400 yards. Let's look at his receiving yards since then. 632, 892.
He has 1,000-yard receiving season.
Right.
But you got to look at the rushing ability too.
The rushing ability, that's what I'm saying, is overrated. He this last season, he averaged 3.2 yards a rush, and his longest was 13 yards. He's not doing these back-breaking plays like a lot of people think he might be. He's a good player. I would like him on the team because he can be dynamic, but I'm not about to sell the whole farm for him. Not at all.
I'm with you on that.
I agree. I think he could be a pretty dynamic player. I think that Niners team was kind of broken. But you would pay for Higgins, not for Debo.
Correct.
Is there any concern about Higgins playing next to Chase and that being part of it?
But we also have a guy named Terry McLaurin. I think to win in the NFL right now, if you want to copy the model that the Eagles are setting up, you need two good wide receivers. I'm not saying that's the only way to win, but I'm saying if you're, it's a copycat league, if they're copying the way that the current champion who just dominated the entire playoffs, how they won, two top wide receivers, dogs up front. And then we already have our quarterback, and running backs, needle in a haystack. There are so many running backs out there who aren't Saquon, who still have huge seasons. we can find one. I'm not sold on B-Rob being the guy. I think this is a deep draft at running back, and I think there's always plenty of guys out there chomping at the bit to get their opportunity at the running back position in the NFL. And I trust Adam Peters, and that's a huge thing. Trusting Adam Peters, I'm going to keep saying that because I trust him to find the right guys to fill into the system. So yeah, I think 2 wide receivers, big offensive line, big defensive line, and find a dynamic running back somewhere out there. There's 10 billion running backs. One of these guys is going to rise to the top. They always do.
Do you need 10
I think you're
billion?
making it seem overly simple, but yeah.
Do you have to identify the proper running back? Because, we saw 3 running backs go to teams, and those 3 teams were, I think, much better this year. Eagles, Ravens, and also, the Green Bay Packers. We saw them do stuff last year, but they were more efficient with those running backs. Should they try to find one and not just say, we're going to just plug and play?
Yeah, I mean, look at the Lions. They have Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. There's just a lot of guys out there, and I think Jahmyr Gibbs is probably the best running back in the league right now besides Saquon. You can find a guy, and they took a flyer on him, 1st-round pick, 12th overall, and that was at the height of the don't take running backs in the 1st round discussion. So if you think you have a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs who you want to draft, get him. If you think there's a free agent running back who you think can be that dynamic guy for your team, get him. I'm not going to sit here and say I used to be very anti-paying running back. I think I've a little soured on that now after seeing what Saquon and Jahmyr Gibbs are able to do. And after how bad our running back play was, especially deep in the season and in the playoffs, if I saw B-Rob run up the middle for 1 yard one more time, I was going to jump out a 3rd floor window. It was so disgusting to watch that happen over and over again. So now I'm saying, hey, go get a running back. If you think that's our guy, get him.
Yeah, and that doesn't have to be 1st round. I mean, I think you're going to see a ton of turnover throughout. Like, when you say sign a couple of receivers, they're going to have to because they have 2 under contract to start the season.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it necessarily – who of all the pending free agents do you want back? And it could be a long list, a short list, whatever.
Jeez. I think Jeremy Chin has cemented himself as a decent enough player. I don't think you're going to get an upgrade over him at a fair price, so I think he will come back. I think you have to keep Bobby Wagner. I think proved that he can still play and that he was a vital part of the defense, and if anything, just a strong locker room presence. And then you have to look. Maybe you bring back Ertz, but I still think. I mean, if Sennett's not the guy, you have to still get another tight end. But I think Ertz has earned the opportunity to come back and play another season if he wants to. And then besides that, De'Ami Brown. See you later. OZ, see you later. And then
you think it's that easy? I mean, both those guys played big roles, man.
They played big roles because there was nobody else to play that role. I mean, De'Ami Brown has not improved at the wide receiver position in his entire career. He's played his 4th season, and I just did not see him take any steps towards being a legitimate threat in this league. He got so many opportunities this season because of our lack of depth at wide receiver. And he just kind of proved nothing to me until those couple of playoff games. And then he just, during the Eagles game, regressed right back to who we thought De'Ami Brown was. So I just think he's just a guy. He's not the guy, and he's not a guy that I'm going to pay extra to keep around just because he's been here. I think you can easily upgrade at wide receiver over De'Ami Brown.
It's interesting because I hear what you're saying if you're looking at the entire body of work, but the only receiver that consistently showed he could produce here with the quarterbacks they had is Terry. Terry's clearly a 1.
Yeah.
I think De'Ami this year might have shown you more, right? And then, like, if you're looking at the free agents receivers that are going to be available, we all talk about Higgins. Is anybody interested in Steph Diggs at age 32, age 33?
I'm not interested. I'm more interested in Chris Godwin than Diggs. I think Stephon Diggs, I loved him at Maryland. He was
Godwin is a
favorite
guy
players.
that's relatively hurt a lot too, and Godwin is a guy that's going to cost extra money. I think if you don't like Diami as a part of your depth, Godwin is not the answer.
I mean,
I agree.
my issue with Diami is he's been given all these opportunities, and all we hear about is this like breaking speed and separation. He doesn't do any of that. He did it.
He did it later in the system and in the season. I think he played well down the stretch.
I don't think you got to bring
well.
Diami back, but I don't think you're giving him enough credit
For
for
the wrong
year he
price,
had
no.
this year.
I don't think you'll bring him back for excessive price, but I don't want Godwin.
Diami's a 4 or 5 that is cosplaying as a 2, and I think he's going to ask for money that a 2 or 3.
You're the one that came up with Mr. January as his nickname.
Well, he had a great game against the Bucks and a great game
in
against
3
the
playoff
Lions.
games. Let's not have recency bias. To your point, in 3 playoff games, Diami Brown had 14 catches for 229 yards and a touchdown. He picked up 9 first downs. 9 first downs on 14 catches.
Okay, JP, during the entire regular season,
he had
308 receiving yards.
I know.
Yeah, but what if he started to learn something? What if something Cliff found about him and it works into next year? I mean, we get to the point where we want everything and we don't ever want to work with something. He may be a lot cheaper than the rest of the guys coming in, but I'm not even saying him being a 2. I'm saying depth on your
I'm agreeing with you there. You are going to have to bring some people back, or you start signing Tutu Atwell. You know what I mean? You're not going to sign Higgins, Keenan Allen, and Amari Cooper. I hear you with Godwin. I like him a lot. Coming off a big injury, he's going to turn 30 next season. The money at the receiver position is so significant, and you got Terry going into the last year of his deal with no guarantees on there. I won't be stunned if you have to do something with Terry's deal. So, I think the only other dude under contract is McCaffrey. You really hope there's a step there, and maybe you start having conversations about Mike Williams or something. You know what I mean? I think if you're the number one target to me should be Myles Garrett, and it's frankly not close. I think he is so significantly better than most, maybe all of the people that will become available. I get wanting to add a dynamic wideout. I understand it completely. They had a top 10 offense with the wideouts they had.
My position, you drastically improve your defense rather than your offense, because your offense has enough to be effective with. Your defense did not.
Yeah, I think if we could only sign free agents on one side of the ball, you have to go defense. I think that's a no-brainer. Luckily, we're not put in that position. Luckily, there's no rule saying you can't sign on both sides. So, yeah, I'm sorry for my Diami Brown hatred, but I just, I don't like when he was in his 4th season to watch him not take a step up. And then he had that after the game, he was asked about his future, and he basically said he's going to demand a bag. And if you listen to that clip,
what's he
you might
supposed
be
to
more
say,
on my
dude?
side.
Nate, you got to stop being so sensitive about everything somebody say. These players got to handle their life just like you would yours. If you were about to get another contract, would you not ask for it? You going to ask for the
Diami
minimum?
has a great time in Tennessee or Houston or wherever he may go.
3 weeks ago, you were calling him Mr. January.
He had 2 good playoff games. He had as many yards in the playoffs as he had combined in the regular season.
Landfill, when you texted Nate last night, did you expect this to become a Diami Brown conversation?
No.
Well, I didn't expect you guys to be throwing a parade for a 5.
We're not.
We're not throwing a parade for anybody.
They're probably going to be bringing some dudes back, is what I'm telling you.
Well, you know what? Bring back Noah Brown. If we have to bring back one wide receiver, bring back Noah Brown.
Maybe they will.
You know what? I'm so glad that I know Adam Peters won't be listening to you.
Well, I've only been right about everything.
You ain't
so
only
maybe
been right about
everything.
everything that you only take credit for stuff that you think you're right about.
That is
you ain't always right. I think you're a little out your damn mind a lot of times.
Nope.
Yep.
Only right.
Very much.
I agree
out
with
your
that.
mind.
Do you think the Chiefs' era of domination is over?
No. Patrick Mahomes is special. Andy Reid is the best head coach in the NFL. And what a silly thing to say when the Chiefs, they just go to every single Super Bowl. You're allowed to lose a Super Bowl. Tom Brady also went 3-2 in his first 5 Super Bowls. The Chiefs went 15-2 in their regular season, and people act like they're a Cinderella story. The Chiefs are a dominant franchise in a very hard league, and they went up against a juggernaut in the Eagles. And you know how the NFL is. Everything comes full circle. Eventually, the Eagles are going to have to start paying some people, and their team will get a little worse. You can't keep the best offensive line and best defensive line together forever. And, Saquon's not going to have 2,000-yard seasons every single season. And the Chiefs still have Patrick Mahomes. They still have Andy Reid. They still have a very good defensive coordinator. They still have a very good front office. The Chiefs will be just fine. Patrick Mahomes will win another Super Bowl in his time. The Chiefs are not done.
That I can agree with you on, Nate. How are you going to handle this 2-week hockey break? Are you going to watch whatever this other thing is?
Yeah, I'll watch it because it's on. But I like the Olympics. I don't freak out about the Olympics and these like rah-rah country things. You can only do it so many times. You do Summer Olympics, Winter Olympics, World Cup, the baseball thing. The NBA tried their little thing. Now hockey's doing it. Give me my Capitals. Just give me the games that I want to watch. I will watch the Four Nations tournament, but I'm not thrilled because I want to watch Ovi Chase. I want to watch the best team in hockey play hockey. I don't want to go 2 weeks without our Caps. Maybe if we were bad, I would be a little more on board with it. But since we're so good and so on fire and can't lose games and Ovi's scoring at an unbelievable pace, it's kind of, I'm like, no, I don't want this tournament. I just want to watch the Caps.
Well, you
I
might
agree,
think about
dude.
this. The 2 weeks off may get him a lot healthier where he can have a better go at it. Look at the positive sometimes. Stop always being down a negative Nanny.
I'm with him on the
Coach Harp
hockey.
did say he's still healing his broken leg, which is crazy if that's actually true, that he's been playing not at 100%. But, 36-11-8, first in the Metro by a mile, and now 2 weeks off. Hopefully Ovi, rehabs more than he drinks vodka, but I figure it'll be about 50-50. And then we'll come back, and it'll be the chase. It'll be the playoff hunt. And it'll be a very, very exciting last couple months of the season.
As somebody with a similar split, I wouldn't worry too much about Ovi. All right, dude, we're going to let you run. Appreciate you making time. We will talk to you next week.
Appreciate you guys.
All right. It's our boy Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan, Little Nate X. Apparently, the number one De'Ami Brown liker for 3 weeks in January, and then the rest of the year he turns into Puxatawny.
Let's see how much I'm worried about that. Not at all.
Let's talk about the teams that have the toughest free agency ahead of them. Plus, Doug Kammerer in about an hour. Tell us about this snow. Is it snowing yet? We're going to find out.
Some baseball news. Free agent closer Kenley Jansen has agreed to a 1-year, $10 million deal with the Angels. Jansen's headed towards his 16th year in the majors. He was pretty effective last season, too. He was a primary closer, nailing down 27 of his 31 save chances for the Red Sox. Now, the Nationals are still looking for a closer after they non-tendered Kyle Finnegan, and Jansen seemed like a perfect fit. A lot of reporters saying that deal may get done, but alas, he's headed to the Angels. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Who knew Barcel Nate hated De'Ami Brown so much just weeks after dubbing him Mr. January?
And you haven't figured out yet, Nate is a hater.
I don't think he's a hater.
He's a hater.
I get what he's saying. Like,
he's a hater.
You'd like to have more offense on Washington's. You'd like to have more at the skill position.
You want more, but he wasn't that bad. And
No.
he's trying to make it seem.
Right.
So.
I think I don't know, man. It's B-Mitch, do you think this is at all a factor in the Myles Garrett pursuit?
What's that?
You ready for this?
Okay.
This is per some dude on Twitter. I just looked it up. I can confirm it via Wikipedia. Myles Garrett and Josh Harris have the same birthday.
Nah.
You don't
They
think
have
that's
nothing to do with it.
Damn. Thought they had an in.
Hey, I know, yeah.
I didn't actually think
You
that
know
was
what
in
would probably make it happen? Myles Garrett is damn good.
and money.
he could be his birthday could be the same as Jeff's whack ass, and then he'll still try to sign him because he could play.
Jeff catching shrapnel over here.
I ain't whack.
Hey, I don't know, bro.
Jeff's out here trying to take B. Mitch's lunch. How do we
No,
think
he's
that's
not.
going to go?
Jeff is just talking like he always does.
Jeff, you think you'll be able to take B. Mitch's lunch?
Hell no.
If I wanted to,
If you wanted
if I
to,
didn't
you would
have
get your
respect,
ass whipped.
if I didn't
promise
have
you.
respect for Big Bro, I could take his lunch.
I give you straight approval not to have respect for me and try taking it.
I got to
All right.
say, like the
All right.
landfill, people don't realize how often we deal with Jeff physically threatening B. Mitch, and then eventually it goes nowhere. I find it just silly, but it's a thing that happens with some frequency. I think it drives you nuts.
It's
It's kind
sometimes
of
you just
fun.
gotta fight.
Hold on. I was about to say, he be the main culprit telling me to beat up B Mitch.
You know why? Because both of y'all can't. So y'all might want to try together. Hey, Brian, you might want to help him out too.
Yeah, White Brian, do you think you
I
could take
think
B-Mitch?
3-on-1 might be but what I need.
I guarantee me, Landfill, and White Brian, I'm gonna kick the ball off to you. We gonna tackle you.
That ain't gonna happen, Jeff.
No. Listen, B-Mitch beat up me and Pete Haley at the same time simultaneously. And like we pushed him to a point where he finally was like, all right, I've had enough of this. And we were incredibly intoxicated. I don't think that made the slightest bit
And
of
I
difference.
was too.
Yeah. I don't recommend it. All right. Talking about these Commanders.
Let's get it.
Obviously, do you know the number of free agents they have?
I would say
Of a 53-man roster.
they may have 20. More than that,
Yeah.
24.
No.
But they signed 35 people, basically.
28
20 I'm
unrestricted
about to
free
go.
agents.
28 of them. But you know what, though? I suspect 2 may be back for sure that were like the veteran guys, which I think had a great impact on the team this year. There are going to be some other guys who, like first year, second year, third, the younger guys, they'll be coming back. They'll make them an offer. You're not losing all 28 by no stretch.
Well, and dude,
but then on top of it, you need some other people to come in
on some
here.
level, people can talk about wanting this, wanting that. You're going to have to bring some of these people back.
Yeah, some going to come back, and then you're going to. But I think if they keep the mindset, they keep that mantra that they had going and bring in people that matches that may be better talented than some guys that were here, they can take a step forward.
Dude, so I'm reading now from NFL.com. The Commanders have an absurd 28 unrestricted free agents heading into March per over the cap, including strong defensive contributors like Bobby Wagner, Jeremy Chin, Benjamin St. Juste, Noah I, which I can actually pronounce, I think, Igbenogany, Dante Fowler, tight end Zach Ertz, and essentially every wide receiver outside of Terry McLaurin and Luke McCaffrey. It will be extremely tough to bring the whole band back. However, Washington has the advantage of a rookie contract quarterback and a whopping $78 million in cap space, third most in the league. Even if the team looks much different in 2025, it should be as competitive, if not better, with the right offseason moves.
I'll throw something at you. Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs were in it, right?
Yeah.
They're going to get rid of some people. They're not bringing back the same band. Why the hell should we? I mean, if you're going to be competing against guys who are going to try and improve after winning the Super Bowl, shouldn't you? We automatically have to try and improve to be able to match up with that. So teams never come back exactly the same. Win the Super Bowl or don't.
Well, dude, I think that was the overwhelming sentiment from locker room cleanout the day after the Eagles game when the Commanders season was done, is that everybody there knew this team would never be back together again.
Yeah, never looked the same.
No team is. Like, that's just how it works. I think Wagner's going to be a really interesting one because I think Bobby Wagner allowed Frankie Louvu to be his best. And I think you need like a true Mike backer to help Louvu and let his athleticism. Yeah, dude. And just let his athleticism and downhill kind of mentality work. I think, a guy that I like a lot and have for some time who I think is going to be, I don't know and really like Bobby, and it seems that Bobby really likes to be here. Obviously, he's got a relationship with Dan Quinn and AP. The kid Bolton from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Are
they going to let him go?
They got a lot of decisions to make out there.
They always do.
He's 25.
We always look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs always have a lot to worry about, and sometimes it seems like they're playing with a different set of money than than everybody else playing with, because they'll have to be signing all kind of damn people.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know that he's not the tackle machine that Wagner has been, but that dude could play, man. He had 106 tackles, 3 sacks this year. Kind of a down the radar player I'd be really interested in. I wonder if they have a evaluation. This is from Over the Cap. You're probably getting him less than 10 mil, maybe right around 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's a young man. He's 25 years old. Second round pick back, I don't know, in 21. Played his college ball in Missouri. 5'11", 240. I mean, that's that linebacker build. That's Fletch. That's just, those dudes are barrel chested.
Built like Jeff. Oh, I mean, got to add 40 more pounds. Sorry.
It is always funny. Like, I'm 5'11", 195, and when I see football players listed at that, we wear it very differently.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Jeff, 5'11", 240. What are you stacking in these days?
I'm 6'3".
Yeah, 6'3".
In my mind. It's like, nah, I'm 6'1", 280.
Hey, when you gonna look like
Solid
Aaron
frame.
Donald?
What?
I'm working on it, dog. I'm
He's
working
been
on
working
it.
on Aaron Donald for over a year now.
I forgot about Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald is coming
He
for you.
is Aaron Donald.
He ate Aaron Donald.
I
Doug
still
Car-
can beat you in a race.
Me?
I probably can, JP. I don't see you being fast, bro. Now, not distance,
Okay.
but probably like
What constitutes distance? 400 meters?
shoot, we can run the 40 and I'll beat you.
I think that would actually be interesting. I don't know what would happen.
I would love to see it.
I'm
We gotta do
43 years old.
Don't worry about your age.
I was about to
bro.
say, hold on, what age got to do with anything?
He got
be-
you by 85 pounds.
I was about to say, be like 200 years old and beat up you and Pete.
I can't stress this to people enough. Brian was a professional athlete for over a decade.
Yeah, but he is really old.
And it was two of y'all.
And I'm not worried about you two that's talking. Because the one laughing, I'm gonna just come over there and push you out your chair.
Racing, I'm down to race, Jeff. I don't know who will win.
This is a sturdy chair, B. You ain't pushing me out of this.
Oh, I can push you out that chair.
Who you got, me versus Jeff in a 40, B?
I think it'd be a dead heat.
I think it might be. Now, Jeff, I'll say this. Anything over 100 meters, I'm going to smoke you.
It's true.
All right, we'll see if we can't get me and Jeff set up racing. Well, we know nothing about White Brian's athletic profile. He looks skinny. What I do know is you got to get with Rude.
All right, Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
And when you're talking about the difference, how about how quiet Rude's systems are? There's no more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, you got to tell them about those tax credits. You can qualify for up to $2,000 on heat pumps through federal tax credits. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
We work in a radio station where there are a lot of cameras.
Yeah.
A lot of microphones. Probably more microphones than people. Definitely more chairs than anything. But whoever the sales guy is that got the chairs deal done around here, they went for quantity, not quality. My man Jeff just asked me a wild question though, and then
Don't bring it to the radio, please.
He decided B had to understand what the question was, but to speak from the aquarium into the prison cell studio, there is a wall of glass, so you got to speak up a little. And Jeff decided to yell his question, at which point he goes, "Probably shouldn't have yelled that, huh?" And I was like, "My man,
Yeah.
lots of pads."
After the fact, Jeff.
Breaking news on the Fan. I'm being serious.
I'm not asking you any questions. Just give us the damn news. We'll let you know if it's breaking or not.
Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore finalizing a deal with the Saints to be their new head coach.
Knew that before the Super Bowl.
It wasn't official. Should be
I don't
official
care about
soon.
official. Official, sometimes official just, you have to wait until a certain time. They already said he was going. Even the Saints people said it. Maniac knew that.
How you think it's going to go down there? There's some talent, but it's older.
Yeah, it's older talent. You don't really necessarily have a quarterback right now. You don't have you're $50 million over the cap, so they got to make some changes. So it's not going to go as easy as he thinks.
Yeah, I agree. Dude, Cliff told him thanks, but no thanks.
Yep.
Like when he said he was going to remove his name from head coaching interviews, when the only job that was open at that point was New Orleans. Like that told you.
He took his name. He took his name off of that list publicly.
Right. Good luck to Kellen Moore. I don't know that I hate him, or I don't know. I don't know that I have an opinion on him.
I mean, look, I'm happy for anybody getting a job, but I'm gonna just say we've seen it like that. You know, if you get a team, you don't have a quarterback, you got to figure it out. And the Saints are not the greatest at having a great front office. So we will see.
One night in New Orleans, somebody was telling me about this. So Mickey Loomis is the Saints general manager.
Mm-hmm.
And basically it was my understanding that when Sean Payton was there, Sean Payton basically ran things. But Mickey Loomis had a good relationship with the Bensons, who own the team. I didn't realize how much stuff is Benson down there. Did you see that big ass Benson Tower right next to the Superdome?
Benson has been that for a long time, Jay.
Yeah, dude. There's some Benson cash. But Tom Benson passed away. And at which point Gail Benson took over. And then if you recall, the kids tried to sue to take over the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Gail Benson prevailed. Mickey Loomis.
When you see kids suing, what is that? Gail's like the mom?
Yeah.
Stepmom?
Yeah.
When you see that, you already know the family is going to screw up soon.
No, I don't think she was stepmom. I think she was
mom. But when you see that, you know there's a problem automatically.
Well, here's what I do know.
Good families, you don't see that type of stuff.
I tell you what, I'm looking at a photo here. I don't know this situation. Gail sure looks a hell of a lot younger than Tom. So maybe it was a second.
That's why I think it's a stepmom, if I remember correctly. And I'm telling you, whenever you see that, you know something's going to go wrong. If the daddy didn't give it to the kids before he passed away, he probably would say, I don't trust y'all at.
Yeah, Tom Benson's daughter, Renee, did not get the team. I don't know enough. Here's what I know is not going to work. Mickey Loomis is the GM of the New Orleans Saints, correct, Landfill?
Yeah.
You know what else Mickey Loomis does?
What?
He's the GM of the Pelicans, the basketball team. And Miss Benson owns both of them.
And Mickey is messing up both of them. But always blaming the coaches, I promise.
Who on earth is equipped to run a pro football team and a pro basketball team?
No one. No one.
Like, what are we doing here? And I am shocked that both of those teams stink. Nobody go anywhere. It's Bishop Finley.
It's been more than a week since the stunning Luka Doncic trade, and things kind of keep getting worse and worse for the Dallas Mavericks. The centerpiece of their return, Anthony Davis, got hurt in his Mavericks debut this past weekend. And last night, starting center Daniel Gafford joined him with an injury of his own. Things haven't been really easy for them off the court either. Dallas did not show fans on the Jumbotron in their first home game following the deal, but they decided last night they would do it. That was a mistake because during a fan karaoke segment, a fan was seen mouthing "Fire Nico." That same fan was holding a "Fire Nico" sign later walking around the arena, and he was later removed and ejected from the game. Thunderous amount of boos followed that. Over in the NFL, Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is finalizing a deal with the Saints to be their new head coach. This was already expected, but now it sounds like it's going to be official later today. Moore is leaving Philly a Super Bowl champion and will now begin his work in New Orleans. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You dropped the bomb on me.
Baby.
You dropped the bomb on me. You dropped the bomb on me.
Baby. High noon in the District of Columbia and Landfill. I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to ask you a question. Need you to turn around, look out that window behind you, open the curtain, and tell me if it's snowing. We were told the snow might start around noon. Doug Kammerer is joining us at 12:30. Landfill, it's a simple game. Landfill, is it snowing?
No.
Okay. Now, here's what I'm going to ask. Outside of when Doug's on the phone with us, it might be fun to open the phones and people can call in when it starts snowing
In the area?
where they are.
Yeah.
Now,
Especially if you're like somewhere close to a stadium.
You can't lie, though.
Make it sports wise.
Because here's what we know. We're in downtown Washington, and it's not snowing.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we got people listening in Fredericksburg or
We got people listening to the country.
Warrington. Yeah, dude. So now if you live in Iceland and are listening on the Odyssey app and it's snowing there, you can call in. That's the point of the game.
How about Switzerland?
If you're in Switzerland and it's snowing there,
If you're in Switzerland and you listening, please call.
what time is it in Switzerland?
Don't know.
6 p.m. probably. So is it snowing where you live? Game is open. Jeff, maybe sign me into VX and I will handle phones if people start calling. I did want to have this conversation before we get into full snow mode. Matt Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan cover the Niners, have for a long time. NBC Sports Bay Area. They do a great job. I might try to get Mayoko on the show a little later this week.
Mhm.
B and I were just in the kitchen, getting our food yet. Oh, we got our first check-in. Shout out to our guy Greg. It is not snowing in Centerville yet. Now,
It's Greg in Centerville because he basically told us that his office was right next to the facility, which is not.
I don't know what town that office is in, but I know it's not next to the facility. Also, we're not positive if he's talking about Centerville, Virginia, or Centerville, Maryland.
Yeah.
Now, those are very far away from one
They're
another.
different spots. I know that for a fact.
Jeffrey, thank you, buddy. Matt Mayoko covers the Niners. Debo at least has publicly talked to Niners brass about wanting out.
Getting out of there. Yeah.
I don't know what a trade looks like. I think a trade. I kind of think he's going to end up getting released. Going into the last year of a deal, no guarantees. He's going to want a new deal. That's going to complicate any trade.
But will they just let him go? Because IU got hurt early, but will he be completely ready to go?
They drafted the kid Pearsall.
Yeah, that's the kid that got shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's a fair question, B, as far as do they need him back? But if you look at the Vegas odds, the overwhelming candidate for where he will land is still San Fran, which I can understand.
Yeah.
It's hard to ask for a trade and then end up coming back. Not to say it doesn't happen.
Well, we just went through the soap opera of Ayuk.
Right.
He went back.
But if you look at what the Niners have, Kittle was their leading receiver this year, then the kid Juwan Jennings, then Debo, then Pearsall, then Ayuk. So if I had to guess the way they operate, and you got nothing from McCaffrey all year, they probably think you can create some space. Kynard just asked us what we thought. He's out here busting clusters. I'm not anti-Debo like it seems some folks are. But
I think I'm anti, but I think if you're going out there looking, I think there are other people in line before him.
All right,
you would want to go get.
We're going to circle back to Debo because we're getting updates from all over the region. Sid is in Fredericksburg. Sid, it's a simple game. Is it snowing where you are?
I'm in Fredericksburg, 95, heading north. I'm running from the snow.
Is it
snowing already?
Yes, it started snowing about 10 minutes ago in Fredericksburg.
Is it significant?
It's coming down.
All right.
Like windshield wipers, or you got to pull over?
No, it's not heavy yet.
Okay. All right, be safe out there, dude.
Hopefully it's not going to be heavy until I get to Philly.
You got to drive to Philly from Fredericksburg?
Well, I'm running from the snow, and I play poker, so I'm going to Parks Casino, and they're going to have some rain up there, but no snow.
So this is going to be snow south and rain north?
That's crazy.
That's weird.
Yep, we've got the snow north of us. They don't have any snow. They're not going to get any.
All right. Good luck at the poker table, Todd.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
Call us back if you win.
Yeah.
Drop off lunch.
We got to question this. Kevin, you are in Mechanicsville, sir?
Yes, Mechanicsville, just north of Richmond.
You say what time did the snow start?
It started at about 7 this morning.
Damn.
That just does not seem accurate.
I'm sorry. Mechanicsville is just coming up from Richmond before you get to Fredericksburg.
Yeah, but that's not that far away that they've been getting sno for 5 hours.
Yeah, I live in Chesterfield, Virginia, and I was working up here.
Yeah, it's normally just like, a little front, a little, what you call it, some type of little system coming through, and it's not up here yet.
All right, I have another person. Tyler Turner just tweeted me. It's been snowing in Mechanicsville since 9 a.m., and it's only a light dusting.
Nope. I live in Chesterfield, so that it started in Chesterfield, and then I working in Mechanicsville today, and that's when it started, and when I saw it. So it's been snowing Central Virginia since 7 this morning.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call, Kevin.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to turn to the chief BS officer of the program. Landfill, snow since 7 a.m. in Central Virginia?
I mean, it seems possible. We're watching the Weather Channel in here, and they're showing footage from Blacksburg. It's been snowing there.
Oh, wow. All right. Go Hokies.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Kevin. I did get this.
Why you ain't believing in Kevin? Kevin know what the hell he talking about, JP?
7 a.m., dog? It's. I mean, is it even cold enough? It was 50 degrees yesterday.
That's 50 degrees.
Shelby and I played hoops for an hour.
It's 50 degrees here, but if they got that little front, a little system right there, and it can snow.
Doug Kammerer, chief NBC4 meteorologist, will join us in about 20 minutes to tell us the snow we should expect here in D.C. I did get this update from our guy C-Dub. He said, just so you know, I'm in Myrtle Beach, and it's not snowing. That helpful?
Is the water blue?
He actually sent a picture of his lunch. He's got a club sandwich and onion rings. Looks fantastic.
See that Myrtle Pond, not Myrtle Beach.
Barbara's on the line.
Who?
Hello, Barbara. How do you do?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
We're
fantastic.
Great. Where are you, Barbara?
I am outside Lake of the Woods, which is in Locust Grove, Virginia.
I have been to Lake of the Woods.
Is it snowing?
It is.
Is it
That's why I called it.
accumulating?
No.
Okay.
No, it's little tiny flakes, which is bad news for accumulation later. But we're not yet.
Well, thank you for listening, Barbara.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
take care.
you.
This is riveting radio. Is it snowing where you live? Mark is in Winchester. People are calling like crazy.
They're calling, which means a lot of people listening.
Mark, hello, sir.
sir.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Where are you?
Winchester, Virginia.
Mark, is it snowing in Winchester?
It is.
Okay.
Winchester, I just right past Centerville.
Yeah, it's blowing.
Go
It's
down
just blowing
50.
sideways. Started about noon.
Okay. Not accumulating yet, right?
Oh no, I think we're a ways from accumulating, but front edge.
How much you think you're going to get?
The last I saw was 1 to 3, but
1 to 3.
I
I'll go
haven't-
home to end of 93. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, buddy.
Oh, no problem. Take care.
All right, man.
Tom is in Fredericksburg. Hello, Tom. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. How are y'all? I'm not far from Barbara, and it's snowing real hard here.
Where are you?
Western Fredericksburg, just before you get into Orange County.
All right.
All right.
Snowing hard in Orange County. Thank you, buddy.
Hey.
This is fun to me now.
Hey, yeah, it is fun.
Jermaine, how are you, sir?
How to get through non-sports days?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Jermaine, where are you, sir?
I am in Bethesda right now.
Is it snowing?
On 495. No snow in Bethesda. No.
All right.
Okay.
There's nothing.
So
Yeah.
should any administrators from my daughter's school be listening? My man Jermaine says it's not snowing in Bethesda. Let's keep the kids in school. All right.
Yeah, but if they think it's gonna start snowing later, they gotta let them out.
Thanks for the
Gotta worry
call.
about getting
Yeah.
those kids home, man. I keep
Yeah,
trying to
but one more
educate you.
thing. So you talked about snowing more in the south. This polar vortex we're getting, they're calling this the second polar vortex.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get more snow in the south than the north. So Philly, New York, they're not gonna get any snow this time. Most of the snow is gonna be in the Midwest and in the south.
That's wild.
What's the name of this vortex?
Jermaine.
No, what's the name of the snow thing you said?
Oh, I thought you said what's your name?
No,
I think it's
the polar
Harlow.
vortex. Now, this is
Harlow.
the second polar vortex. We had one of these before, but they're saying this is coming from Canada and it's pushing snow in the south and the Midwest, which usually doesn't happen. So this is like a phenomenon that doesn't usually happen.
Right.
All right.
Thanks, Jermaine. Appreciate
Got
it, buddy.
educated a little
All
bit.
right.
What, it's called a Harlow vortex, you said, Landfill?
Yeah, I think they named
Bryce
the
Harlow?
winter storms now,
Oh,
which I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, they have really.
I'm gonna
leaned
find out
into,
from
like,
when we get my man.
Cameron's going to be on here in a minute.
Yeah, when we get him in, we're gonna find out. We're gonna get educated a little bit more. But that's education right there.
That was fun. In North Beach, Maryland, down on the bay, it is not snowing.
Yeah.
White Brian, you should text your wife, find out wherever she is if it's snowing. Can you handle that?
Yeah, I can make that happen.
All right.
Well, she said, "Why are you texting me? I'm at work. What the hell is wrong?"
Wherever she works, we'll find out. Honestly,
Depending on where she is in the building, she may not know.
is Monica at work today?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's snowing there.
Loudoun County?
Probably coming.
Probably not yet.
You don't think?
Coming, but it ain't coming just yet. If it's not in Centerville, it's not there.
It's true.
Well, I can tell you live from my ring cam right now in Northeast, it doesn't look like it's snowing over there either.
Okay.
All right.
I'll check in with Lauren.
You got batteries in that thing, Jeff?
Of course, you know I gotta watch the house, the front and the
where
back.
Jeff lives, he needs 2 ring cams.
Exactly, it's on the front and the back.
Yo, somebody tell Commander Tequila not to put his full address in the chat.
Hey, tell him just don't. Tell him to go get a nap. Please.
He gonna put tequila in the snow.
Yo, shout out to Strizzy giving me some information. He said Montgomery County schools have already announced they will not do an early release today.
Okay, good.
Appreciate you.
And listen, something happened to the people, kids. You responsible. You always fighting against it.
I'm not fighting against it when it makes sense. This is a good line. Level, you ready for this one? TW says, can't wait until they call a snowstorm Rick James. That's pretty funny.
That's gonna be a lot of snow right there, boy.
Pretty funny. All right. So this Debo thing, I wanted to circle back to this Mayoko story. And remind me, I'll text Matt, see if he can come on this week. Mayoko's been covering the Niners a long time, knows what the deal is there.
Mm-hmm.
Debo is under contract with the Niners for just one more year, and it includes an upcoming $15 million bonus. Those factors, along with a significant drop-off in his production last season, figure to tamp down Samuel's trade market for the 49ers in coming weeks. Samuel started showing the signs of his turn-down, no-hit style of play since arriving on the NFL scene in 2019. Last year, Samuel had career lows of 3.4 catches for 44 yards per game. Signed a big money deal after the 21 season when he balled out. He's never gotten back to that 21 level. The teams that make the most sense for Debo.
Ooh.
Here, we just think about Washington.
Yeah.
I think the team that might make the most sense is the Bills. They're chasing a title.
But don't they have someone just like him already in Samuels?
I'm pretty sure that was only a one-year deal. And I don't think Curtis has ever...
He played well for him up there. Down the stretch for sure.
Yeah, I think he missed some time, which has been a problem for Samuel. It's kind of been a problem for Debo, too. It's also kind of funny they have the same name, the same last name. Both Samuel.
Hey, you use same jerseys.
Yeah,
we'll have to go get a new one.
Yeah, I mean, Curtis Samuel this season played in 14 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had 260 yards from scrimmage.
Yeah.
That is not getting it done.
You found him in the end zone
in the playoffs. He had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Still, though, only 80 yards from scrimmage in 3 games in the playoffs. I could see the Bills wanting to make that move. What about the Chargers, who really have no skill positions? I mean, Ladd McConkey, they're going to have to add a lot more, but a dude like Greg Roman, who I believe Greg Roman obviously was the OC for Baltimore for a number of years.
Yep.
Debo going there could make a lot of sense.
You know what? I think him in Baltimore would be good. He could fit that role.
Well, I'm saying the Chargers, but Baltimore.
I'm saying go to Baltimore. That role of Anquan Bolden. And that team is so physical, and then he won't have to run the ball as much because you got your boy there. That'd be a good one.
Houston, they're going to lose Diggs. They're not going to pay Diggs again. D'Amico Ryans was in San Fran with the Niners. Kind of interesting.
Yep.
Nico Collins, Tank Dell, those guys deal with injuries. That offense could use a little more. What about Pittsburgh, a team that tried to trade for Ayuk, thought they had a deal together?
But is Debo just a straight receiver, or he's that multiple guy? Because Ayuk was a receiver, and he was a little bigger, and they wanted him.
Yeah.
But is Debo as effective when he's not running the ball?
I don't know. And if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm not worried about receiver until I figure out quarterback. Dude, you might yell at me for this. I think if I was Pittsburgh, I would certainly try to draft somebody. But I think I know the veteran I would give a shot.
Receiver?
No, quarterback.
Who?
Rodgers.
I don't know if
there's one dude that can handle Rodgers' stuff, it's Tomlin.
But see, that's the thing about I don't know if the Steelers or Tomlin want to put up with this BS.
That's possible. But Russ Wilson came in there with a lot of BS.
Russell
All
is nowhere
checked at the
close
door.
to what Aaron Rodgers is.
I agree. But you know who is much farther than Aaron Rodgers? Another planet? Antonio Brown. Tomlin was able to handle that for years.
But he became that.
Who was the running back? Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, but they became that. Rodgers has already proven for years he is that. Why would I want to bring in something that's going to disrupt my locker room?
Yeah, but right now, what do you got? A team that goes 9-8 and makes the playoffs and loses. Like, that's what you've got for 5 years.
Okay.
I'm saying if there's one place that needs a quarterback that I think could handle Aaron Rodgers, that's one that adds up to me.
I wouldn't want Tomlin to have to put up with that.
I understand that, but I don't think
if I'm a coach of that caliber, I do not want to put up with no quarterback who's going to think he's going to tell me what to do.
Well, maybe they have a conversation, and it's a dude that Rodgers is like, all right, I got to do what he says. You know?
You believe that's going to happen?
Probably not. I think of all the potential Rodgers landing spots, that's the one with the greatest chance of success. I don't know that it'll happen. What I do know is not happening. You ready for this, White Brian? It is not snowing in Bethesda. My wife just texted me back.
Okay.
Now, I just got a visual evidence in Ashland, Virginia, which I'm going to confess, I don't really know where it is. I think it's in and around Richmond.
Uh-huh.
My boy Tarek just sent me a video. It is snowing in Ashland, Virginia. White Brian, have you confirmed
that whole area?
Have you done any research?
Ashland, Mechanicsburg, and also Frederick, all in line.
Ashland is where Randolph-Macon College is, for those keeping track.
Rose is in North Bethesda, and
Ashland
it is
was one of
not
those areas
snowing.
where that damn sniper hit, too.
Not snowing in North Bethesda. So Ashland is where King's Dominion is.
Yeah, right. And it's not right. It's a little farther. Kings Dominion is considered another area, but it's right after you pass it going towards Richmond.
I assume that King's Dominion is closed in the winter. Is that
At least
accurate?
it should be.
At least the water park. Yo, when I was a kid, King's Dominion was the dominant force. I feel like at some point, Busch Gardens has taken over. Is that accurate?
Kings Dominion still roll.
King's Dominion was the spot when I was a kid.
It's easy to get to. From here.
All right. We're going to take more calls on is it snowing where you live. But next, we're actually going to find out where it's going to snow, how much. Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist, joins the program.
Didn't you have a read there?
Hey, it's JP Finley, and for all of your garage door and opener needs, do what I'm doing and go with the pros at Door Pro America. My wife and I realized something probably in the fall. Our garage door sucked. It was so loud, so outdated, and just barely worked, hanging on by a thread. So we called my boys, Shane and Vince from Door Pro America. They showed us a bunch of different options. They have this really cool kind of Photoshop-y software where they take different garage doors, put it on your house, and then you pick one. The whole process is super easy. Their guys came out, did the installation. They had to move some stuff around in my garage. They put everything back exactly where it was, which was really impressive. Whole thing only took a couple hours, and now my garage door is silent. Last night, I had to take the trash out. The girls were in bed. Back in the day, I'd have to walk the whole way around the house because if I opened the garage door, it would wake them up. Not anymore, man. It couldn't be easier. I got an app. I can open the garage door. I can just check on it from anywhere. It is a game changer. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can handle it all. Call right now and you can save $150 on a brand new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you or check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. It's a break in hockey, so no Caps action for the next week and a half. The rest of the NHL as well off for the Four Nations face-off. Tournament Caps will be back in action against Pittsburgh a week from Saturday, February 22nd, when Ovi resumes his chase for the Gretzky record. NBA, the only game in town right now. Wizards beaten by the Spurs last night, 131-121, third straight loss for the Wiz. Keeping our eye on the NFL offseason as well. Should be a busy offseason for the Commanders. Hope it will be. Already a coaching vacancy filled today. The final one in the NFL. Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, new head coach in New Orleans. Also Super Bowl 59 Sunday. Not a great game, but it set a record. 126 million average viewers for the game. That was about 3 million more than the previous record last season. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your next in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com, PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. After a rousing edition of Is It Snowing Where You Live, we're going to get some information. Our guy Doug Kammerer joining the program, NBC4 chief meteorologist. Doug, I know you're busy, man. Thank you for making time for us. What's up?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
We're good.
It is snowing where you are.
It is not snowing where I am. Right, we're still waiting, but as we said yesterday, it really wouldn't start until the afternoon anyway. So we're good. We're on par here. Here we go.
Okay, so get us up to speed. Kind of what we're expecting here. I surprised me that this is a southern snowstorm. Usually, I think they're from the north. I don't know anything. You're the expert.
Yeah, we like to call these southern sliders because that's exactly what it's doing. It's sliding to our south. So areas like Fredericksburg and maybe even Richmond are going to get a lot more snow than DC. So that's what's happening with this one. So it's kind of a reverse storm, which we've had recently. The last really big snowstorm we had was that storm that hit Fredericksburg and shut down I-95. If you remember that, shut it down for almost 2 days. Mm-hmm. And that was a storm that DC saw a little bit of snow, but they saw well over a foot to 16 inches down around Fredericksburg. So I'm trying to remember what year that was. I think it was 2019, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that one. But this one's going to be one that we get a good amount of snow in the DC metro area, but the farther south you go, the more snow that this is going to bring. Yeah.
So it's basically starting down and then coming up.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So like right now, it's starting to snow areas like Fredericksburg. Starting to see snow. Culpeper starting to see snow. Charlottesville, it's snowing. Roanoke's been snowing all morning down around Blacksburg. I mean, they've got their roads are covered already, and we've got that system coming up to us. And it'll start snowing here over the next 1 to 2 hours. And by 4 o'clock, most areas will be seeing some pretty good snow, and that's when it will start to stick on the roads too. So after 4 o'clock, if you can get home and do what you need to do and get inside by 4 o'clock, we should be good to go, and the roads will just get worse as the night goes by.
Gotcha. And what are we talking inside the Beltway? Like 4 inches or what?
We got the whole thing around 4 to 8 inches. So it's still a pretty good storm. I think the airport, I've got the airport right around 4 to 5 inches. The airport always gets a little bit less. Downtown always a little bit less. But Jay, where you and I live, man, I'm going for a good, 6 inches, 4 to 6 inches for us.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And if we get that little burst, then we could get up to that, that 8-inch mark. But I
Wow.
do think it'll be in our southern zones. And even southern, I'm talking Fairfax County. I think Montgomery County gets a little bit less than Fairfax County. So, I've got us sitting at that 4 to 6 range.
So
and
where B
like
is
Fairfax and Oakton.
Centerville?
A little bit more.
Yeah. So what
Centerville?
about
Yeah. I think Centerville is going to be pretty good. So I think you'll be up there at the 5 to 7 inch range.
B. Mitch?
You gonna shovel B?
Nah. I make sure everybody have 4-wheel drives in my house. We riding over that melts.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and that's a good thing. Tonight's gonna be tough, right? Tomorrow morning's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for everybody to get into work tomorrow morning. But after tomorrow morning, we get rain tomorrow night, so it really wipes a lot of that snow away. Like, it'll still be nasty on the roadways, especially the back roads, but the main roads should be fine tomorrow night. And by Thursday, most of the main roads are just fine. Probably a lot of the secondary roads too, because the temperatures go up as well.
Cool.
Okay.
So not like last time.
Not like the last one. Remember the last one stuck around for a month.
That stuff stayed on my driveway for a while, man.
Exactly.
It drove me nuts. I had this one corner, which is right. So my wife gets a driveway. I park on the street. And this one area of snow would not go away. I finally just shoveled it into the sewer, like the water drain.
Right. That one area in the shade.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Exactly
man.
right.
Exactly.
Yeah, the sun's amazing. I mean, we had houses on one side of the street that still had snow, and others that on the other side of the street in the sunshine, and they're all pristine and looking good.
So, dude, talking with our friend Doug Kammerer here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Doug is the chief meteorologist over at NBC4. We got people calling in telling us this is our third polar vortex and that this storm has a name. What is going on?
Okay, all right. There's no polar vortex with this one. If there was polar vortex, you wouldn't be able to walk outside. I mean, I just got back from the gym and I still got my sweatshirt on. I didn't have my coat on. I didn't have my hat on. I mean, this isn't polar vortex type stuff. We're sitting right now at 35 degrees. That's normal for February. It's below average, but it's normal. And as far as the what was it? The name, yes, the Weather Channel started giving winter storm names years ago. Nobody else picked it up. The Weather Channel was hoping that everybody would pick it up, but nobody picked it up. So no, we do not use names for our storms.
Okay.
Use names for hurricanes. We do not use names for the storms. I mean, the last one, not the one that came through us on Saturday, gave us a little bit of ice and then went up to the north. I know the Weather Channel was calling that, Garnett. I mean, if you're going to come up with some names, come up with some good names.
We're looking for Rick James.
I mean, yeah, Rick. Yeah, right. Give me Rick James. Rick James made a mess of this stuff up here.
Dude, on some level, and I'm not
Tina Marie.
We're all in the media business, so I'm not knocking it. It's kind of just like naming these winter storms kind of just becomes like a marketing aspect.
Oh,
right?
100%. Yeah, 100%. Because all of a sudden now we got the hashtags and the and the followers growing and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's what it is. It's a ploy. It doesn't really help you differentiate the storms that are coming in because they come in. They're there for a couple of days. I mean, the reason why the hurricanes are named is because you could have a couple of storms in the Atlantic Basin. You could have 3 or 4 storms at one time. At one time, there's the most I've seen is 5. You could have 5 hurricanes in the Atlantic at the same time, and you need to know which one's which.
Gotcha.
So that's why you name the storms. But this is a storm that comes all the way across the country. It's in and out in 3 or 4 days. That's it.
And dude, these, I mean, you get some snow in the winter. Hurricanes are just a different scale. Okay. You and I are on the same page there. And I appreciate you always do a good job. Like when there's a storm a week out, you always kind of say, I've heard you say it on air, don't get caught up in what you might be seeing on Instagram. Let's wait a couple days as this thing gets closer and get a real determination.
Dude, and I guarantee you, B-Mitch, you probably want to, are you looking at your app on the iPhone, man?
About what?
About snow.
Hell no.
Thank you. I appreciate that because all last week, if you looked last week, the iPhone app was saying 20 inches of snow for this storm.
20?
Last week.
Wow.
I don't even put out my snowfall map until 48 hours before the event. There's no way you can put out totals that far. So there's no reason to even look at those darn apps. That's why you have to download the NBC Washington.
You know what? I look at the app only for golf season when it's supposed to rain.
Yeah, and if you want to do that, that's totally fine. But just know that app is going to change, right? So if you're looking at golf on Thursday and you're looking at it on a Monday and it's telling you it's going to rain and you go, oh man, I'm going to cancel.
I don't cancel until that day. If I'm the type of guy where I have gone to the course while it was raining on my way from my house and got to the course and it did not rain.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Has this winter surprised you?
No, not at all.
Are we ahead of snow schedule, behind like temperatures wise, all that? Like, has it all been kind of normal?
Yeah, January was cold. Like in my winter forecast, I said December would be cold, and December was kind of chilly. I said January would be about average, and we were definitely cold in January. So that surprised me a little bit. But at the same time, when I did my winter forecast, the one thing I said was heads up for La Nina. And if we do not get into more of a weak La Nina, as it was projected to be, then we could see colder January. We could see more snow. And that's where we are now. Because I went 7 to 13 inches. We've had 8 inches of snow so far. So, right now I'm within my range. But if we get this 4 to 8, let's say we get 5 at the airport, all of a sudden that puts us to 13. I'm at the high end of my range. And if we get any more, then that would be out of my range. But my range for if we didn't get into a weak La Nina, my range was actually upwards of 23 inches. I think I went 17 to 23. If the La Nina didn't come through. So I don't think we're done just yet. La Nina really didn't take hold. So I would say that's a good thing for us snow lovers.
Is it a bad thing for me?
Yeah, and B-Mitch, who apparently does not want to shovel his driveway.
I don't think
I just don't.
care.
Not that I don't want to. I'm not shoveling. I mean, hey, every year how many people die?
You got
shoveling
grown
driveways?
kids. Like, you don't.
That's true.
Okay. My daughters are not going out there and shoveling no damn snow.
Well,
they all have 4-wheel drive. So you know what? Back over and keep moving.
Well, Doug, I'll also add, B-Mitch doesn't live in little neighborhoods like you and I do. He's got a big old house with a big old driveway. So that's a factor, I would say.
Hey, Doug, 200 feet. I'm not shoveling that.
No, you're not shoveling that. That's a long driveway.
Dude, I wanted to ask you this. You grew up here, Herndon High, but you also lived and worked in Philly for a long time.
Yeah.
What'd you make of the Super Bowl and kind of how it all finished?
I almost go back to I'm trying to remember. You guys will know who said it. It was like, they were who we thought they were.
Yeah.
And that's what it was for Philly for me. I mean, when I saw Philly against the Commanders, we were there, right? We were at that game, and I'm looking at the team. I'm like, damn, they are just good. They are just stacked. They're good on offense. They're good on defense. And then they showed that against the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs, they didn't even look like they came to play. I mean, that was a shellacking of biblical proportions there. I mean, that was just ridiculous, that game. But I mean, the Eagles played as good as they could.
Yep.
The people that we highlighted, and I say we, the people that you guys, the sports people highlighted. I mean, Deshaun. I mean, that kid. All I heard the week up before was how, we actually helped to trade for him. Like, it was the Commanders that they made that trade, that they were able to get the Cooper DeJean. And then next thing you know, he's the rookie, and he's getting a pick six. I mean, just amazing how that team has come together, and they're going to be a force next year too, right? They're not. I don't think they're losing a whole lot. So we gotta make sure we're gaining quite a bit.
It's just sent Carson Wentz a ring. They got the little kid from Alabama, Devontae Smith, AJ Brown, Carter, and DeJean.
It's crazy.
They need to send him a damn a ring. Right. Hey, thank you.
That was all in the Carson Wentz trade?
Yeah, they were able to get those people from some.
Wow.
Crazy.
Let's say parlay that into that. Yeah,
that is crazy. And you look at Wentz on the sidelines, the other day too. I would say that was kind of interesting as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, you just started seeing the game, and it was kind of like the Commanders held their own. If it wasn't for, we were driving down. I think we were down like 8 points, 9 points. We were driving down, and then we had that last fumble that
third
just
quarter fumble.
Sealed the deal. Yeah, third quarter fumble sealed the deal. So we were in it. I mean, even with the Saquon, when he released that 60-something yard touchdown, the very first run, you're like, oh no, here we go. We still fought. Kansas City had no fight in them. I mean, there was nothing.
Only person
right
did was
there.
Pat.
Yeah, I think they just got their ass kicked, man.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is your schedule like today? How long are you live?
I am about to make myself some eggs and bacon right now, and then I'm getting in. We are live starting at 3 o'clock today. So we go on an hour earlier. We're live at 3 o'clock. I'll be live all the way through probably 7. Then we'll go to nightly news, and then I'm live from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. And that's probably when the heaviest stuff is coming down. So, this evening, sit back, relax, turn on the rundown on Channel 4 at 7:30 at night, and I'll be there.
What's on network tonight? They're going to blow that out? You just be live from 8 to 11 too?
Exactly. That would be. I could do that, Jay. I could do that.
Doesn't mean you want to.
Doesn't mean I want to, but it has been done before. But I don't think it's that kind of a storm. That's the good thing about a storm like this is it comes in, gives you that snow overnight. It's gone by the morning hours. Hopefully schools are canceled. I think schools will be canceled tomorrow in just about all locations. We'll all be able to sleep in a little bit, enjoy it for one day, and then here comes the rain.
All right.
Tomorrow night's gonna be nasty. By the way, just gotta let you guys know that it's really gonna be kind of quite nasty.
Great.
So
Just
from a
wet
rain
and
perspective,
gross.
I don't have nowhere to go.
wet, cold, and rain.
Okay.
Sit at home with a bourbon, be good.
Exactly right.
My wife just texted me, tell B Mitch that my mom has a snowblower and does the whole driveway by herself. And they got a house kind of like you got a house with some land.
And tell
Joyce.
I'm still not doing it. I've been living in my house since June of 1993, and I've never done it.
That's crazy.
I do love that. All right, we'll drive it all the way, baby. I got you.
We'll start a GoFundMe to get B Mitch a snowblower.
You tell Joyce I say find another damn hobby.
He's not even paying the neighborhood kids, man. Neighborhood kids,
The neighborhood
like,
kids
get out of here, man. I don't need it. I don't need it.
No, Mr. Mitchell.
Dude,
Right.
B, Joyce also, they have like a 2-acre lot, 3-acre lot. She has a John Deere and mows that thing herself.
Find another hobby. I used to do the same thing with the 5-acre. Find another hobby.
Yeah, not me. All right, Doug. Thank you, buddy. We'll be watching.
Lord, I live outside for golf.
Thanks,
That's it.
man.
Yeah, right. Hey, we got to play. We'll play soon. See you guys later.
Gotcha, man.
1 o'clock, going to open these phone lines talking about the Commanders' biggest needs.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game is, when the game is all, the NBA action is just beginning with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed a few minutes of the game, I can't see this stuff, man.
B. Mitch and Finley. We got awesome news right now. Caller number 10, you win a pair of tickets to the weekend After Hours Tour Saturday, August 2nd, Northwest Stadium with Playboy Cardi and Mike Dean. For tickets and more event information, visit 1067thefan.com. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You get tickets to the weekend After Hours Tour. I'm going to say this now to whoever's listening. I'd like to go to that. I like the weekend. I think that'd be a fun show. Yeah, Wendy, what's up?
That's all you got to do. Reach out to Wendy.
You know what we actually do with the kids? Now, you got to make sure it's the non-explicit channel, like on my Spotify. The weekend radio with the girls in the car, it's good. Like everybody could get along. Good music. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636.
Do you only listen on the weekend?
No, and there's no. The weekend is not the same as the weekend. There's only 2 E's, not 3. I feel like we've been giving away good stuff lately. Weekend tickets are legit.
Yeah.
And we got a contest where you win $20,000 and a trip to Vegas.
Can't wait.
Not just that, but they're reinvesting in the office. We got a foosball table, B.
Yeah. Got pretty purple chairs and pink chairs.
I noticed those chairs. All right, B. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are done.
Yeah.
We know how you feel about Aaron Rodgers. It's the same how you feel about police horses.
I like police horses as long as they don't hit me.
Where, if anywhere, do you think Rodgers ends up?
He'll end up somewhere. I don't know where.
You think he definitely plays again?
I think he plays again in the league. There are some desperate people in the league, dog. And if they feel they can sell him for a year or two, jerseys and everything, he goes and he win. Whether he win or not, you're gonna have a lot of attention.
For sure.
So listen, man, like they say, all news is good news.
All publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
If you're running a team.
Nope, I'm not trying to sign him.
Well, no, I'm giving you hold your horses, sir. So if you're running a team, Aaron Rodgers behind door number 1. There's a door number 2.
I'm gonna take door number 2.
Sam Darnold.
I'm gonna probably take door number 2. I listen, man. I have never been one when I want a selfish person on my team, especially at that position. That guy not only kills the whole team, he kills the GM, he kills the damn coach, and he makes people separate. I don't want that on my team. When he was younger and he was trying to get started, he wasn't completely that way. Now he got established. He just don't give a damn about nothing. So if I'm running a team, he is not on my squad.
Landfill, who are you taking? Rodgers or Darnold? Those are your only options.
Rodgers,
Meteor strike is not an option.
He hates Darnold.
First off, I don't know if you've been following the news, but the odds of a meteor strike in the next 10 years are increasing. So positive news there. But I would take Darnold.
I have heard.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
That's wild because Landfill hates Darnold.
But see, the thing about, bruh, see, there are people in this world who just love whatever they think. If the guy is good, they don't give a damn about what he does. There are other people who know that screws up a football team. That screws up a basketball team. That screws up baseball. You need, especially at that position, you need that guy to be more of a leader. He ain't leading nobody nowhere. Hell, he just like most of his teammates.
He seems like a real jerk.
Yeah, so I mean, no.
Whereas Darnold doesn't.
If Aaron Rodgers was that young dude coming out of Cal, yes. But now where he's at, hell no. Soon as stuff goes bad, what does he do? Point fingers. Not his fault. It's everybody else's fault. Nah, I don't need that. Coach killer.
He might be a coach killer. B. Mitch and Finley. Is it snowing where you live? Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. When the game tips off, the NBA action is beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. If you're new to FanDuel, new FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit fanduel.com/Brian to join today. That's fanduel.com/Brian for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Love the stories we get now. The NFL season is finished, guys. We're just talking about Aaron Rodgers out likely in New York. Diana Rossini has a little more in that in The Athletic. Reporting today, the Jets told Aaron Rodgers they wanted his full commitment with new head coach Aaron Glenn, telling A-Rod he could no longer appear in the Pat McAfee show if he wanted to return as their starting quarterback next season. He will not be back as their starting QB next season. Lots of changes coming. We've only got a month until free agency starts in the NFL. Commanders right now, $78.1 million in salary cap space, but 28 free agents as well, 53% of their roster. So it will be a busy offseason. Adam Schefter reporting today the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins to keep him off the open market. Franchise tags can go out a week from today in the NFL. Final coaching vacancy has been filled. Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is finalizing things to be the new head coach in New Orleans. NBA Wizards beaten by the Spurs, 131-121 last night. They're back in action home tomorrow night against Indiana. Caps and the rest of the NHL on break for the next week and a half for the Four Nations Face-Off Tournament in hockey. Caps, top team in the Eastern Conference as they enjoy now a week and a half off. From the Crown Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I got up and followed her to the floor.
Baby, let's go.
When I told her, that's how Debo was the other night.
I might go skiing with those boys in a month or so.
Boy, make sure you videotape him on the dance floor.
Yo, even Maniac was texting me about him, dude. When Maniac's texting about you,
Yeah, that is funny.
All right, we're gonna need some college hoops in our life, like a college hoops update. Maybe White Brian can help us with that because I know we've got Bama Auburn this weekend, number 1 versus number 2. So we got lots to figure out. But right now, we're kind of having this conversation. It's funny, man. I mentioned Nick Bolton, the Chiefs linebacker, who's just a hell of a good player. He's only 25, headed for free agency. It looks like KC's going to keep him. He wants to be there. KC, I would think, tries to get an extension done. All I did, I said, my guess is KC tries to get an extension done, but if that doesn't happen, Nick Bolton would be on my radar. He just, every time you watch Kansas City, he stands out.
Yeah, he makes plays.
And then people are just like, oh, who are you getting rid of? What are you trying to do? I'm just talking about a player that could potentially be a free agent that I think is good. I don't think we need to make these grand.
Voice your opinion and stop going check the response, the replies.
You might be right on that one.
Because you get caught up in it.
Here's what I did want to discuss. Underdog fantasy. Underdog sports, maybe what they're called now. They've built a media business in a really smart way. It's a lot of really smart people, young people that look at things from different perspectives. And they came out with a list of every team's needs across the NFL. Because, dude, even the Eagles are going to go into this offseason with a bunch of needs.
Hell yeah.
They're going to lose a bunch of people. Things happen, right? Like, the Eagles got to figure out what they're doing with Zach Bond, etc.
Yep.
Commanders 2025 team needs from Underdog Sports. I think I agree with number 1. Edge. I thought Fowler played well, double-digit sacks, right? But at the same time, man, he's a free agent. Farrell's a free agent. Armstrong has 1 year still with a little bit of guaranteed money. Like, they lack a true high-end playmaker at the position.
Consistency.
But two, they just lack people at the position. Like we said it earlier, they have 28
free agents,
pending free agents.
Yeah.
So I agree with Underdog on this one that edge is the top of the list. Or you land there? Biggest need.
I've said it. This is my second day saying it this week. Said it last week. Said it the week before. If you don't see that, you're missing a lot.
That's why, to me, knowing he's available, Garrett is my top.
I agree.
Offseason target. I don't know that it happens. I saw him walk the red carpet in New Orleans. I mean, the dude is massive. Maybe I don't know if that was just CK asking us a question in the hallway, or if that is a narrative. Le'Veon, see if you can look up Myles Garrett's Pro Football Focus grade. The guy's an absolute freak. At least 14 sacks in the last 4 years. He's only had one time in his career, his rookie year when he got hurt, that he had under double-digit sacks. Had 22 tackles for losses last year. To me, the top need is edge, and the top priority is Garrett. I don't know that you'll get there. I don't know what the price will be because you one, have to pay a price to trade for him, but two, you've got to pay him. He's going to want a new deal.
Yeah.
That might not be why he's leaving Cleveland, but he did wait till his guarantees were over to ask out of Cleveland.
He's giving them everything he can. And look at what that team is. Does it look like anything is moving in the right direction for them right now?
No.
So, I mean, they can't say he wasn't loyal.
Totally. Like, if you're not going after Garrett, just kind of a look at the edge rusher marketplace. The next best player available is Khalil Mack, who's undoubtedly been very good. But Khalil Mack last year, I mean, he will turn 34 in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And last season only had 6 sacks. Like, there was talk of him retiring. I have no idea what that talk is now. This is not an opportunity in a free agency class that there's going to be a lot of really good pass rushers available. Frankly, the best pass rushers don't really become available.
Totally.
Hassan Reddick, anybody want to deal with that mess between the Jets and the Eagles? Chase Young's available. Judon, Josh Sweat, who had a really good Super Bowl. One name I wouldn't rule out just because of the intense familiarity with the defensive coaching staff is Tank Lawrence, DeMarcus Lawrence from Dallas, going to be a free agent.
Oh, this Tank.
He hasn't that to me is like a depth signing. He'll be 33. He hasn't had a real impact kind of season in some time, but that doesn't mean at 6'3", 270 he can't help you. But it would have to be a similar deal that you kind of got Fowler and Farrell on. But that, I'm just saying, as a name of familiarity, playing for Witt, playing for Quinn, that just wouldn't shock me. Because they are just going to have to add, to say bodies isn't fair, but they're going to have to add depth pieces to the roster.
True.
But I feel like it's Garrett all the way. I will open that up to at least the aquarium. Do you feel, Jeffrey, edge rush is the biggest need for this team? Or even you can go broader than that, like setting the edge being the biggest need for this team. B and I have been pretty clear about that since the season ended, but maybe folks see it differently.
I agree with y'all on that. We need a disruptor. We need someone that can get to the quarterback and not almost get to the quarterback. I'm not, shading our guys or anything, but that has been the problem that we have had in Washington for the past couple of years too. We always got guys that'll get there to them. Now, we need someone that they're planning for on our D-line because they know at any time they can't, put single coverage on this guy at the line. They have to double team him. And our guys on the other side of the line, they have to get in there and, destroy those plays. So I think we do need that edge rusher. Oh, my gosh, dude. I seen Myles Garrett when he came here with Cleveland. Dude, even the thought of that coming to the Commanders, dog, I was just like, yo, we need to get him. We need to get him.
Now, that said, Brandon Coleman did a hell of a job on Garrett when Cleveland came here. It doesn't help a lot that Washington got up early in that game, and it was never really a game, and Garrett never really got to start rushing the passer. But he went no sack, no tackles in that game, I believe. I think he got blanked. Dude, look at Myles Garrett's game logs. I just pulled this up. You see the game logs here, B. There's something in every column except one. Only game he got blanked.
But I mean, see,
I'm not drawing a great conclusion from that.
We got up on them and we started running the ball. That may be why he didn't have those sacks. If they were up on us coming, he would have probably a sack. I'm like this. That dude could play. And let's just say Brandon Coleman had a good day.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to think of anything negative about him.
No.
I'll ask one question. Last 25 years, anybody rush better than him?
He's in the conversation.
I'm saying on our team.
Oh, hell no.
That's all that matters to me.
No. The best Washington's had in the last 25 years is Kerrigan. Kerrigan was very consistent. Garrett has another gear.
Yeah.
Garrett's like a true elite in the sport at the position that Washington has one of in Jaden, and maybe two in Terry. All right, next on the list, and I think a lot of people will argue this, is outside wide receiver.
Yep.
You've got Terry. The only two wide receivers under contract this year are Terry and Luke McCaffrey. Diami and Noah Brown, free agents. Oziza, free agent. I think you're going to have to address this draft and free agency. Now, maybe it's retaining some of your own guys. If you are to retain some of your own guys, B, who becomes your priority? Like, if you're talking the OZ, Noah Brown, Diami Brown, Crowder's
an older guy than OZ and Diami. And I think both of those guys showed what they could be, but they weren't consistent enough at it. But if they're, like the call was saying earlier, if they're not the 2, if they're the 3 to 4, or a 4 and a 5, does it hurt your team or help your team? You still got Luke, and I think like
what do you think Luke could get done this year?
I would get on the field more consistently and then show you, because you watch him do things. He has some ability. But what kills me about people is one guy goes on the field and has games, has some plays, and the other guy didn't really get the opportunity, but you pushing him and you're not pushing the other guy. I don't care what he did the first 4 years, Diami. I care what he did last year with Cliff. And Cliff found what other people didn't seem to find. Hell, the other guy wouldn't even put him on the field. So what if he's in this system the second year and they get more of that Detroit game out of him?
Yeah.
Hell, the Tampa game, get that out of him.
If I have to pick between Noah Brown, Diami Brown, OZ, I might pick OZ, dude. But I also wouldn't sleep on.
OZ does a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he does a lot.
Dude, he's their third leading receiver this season.
He played receiver.
It probably would have been Noah Brown prior to the injury.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable without? Let's ignore the T. Higgins level of free agent, right? Like anybody's going to cost more than $20 million as a free agent. We're taking off.
Okay.
We're taking off, right? But maybe you're not just shopping at where they shopped last year, which was like the very bargain bin.
Okay.
Like, would you want to spend for a guy like Darius Slayton or Hollywood Brown?
See, I'm here, Jay. If the O-line is improved and they can have a running game, I don't think you have to go get the $30 million, $20 million guy. They showed that this year, man.
You know what dude I like that's a free agent? That just seemed to make plays and with terrible quarterback play.
Who?
My man, Nick Westbrook-Akine. The Titans receiver, 6'2", 210, coming off a rookie deal. I guess he's more than a rookie deal. I think he was an undrafted guy. But, dude, the Titans situation has been among the worst in the NFL for a few years.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to he had 9 touchdown catches last year on 32 catches.
Okay.
Like, that's...
Did he play every game?
Yeah. He missed... In 5 seasons, he's missed 3... In 5 seasons, he's missed 5 games.
Okay.
I mean, that team just sucked. That might be a little sneaky guy I like. File that down, Landfill. Sneaky guy I like. Pause. Nick Westbrook-Akine. I believe he scored against them. He had 2 touchdowns against Skins last year.
Mm.
And I think that was from Will Levi's. Imagine what Jaden does with him.
Yeah.
Nick Westbrook-Akine. What's he cost you, dude?
He's in his 5th year now, going to his 6th?
He's accrued 5 seasons.
Oh, no.
Valuation from over the cap.
How many catches has he had in 5 years?
Now, his first couple years, he's barely playing, right? He had to work his way up. I think he's an undrafted guy. Yeah. In 5 seasons, he has 126 catches for 1,700 yards. I imagine that's pretty comparable to what OZ had coming in. But I can't help but notice the touchdown rate, the yards per catch.
They only throw him the deep passes.
Nah. I mean, against Washington, it had 3 for 60. 2 touchdowns, though. He had 1 long. He had, like, I remember he had like a 30-yard touchdown catch. And then 2. I'm not saying OZ can do a lot more underneath for you, but, like, you're going to have to bring some wideouts in. You're not going to draft. You're going to need 7 on your roster. You're not going to draft 5 of them. You only have 2 under contract.
Oh, no.
Like,
I expect somebody that was on the team to come back next year. But then again, can you bring someone in that has shown consistent play, has shown the ability to do it at this level? Then with those guys at the depth position, that helps even more. But if you just get somebody else that hadn't really done it yet, then you don't know.
Are you comfortable rolling into a season with Luke as your number 2?
No, not right now.
So would you spend more?
I'm going to
So
spend.
do they have to at least shop in the $20 million aisle?
I don't think you have to. Listen, this offense has shown its efficiency when you have to cover every position. A lot of time when you have 2 big-time dudes and nobody else, the 2 big-time dudes, they got to take them out of the game, and then they worry about your other guys. But if you got everybody that's above average, that's harder for defense to worry about.
So what is kind of your attack for the outside wide receiver position?
See, I'm going to be honest with you. The outside wide receiver position, I believe you can get in the draft. I believe you can get with some of the guys you already have. I think the offensive line needs to be improved more than the outside receiver position. Because if Jaden has time, his ability to run and throw the ball is going to affect defense.
Sure.
So I feel if you could get more pressure on quarterbacks and take care of your quarterback and get your running game moving better, that's more important than going and get a top-notch outside guy.
Going to be interesting to watch, man. Here's what I'm thinking. Phones, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Biggest need for the Commanders. Where do you want to spend the cash? Edge rusher, wide out, or build up the lines like B's saying. I think they are far from a finished product on either the offensive or the defensive line, or is there somebody in-house they got to keep? Your turn to tell us, 800-636-1067. Now, here's what I got to tell you. The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I told you last night, the couple things I told you, I was going to watch that Luka game. Luka with the Lakers is going to be really interesting once they all kind of figure each other out. And I told you the Wiz were going to cover against the Spurs. Both things happen. Tonight, you got plenty on the slate. B, have you watched any of the Suns? Since whatever happened there at the trade deadline and they said no, that team is a mess. They're getting 3.5 points tonight at home against the Grizzlies.
Hmm.
Kind of find that thing interesting. I also like the total. It's probably going to sail over 245.5. Phoenix just refuses to play defense. I'll be keeping an eye on that one. Pacers catching a couple points at home. Maybe you want to look at some of these player props. Pistons, Bulls. The Bulls have not been very good. Pistons are playing good offense, certainly. They're laying 4.5, which looks like, why would anybody take that? That's kind of the kind of stuff I like. Whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet has got you covered. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and you unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Final coaching vacancy in the NFL about to be filled as Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is reportedly finalizing a deal to be the new head coach, as many expected, in New Orleans. We are a month away from NFL free agency, so big offseason for a lot of teams, including the Commanders. Maybe shopping this offseason. One name you might not be able to get, though, is Cincinnati receiver T. Higgins, as Adam Schefter of ESPN's reporting today. The Bengals could use their franchise tag on him to keep him off the open market. Franchise tags can start going out a week from today in the NFL. Capitals and the rest of hockey on a break for the next week and a half or so for the Four Nations Face-Off Tournament. Caps are back in action a week from Saturday in Pittsburgh, February 22nd. Wizards played last night, lost again last night, beaten by the San Antonio Spurs 131-121. They are back tomorrow, home against Indiana. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Might be. I didn't realize my headphones were turned down. B. Mitch and Finley, 1:30. Capital Weather Gang says snowflakes starting to fall south and west of the Beltway. Looks like snow inside the Beltway is a little later this evening, but it's coming, folks. So whatever you need to do to be safe and cool, be safe and cool, all right? It's fairly simple, man. This is your opportunity to be GM. What's your top priority? Where do you want the money to go? Let's start with our guy, Jupe, who apparently Darius is ducking him mad. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I'm with B. Got to focus on those trenches first, man. Got to get those trenches shored up. I'm all in on the Myles Garrett. And this is one thing, too, I was also thinking about. Definitely, I don't trust Howie up there in Philly. I don't want him trying to make no crazy move to go get Myles Garrett. So it's not only just trying to get him to benefit us, but also playing chess, not checkers, and making a block to make sure Philly don't get him. But after that, I would definitely, if the guys currently that are free agents on this team, definitely want to bring back Eckler. I know you guys going to give me some grief for this, but I like Crowder, man. Bring Crowder back. As far as OZ and De'Ami Brown, I want to shop in the free agency, see if we can upgrade those. But if we can't find nothing better, definitely bring them back. And I want to hear your guys' thought on Keenan Allen, and then that's all I got for you.
I like Keenan Allen. I like Mike Williams. I don't know, B, if you feel differently. I'm not averse to an older receiver that's really good and has shown to be really good over time, as long as the numbers are right.
Yeah, if the numbers are right, I'm with it. But if they want to think they're going to come in and break the bank, then no.
Thank you, Jupe. Always good to hear from you, bud.
All right, for sure.
Yeah. All right. That's our guy, Jupe. Some of this is so bananas, dog.
Right.
I know what you're going to say, but just let me finish. So we're talking about players and free agency, and I said an interesting name for me in that tier 3. I wrote the words tier 3 wide receiver free agency is Nick Westbrook-Akine. Some solid production despite awful quarterback play. He's a really long, lengthy player.
Uh-huh.
Shout out to my man Sean Wabb, who responded, I'd rather trade for Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Like, are we having the same conversation if I'm talking about Nick Westbrook-Akine?
Is that Wob or WAP?
W-O-B-B.
Okay. Just saying.
What
he's talking about is
saying.
asinine and doesn't make a bit of sense. Who the hell, do you have enough pieces on offense to trade for both of those people? Hell no. If a team give you those two, your whole team is decimated.
But it's also not. I'm talking about a dude you're going to sign for $7 million because you need people on your roster.
All right, we got a new ban on you. You can post, but you can't read replies for the next 2 weeks.
Dog, I don't know if I can agree to that.
Just post. Post. You don't need to read the replies because the replies seem to that right there. You should have never even said nothing about that because I'd rather trade rather trade for Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase than trying to sign a young dude who is not going to cost money like them, and nobody going to trade you those people anyway. That was stupid. You should never even touch on that.
But I'm pointing out that I think it's stupid. How about another dude said, give me Luke instead? Luke's on the roster. You're going to need other people on the roster.
Like I said, they are all in. I love Luke. But everybody's all in for Luke. Why? Just because? Because he's Christian's brother? I think the Blue could play. But am I so sure that he's going to be able to make it happen?
You know how many catches Luke had last year?
12?
18.
Hey, come on, man. You got to start.
I got a fix for us, B. Ready?
Yeah.
Mama Stu, make it make sense.
I can't make none of that make sense with what that dude's talking about. That's all our money. I mean, look, I'm with B, man. We got to get these trenches together. I sat there and watched this Madden game live on national TV with these Eagles. Okay. And what that line, the offensive line and the defensive line did. And honestly, you get that right, even like with your secondary. That even if you don't, immediately get that right, or you figuring it out, or you draft another DB or whatever, you need not only pressure, but you need sacks. You need to collapse those lines, and you need to protect the quarterback. As far as like the wide receiver and stuff, I'm good with like a reasonably priced, either a veteran or maybe a guy like JP was talking about, like a younger guy that you can, that's been consistent. I'm good with that. I love Luke too. I think a lot of people talk about Luke because when you go back, people watch this all 22 and they think they know, but they see the separation he gets. Sometimes he's open, but he wasn't getting the targets. But I love him in the special teams game. I love him in that. Mm-hmm. But let's get this line shored up. Let's crush on that, and then you can work around that because I think that's what's going to make us successful.
Yep.
Thank you, Mama.
The Eagles' offensive line averaged 6'7", 6'8", 330.
Large.
And then their D linemen are big dudes that are fast. And we up here worried about receivers. Better start worrying about getting our lines right. Because if you don't have time, you can't throw it to anybody. They had a lot of speeches on Kansas City. You couldn't catch the ball until they decided to run prevent.
Got to get your mind right. Got to get your line right. Let's take another call here on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Brian is on 695. Brian, is it snowing?
Let's go. No, man, it's not snowing, man. I'm up here but near Westminster. No snow yet, man.
Okay. Appreciate the
y'all keep it, man, because I truck drive, so I don't need any of that snow. Y'all keep that. Ain't got no business. Hey, so I want to play some GM, man. So here's the thing, man. Myles Garrett, I'd love to have that guy. Really would. I mean, I think that changes the whole dynamics of the defense. But I feel like with Detroit and Philadelphia, it's going to wind up being a draft war trying to get that guy. So I'm not counting on him. And I agree with B. Mitch and what you said. With what we had on the field, we had a top 10 offensive line. If we tackle the offensive line and deep line, we can really make some things click. So I'm down with Khalil Mack, bringing that guy in. I'd like to see them go for Osa from the Cowboys, bring that guy in to help, bring him in. DJ Reed, I know that guy seemed like he was really upset when we signed Lattimore. He was upset. He wanted to come to us. So maybe that's an option. And then whatever, as long with that line, I'm also interested in Chris Godwin, bringing that guy in. I know he was injured last year, but he's a ball-out guy. I think he'd be good for us. I don't know. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Also, Rico on Street Sports mentioned that Baltimore has a backup left tackle that's coming up for free agency. Maybe that might be a nice look for us to put somebody else on that line, and then go into your draft, running back, tight end, maybe another corner out of their draft.
Brian, I got a boogie here, brother. Thank you. That was a great call. He did start to name like 17 positions there by the end, so got to cast a wide net.
But my
Got to pitch a
question,
big
everybody
tent.
say
Phil.
Detroit and Philly. Detroit and Philly got a lot of people on their roster. Do they have enough salary cap space to fit him in?
No.
So why do
Now,
they
Detroit has
automatically
drafted
assume
well, too.
that they're going to do? Those guys have drafted and they got people.
Teams that are really good. Here's what you do, and everybody can get as excited as they want about the rookie, about having a rookie quarterback on that rookie contract.
Mhm.
Having the quarterback's what matters, and then you got to draft well.
Gotta draft
That's
people
how it
around them.
works.
Yeah.
I'm gonna knock these last two out though because they stayed on hold. Alex in Vienna, is it snowing?
It is not snowing yet.
All right, who you signing?
First of all, if I had to use the first 3 draft picks on O-line, I'm doing it because got to keep the quarterback healthy. That's the only reason this team is good is because of the quarterback. Let's protect him. Let's create holes for the running backs. You do that, and you're in good shape. If I was going to spend my money on a big name, I'd go for Mekhi Becton, the O-lineman. First of all, you got to replace Cosme for a few weeks next year, and then he can slide after tackle where he originally played when he was drafted. And it hurts the Eagles. So it's a win-win. But I'm all about the O-line, man.
Yeah, Becton's an interesting one. He's a huge guard. It's working there.
He's humongous.
They drafted him as a tackle. Clearly didn't work there. That was a high draft pick from the Jets. The Jets are a broken organization. I don't hate that. Thanks for the call, Alex. Appreciate you, bud. Jalen down in Richmond. I know it's snowing in Richmond, Jalen.
Good afternoon, JP and B. Mitch. Yes, it is.
All right, who do you want?
It's coming down good. Myles Garrett will be my number one priority. If made available, we need a game changer, and I feel like he is that. But not just that, he's also a closer. We have our closer on offense with Jaden Daniels. Myles would immediately upgrade our pass rush and our run defense. And then, similar to what previous callers have said, I also want to prioritize upgrading the offensive line, particularly at right tackle and the interior of the O-line. So if we can control both lines of scrimmage, I think that's going to propel us forward with being where we want to be at, which is competing with Philly and getting back to where we were. Thank you guys for taking my call. Hail to the Breaking In Gold.
All right, brother.
Thank you, brother. Stay
Hey,
warm.
Carl.
Stay warm in that Richmond snow. We've got a new check-in. Our guy Steve Taylor in Old Town says it's snowing.
All right.
A lot of different ways they
can.
can go. It feels unique to believe in the direction of the front office, whatever it is they do.
We all saying this, but I know who's already thinking it. The man over there running things.
Yeah.
And he probably has a better idea of anyone we think. We talk about what we like. He talks about what he knows.
You know who's running things in Ashburn? It is Adam Peters. You know who's
Definitely.
running things over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage? It's our boys, Justin and John. You got to give these fellas a call. They are the official and unofficial moving company of 106.7 The Fan. It's not just moving, dude. They can handle residential or commercial. They can give you a free moving consultant estimate before you make any decisions. They can pack your boxes for you. They can build custom crates for whatever it is you need. Say you've got a bunch of servers that you want to make sure don't get harmed in a long move. Call Metropolitan Moving, man. They can do it all. And for people that need long distance, they can provide a dedicated truck and crew for any long distance move. That means no truck space sharing and a pinpoint delivery date at the time of your choosing. That's the best and, more importantly, most efficient way to move long distance, period. They've got East Coast Express service. Nobody gets you there better and faster than my boys over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Take it from me. Hit up McCarty, 301-279-0090. Call my boy Justin. I grew up with these guys. I've known them a long time, man. I trust them with my house. I trust them with my office. You should do the same. Check them out, dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Train roll on. All right, last snow update of the day from us. Julie Morris says it just started snowing in Alexandria, Arlington. Must be there on the border. Interstate Snake says it's snowing heavy in Woodbridge. Actually, he wrote smowing, so I don't really know what that means.
Probably a friend of Jeff.
S-M-O-W.
I mean, Greg, not Jeff.
I-N-G. Landville, are you familiar with smow?
Nope.
Okay, but it's smowing heavy in Woodbridge. Probably a typo. Mike Thundersloth says flurries and Tyson's. Noble says flurries at Catholic U. Let's make some bets.
Hard to hear first. Gather around.
White Brian, my man.
Everybody lost except for JP.
Let's go. Wiz, baby. Wiz forever.
Keep betting on him.
Hit last night. Haters.
Keep betting on him forever.
Bunch of haters.
We no haters.
It got a little, what was the final? They lost by 10, right? It was 11
Yeah.
and a hook.
131 to 121.
And it was tied. Anywho, they covered. Who likes what tonight? Jeff, I know you're big on that Buffalo Northern Illinois basketball game.
Nope. I'm actually going with the soccer parlay in the UEFA Champions League. I want Man City over Real Madrid, and I want Juventus over PSV.
You heard it from the man. He knows his footy.
No, his stuff, man.
I don't actually mean that.
Anyway. Give me Raptors plus 9.5, I think it is. And Knicks minus 2.5. Or whatever y'all find it at.
Yeah, they're in Indy, right?
Yeah.
Playing the Pacers?
Yeah.
Landy, what do you like?
Sixers.
And it's snowing in Bristol as well.
Shout out to the snow in Bristow. Damn, Indiana basketball sucks, huh? When did that happen? I think they just announced. What good does it do a college program to announce? I understand if you got a legend, right? If you got Tom Izzo and you say, all right, he's going to leave at the end of the season because you kind of want him to have his final victory lap. Indiana's coach is that dude, Mike Woodson, I think. And they announced he's leaving at the end of the season. Isn't that just going to make all these players enter the portal that much faster?
Who they getting, though?
I have no idea.
That may change the thing when they
Maybe
make
White
that
Brian
announcement.
knows. Who they getting, White Brian?
I don't think they know. That program is they're in shambles.
Yeah, that seems like a mess. Who knew? Indiana football school. What do you like, Brian?
Auburn Tigers minus 9.5 and a bounce back spot.
Something that makes no sense. Florida just beat Auburn, right?
Yep, killed them.
Why are they only 1.5 point favorites in Starkville? That seems odd. I kind of like your Auburn bounce back spot. I kind of like Kentucky getting 2.5 at home against the Volunteers. But the pick for tonight is I'm rolling with the team's about to quit on this coach. Give me Sparty minus 11, Michigan State, Indiana. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Doug Kammerer for joining us. Thank you to everybody for all the snow updates. Everybody out there, be safe, man. Jaden says, heavy snow in Reston. I don't know which Jaden it is. I'm just telling you, somebody named Jaden tweeted us, heavy snow in Reston. I'm supposed to go play paddle
It's not
tonight.
that, Jaden.
Oh, I don't know. You think I
I'll
should
tell
go
you
play
it's not.
paddle in the snow tonight? Pete?
No.
Why not?
I'll go and do what you want to do.
Appreciate it.
Come back with an injury, then we're going to laugh at your ass.
Feeling injured from running this morning. Fun show today. Thank you for listening. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. For me and B, we are out of here. Grant and Danny coming up next. Made it this far. Why Brian owes you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. So the offseason begins now in the NFL post-Super Bowl. By the way, the game that a lot of people said they didn't care about, they were lying. Super Bowl 59 set a new ratings record Sunday. According to the numbers, the game averaged 126 million viewers. That's about 3 million more than last year. The peak viewership, 135.7 million in the second quarter. So now that the season's done, postseason business getting done, and the former offensive coordinator in Philadelphia, Kellen Moore, has a new job bringing his Super Bowl title to New Orleans. Well, keeping it in New Orleans. Won a Super Bowl there a couple of days ago, finalizing a deal today to become the new head coach of the Saints. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley expected to join him there as defensive coordinator. Adam Schefter, ESPN, reporting today the Cincinnati Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins. That would keep what many consider the top free agent available off the open market when free agency begins in about a month, 4 weeks from tomorrow to be exact, in the NFL. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. This is not one of those good days. What's up, Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So you'll notice that I'm not Grant. You're not going to be hearing from him today. He's homesick. We're home, too, because it's snowing like a banshee, if banshees even snowed, outside. So Toby Altizer is with me. Tobes, what's up? You're home also.
I am home as well. It is. You look nice and comfy on the couch.
Yeah, this is shades of pandemic. So just current state of the Rouye Union. All right, we got the 2-week-old. We're trying to have everybody avoid. Okay, I got one of my kids' best buddies. We get the text last night. Every parent's gotten it. No one's to blame. It just happens. We get the if there was a soundtrack, it would go dun 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 right with the voice effect. Hey, this kid. Down for the count, threw up in class. They sent him home. He's a mess. So my son was literally over at his house watching the Super Bowl. The next day, he's homesick. So what's happening, right? We all know, right? Like here, the next domino to fall. So we're sitting here walking around borderline hazmat suits. We just can't have the baby get sick, can't have the people that are closest contact with him get sick, which basically means his mom. So I'm front line of defense. I'm expendable in this whole thing. But so I'm fine. Like, right, I'm out here taking a charge. Like I'm Shane Battier against Carolina. So we're worried about him, my oldest, and it's my 6-year-old who goes down at 5 something in the morning, some ungodly hour. I'm on red alert just in case I hear those telltale sounds. Right? He comes in with the my stomach isn't feeling good. I don't feel good. Kind of that sob, whatever. It's like, hey, let me set up the iPad for you. Set up residence in the commode. So we've been dealing with that. My oldest is like skipping around like nothing's wrong. Goes to school, comes home early because of the snow. It is a hot buttered mess at the Rouye household, Tobias.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great. I live by myself, so I'm not dealing with any of that. I got up at a reasonable hour today, looked outside, saw the snow, figured I was in for GP today, and set up everything so I could hang out with you guys from home. So
yeah,
I can't
GP
complain.
Is sick, man. He looked like warmed over death yesterday, and New Orleans will do that to you. Like even if you're not ill, even if you don't have any kind of bug, like when you get back from New Orleans for a week, I mean, 4 days I look like buttercream. You know what I mean? Like I'm down there for 4 days and like my sweat is part remoulade. You know what I mean? Like it is bad. He looked terrible yesterday. And you just sort of knew that text was coming.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before the show and the lights went out. I stepped out and, it was that your dad trying to stay awake at 7 o'clock at night, but he wants to, and he's like looking at the TV and nods off, and it's like, oh boy, GP, you're going through. I don't know how he got through the show yesterday. So credit to GP for fighting through. Yeah.
So speaking of the show, we got a radio program for you. We're going to do it. Cornelius Lucas. Grant caught up with him with the Super Bowl. Thought we'd play that for you guys. Probably do that in the 6 o'clock hour at 4 p.m. Going to give you a chance to win those Rod Stewart tickets. A bunch of cool things to talk about today. Toby, Danny, we're going to get you through the old radio program. I believe Rhino's there in studio. Darius is there. Even though it's snowing, we were going to get this figured out for you. So if you're out and about, make sure you're safe and sound. Don't do anything stupid. Don't be a hero. Just hang out with your pals. We got a good sports radio program for you into the afternoon. Aaron Rodgers got an ultimatum. It sounds like I want to talk about that here in a little bit. I want to talk about what you covet the most from that stupid Philly team that just won the Super Bowl. We're going to talk about a fan getting kicked out for expressing a pretty legitimate opinion at a sporting event. But I want to start with last night and the Wizards game. Now, a lot of you are probably going, why would you do that? The Wizards lost. There's no news there. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're losing. That's not exciting. Victor Wembanyama was in town. And the stat line from last night, Tobes, is typical Wemby, I would say, right? He ended up with 31, 15 boards, 4 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. Every category that you can do, he did something at one point, right? Knocked down 5 of 8 3-pointers, got to the foul line a couple times. So that's unremarkable that a really good player played well against the Wizards. But if you know, you know. There are a handful of players in any sport at any time where you go, I just got to see that guy because it doesn't look like everybody else. Do you know what I mean? Like I have seen the 6'8" guy that can do everything. I've seen the Tracy McGrady type player, the unbelievable athlete at small forward, or the great power forward that can shoot threes. It used to be a novelty act when you had a center step out to the 3-point line and knock down a shot. Now it's routine. Now there are guys that are expendable that do that. Jonas Valanciunas again on the Wizards. That would have been the greatest thing anyone had ever seen in the 80s and 90s when I grew up. But it's just now, again, boring and kind of commonplace. When you get a 7'3", I mean, he looks like a string bean. Like he looks like a stick figure, like a toddler's version of a person. At 7'3", moving around the way that he does, affecting every possession on both offense and defense, affecting every play. You get guys in the lane. I remember there was a play, and I'm not criticizing the player. Justin Champagnie is in the middle of the lane, has a bunny, has like a 4-footer off of a putback, and he starts to go up, and then all of a sudden, this giant, octopus tentacle descends up towards the ceiling. It's probably above the square on the backboard as he's trying to just quickly jump and block the shot. So Champagnie goes, no, thank you, dishes it to somebody else who hits a quick shot, right? Actually, maybe Champagnie was the guy at the shot, but that's not the point. The point is you can't take your eyes off of him. He's one of those athletes, Tobes, where it's worth it. It's worth it just to see it. It's worth it to be there in person. I couldn't go last night, obviously for a million reasons with, on DEFCON 5 with the sickness. So I missed him this year, but that's somebody I'm going to go see. Like, he's definitely on my list. What is something similar for you?
Yeah, I mean, he was on my list. That's why I made sure to get over to the arena last night, and it was incredible just seeing him. Yeah, so, Danny, we're around athletes fairly often, obviously, with what we do, and there's certain dudes that are just like, wow, this dude doesn't look real. Whether it's, Aaron Judge and James Wood being 6'7", 6'8", hitting a baseball, or looking at a freak edge rusher that's just cut like a Montez Sweat. We've talked about him. Like, how is that a real person? Watching him even just from afar, much less walking by the court before the game, like, holy cow, this dude legit does not look real. Like, it looks like someone, in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Willy Wonka, they like stretch the guy out.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
That's what Wemby looks like. And watching him last night, I was hanging out with Craig Hoffman over there for a little bit. He was doing a show over there, and then he was hanging out for the first quarter. And there was a spot where Wembanyama knocked down 3 straight threes, then comes down the floor again, and then gets the ball in the post, hits like a double clutch fadeaway jumper, and then he hits like a screen assist the next time down the floor. And there was like 4 minutes left in the first quarter, and Hoffman's like, well, I've seen what I need. I can go home.
Yeah, it was like, notes,
that's
right?
exactly what it was.
He's so incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah, and that's the word for it. And I hate that. I need like new adjectives to describe things that are that way. But the thing I keep coming back to is he doesn't look like everybody else. And whenever that happens in sports, it draws our eye line. right? I mean, it can be in kind of an, I don't want to say that, I mean, it's not to be disrespectful to the guy, but like when Muggsy Bogues was out there playing, it's like this novelty act, a guy that's that much shorter than everybody else, who's, quicker than grease lightning downhill. That was just neat and interesting to see, right? A guy that's 5'4", or Spud Webb dunking, doing a 360 in the dunk contest or whatever. But you think of like a Shohei Ohtani in baseball, or somebody, again, I can't stress enough, he's almost as tall as Yao Ming, right? And he's moving around, as you said, 5 of 8 from 3 last night. He's blocking every shot. He affects everything. There are guys that are quicker and more explosive. There are guys that are better shooters. There are guys that are maybe better one-on-one defenders. But there's nobody that's like an 8 out of 10 on everything. The way he handles the ball, he's like a not a great point guard. He's not Isaiah Thomas or Kyrie Irving or something like that. But if you want him to run an offense, he could. Like, there is nothing that guy can't do. And again, he's 7'3". And that I know this isn't great. There's no great point to this other than I just kind of shake my head and go, I can't believe I've lived to see this. You know what I mean? Like, where these evolutions in sports.
Last night, Rashawn Holmes is playing the 5 for the Wiz, and he's listed at 6'10". He has a perfect box out. A 6'10" guy has a perfect box out, and he can't grab the rebound because Wemby just reaches over him, and it's not a foul.
Gumbied him, yeah.
It's not like he went through. He just reached over him like you can and grabs the board. There's nothing he could do, and you're right. Like, there's nothing he can't do. I think that's the crazy part. You think about the guys, from your age growing up and my age growing up, like the Shaquille O'Neals, the Dikembe Mutombos, Hakeem Olajuwons, and those guys are all incredible. Imagine telling those dudes that there's going to be a guy a couple inches taller than them, a guy that probably weighs about half what they weigh, and he's going to play essentially point forward. And he's going to shoot threes.
Yeah.
Like,
now, you mentioned
insane.
Shaq, Tobes, and I think Shaq fit this list too, even though there'd been big burly centers, but not guys that moved like that. Like, people forget about prime Shaq. Like, heavy set, out of shape. I don't feel like working out in the offseason. I'll play myself into shape. Shaq, that he and Kobe were feuding, because Kobe said that about him and he was right. But prime Shaq, the first few years, the Orlando, early LA Shaq, that guy had those, dancing bare feet and great post moves and great hands. You could not stop that dude. You couldn't take your eyes off him, right? He was that big, that physical, that strong, that explosive. You could do everything. There have been a handful of guys like that over the years. I think of big wide receivers who kind of fit that bill, where you go, like Calvin Johnson, I think is the perfect example for me in football, where no matter what was happening, I found that guy on TV. Does that make sense? Like, I don't care if it was a run. I don't think you're handing it off. I don't care if the play went somewhere else. I couldn't stop watching this dude that looked like he got lost from an offensive tackle meeting, right? Like, hey, the tackles are going to meet here. And he's like, I'm here too. I was like, no, Calvin, you're in the wrong spot. Like, he like, nobody looked like that. And the way he moved and he caught everything, and the ball looked like it was like a little kid youth hutch football that you would play during recess. Like, that sort of thing has always drawn our eye line and has always been so cool to watch. So it was neat to be able to watch that game at home last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. I mean, the only guy that I can think recently of that same sort of ilk like you're talking about is Derrick Henry walking out. He looks like he's one of the linemen.
Yes, that's right.
It makes no sense. And Wemby walks out onto the court, and when you've got 6'10" dudes looking like they're 6'5", like it's not normal. It's weird to see someone just tower over 6'10", 6'11" guys. And on top of that, he's not just playing in the post all game. He's getting up and down the floor and doing a little bit of everything. I mean, he's a unique player. And I mean, second year, he's already one of the better players in the league. I'm interested to see what he can become, because the ceiling, like, I don't know that we know what the ceiling can be. You can do literally everything.
So this got me to thinking, and we've got a whole bunch of topics that we're going to hit for you guys here in a moment, including a draft nick that I really respect with the worldwide leader. Had a pick that I suspect a lot of you won't like, that I love. We'll do that at 225. But this is now that kind of weird dark period, Tobes, where Super Bowl's done, and it wasn't like a dramatic Super Bowl where we're going over. Remember years ago when the Seahawks lost it because they didn't hand the ball to Marshawn Lynch and Malcolm Butler had the interception at the goal line. We did that for a week. What should they have done? And the point was, actually, it wasn't a mistake. It was that they screwed the time up and left themselves no choice but to throw it. And anyway, but those kind of conversations, they didn't exist. It was an ass kicking. It was a flat out, one team is way better, the other doesn't belong. Good night, Irene. So there's not like a lot of topics coming from the Super Bowl. It was like, yeah, Philly's great. They sure are. 800-636-1067, right? It's not a great bit of conversation. Yeah. So we're in kind of this weird lull period. And if you're a sports addict, assuming you've got some sports in your blood, assuming you've got some interest in sport, you're here hanging out with us as we banter about sport. This is kind of that void. Pitchers and catchers have started reporting. I saw just now on the worldwide leader, Garrett Cole's jogging in shorts, at Yankee spring training. So there's footage of that, but it's not like anybody's doing anything. They're playing catch. They're like stretching with rubber bands and stuff, There's nothing really going on. So we're in kind of this lull. And I ask you, Tobias, who I know is a massive sports guy, that's how you get into this thing that you and I are doing. What's filling the void here over the next month, 2 months for you? Before we kind of get back into the teeth of the NFL calendar, which is free agency, draft, the coaching carousel is all but done. Kellen Moore, I think, is the last domino to fall here. So there's no intrigue there. We've got the business of the offseason coming. But before that, what fills that void in your soul that we fill with sports?
Well, and I think it's going to have to be college hoops, Danny, because it's really weird what's happened with both of the other major leagues. NHL just took their break for the Four Nations face-off, which I think is going to be fun to watch, but I'd much rather be watching Alex Ovechkin go for the record. I'd much rather be watching the Caps every other night. They're not playing for 2 weeks. They're not back in action until February 22nd against the Penguins. So I'll watch some of the Four Nations, but that doesn't capture me like the Olympics or something like that. So I was hoping maybe the Caps could do it, and you think, okay, maybe the NBA is going to do it. They've got All-Star Weekend coming up next weekend, and so it can't even be that necessarily. So I think it's going to have to be college hoops. I think you've got some good matchups this week. You got number 1 versus number 2 with Auburn and who's number 2? I forget.
Alabama.
You got Alabama. Yeah, so you've got some really good matchups in college hoops. I think that's going to have to be the void because the other sports aren't going to be playing. And frankly, the NBA is darn near unwatchable at times right now. It was good to see, I got back from watching the Spurs and the Wiz last night and watched a little of Luka's debut. But, I'm not drawn into the NBA right now, so I think it's going to have to be college hoops.
You know what's weird, by the way, is we're talking Auburn, Alabama, the rivalry, and it's about college basketball. They're 1 and 2 in the country. Yeah, it is a strange time. So college hoops is my answer too, but I know not everybody does that, and they'll tune in March and fill out a bracket. And it's a big gambling festival, and it's a lot of fun. It's the best sporting event we've got, in my opinion, because it lasts for 2 whole weeks. And there's nothing like that frenetic opening weekend, those first couple of weekends, really, where you whittle down from ostensibly 64, but it's 68, whatever, to 16. And you do it so quickly that it's like a whirlwind, like a team with a whole season, a whole story arc is just in the blink of an eye. Some kid from some no-name school that you never heard of gets hot from 3, and next thing you know, the 3 seed is gone, or the 2 seed is gone, or Kansas has no shot because of Ali Farouk-Manesh. Those sorts of stories are incredible. But college hoops is, like, in years past, it used to be my number 1 thing, believe it or not. And then once I got older, and I was much older than all the players, and now I'm older than every player. There's no 45-year-olds running around in pro sports. But once I was like, I feel weird being in my 30s and having any happiness or sadness or whatever derived from a student, at 19 years old. You know what I mean? It didn't feel I didn't feel the same passion. Obviously, I still tune in and still watch it. And then as the game changed too, with all the one and dones, and now with the transfer portal opening up, it's not the same as it used to be, but it's a pretty good year for college basketball. The SEC is really good. There are 4 teams in the top 5 currently right now from the SEC. Auburn, Alabama, who you mentioned, Duke's 3, but Florida and Tennessee round out the top 5. So, just kind of an interesting thing there. But, you mentioned the Four Nations tournament. That has not grabbed my attention. Although, when the U.S. plays, I don't care what it is, tiddlywinks, rugby, the sport on the ice what's the thing that they don't, it's not, what's it called?
Curling.
Thank you. I don't understand it. No one's ever explained the rules, but I'll watch it. Because you put USA on a T-shirt, that's fine by me. Men's soccer, women's soccer, table tennis, I don't care. So I'll tune in, but it hasn't. I don't understand the significance of it. Does that make sense? Like where they're going, we've got a Four Nations tournament. I'm going, okay, is it below the Olympics? Is it above the World Championships? Is it to the side? Is it to settle some rivalry that I don't know? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really sure the significance of it. I know they're stopping for almost 2 weeks, the whole league year, to your point. I think it's a big gamble. By the way, as a quick side, where you've got a great chance to showcase your NHL product, and it's hockey, so maybe that's the kind of the window to draw people in. But I would love, I'm with you, I would love for like a national, hey, have you guys noticed the Super Bowl just happened? This guy Ovechkin's like 15 goals away from tying Wayne Gretzky. You might want to tune into that, and let's showcase that. But it seems like they've kind of gone this Four Nations route.
Yeah, and I think if it were a different Caps year where it was a struggling Caps team or something like that, maybe it'd be a little bit different. But this Caps team is so much fun. They're just they're a pleasure to watch every time you get a chance to turn them on. And I was talking with the guys about the game on Sunday a little bit before. Like they went into the third period down by 2 goals, and you knew it was going to overtime. They might not win, but you knew that game was going to overtime some way or another. It's really cool to watch that sort of a team where you just know by any means necessary they're going to find a way, even if they don't have it. You feel like they've always got a shot, and Ovi's scoring, and they're doing all these different things. Guys stepping up. Protus is having a great year. So they're a lot of fun. And, you get fired up now that football season's done, especially with a long run for Washington, which we're not accustomed to. And you got to wait 2 weeks. And it's going to be fun to watch them come back against the Pens. But I got to wait all the way till the 22nd to get fired up about hockey again. I think it's a real missed opportunity.
That's the way it feels. And again, they went with this big tournament, and they're smarter than me. It just sort of feels like I'm let down a little bit because and this is my own issue as a fan, that I'm not quite as plugged in and informed as to the significance of this tournament. Like if I knew better, maybe where to rank it or how, or let's say the U.S. wins it, I'll like that because I root for the USA. So what does that mean? Like, is Sidney Crosby sad? If that's the case, sign me up. But you see the point. That's Toby Altizer. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So coming up, about 5 minutes away, Field Yates, who I think is wicked smart, mocked in his first little mock draft here, a player to Washington that gives me the steamies. I'm currently wearing a sweatshirt. I might have to take it off because I'm schwitzing a little bit. It's a little personal sauna in my hemisphere. I'm all about this. I don't think you guys will be. Tell you who that is when we come back next. It's 5 minutes away here. Great and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Did you see the New York Post sports headline Monday? It was a classic. Huge picture of Aaron Rodgers with the big word, ayahuasca, over top of it. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting today, we know now the Jets are moving on from Aaron Rodgers. Rossini says that new coach Aaron Glenn told him they wanted his full commitment and he could no longer appear on the Pat McAfee show if he wanted to return as their QB next season. He's staying with McAfee. He's not going to be back. He's going to be one of many free agents available for teams to sign a month away now from free agency. Adam Schefter said today that the Bengals could use their franchise tag on T. Higgins to keep him off the open market. Many consider Higgins the top potential free agent available in about 4 weeks. Final coaching vacancy in football was filled today. Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore finalizing terms to be the new head coach of the Saints in New Orleans. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
At 4 o'clock, give you a chance to win those Rod Stewart tickets. So stay tuned to Grant and Danny, which is what you're listening to right now. No GP today. He is home ill. No idea when he's coming back. He looked terrible yesterday. Not just the New Orleans terrible. It was New Orleans terrible plus sickness. We got sickness in my house. It's snowing outside. Our pets' heads are falling off. The whole thing is a shabingus. Toby Altizer is with me for the duration. So, here's what we got coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. I want to talk to you guys about what you're most jealous of when it comes to Philadelphia's roster. Talking about what you might want here for Washington. But speaking of Washington's roster, so Field Yates, all right, wicked smart little guy, works for ESPN, a lot of draft talk, fantasy talk, analytics, the whole 9 yards. And he did a mock draft here, and here's what he says. As the Commanders look to surround Jaden Daniels with more playmakers, they could tap back into the Ohio State receiver pipeline to pair Terry McLaurin with Emeka Egbuka, who leaves Columbus with the most catches in school history. Egbuka is the most ready-made prospect in this class as he features pristine route running, reliable hands, and a selflessness as a blocker that the Commanders would undoubtedly love. He caught 10 touchdowns for the Buckeyes this season. Toblerone, I ask you at 29, the little ding-ding-ding-ding, with the 29th pick in the NFL draft, the Washington Commanders, whose name should change immediately. This is Mike Goodell. Select Egbuka. Your thoughts?
I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle because if there are not better options, then sign me up. I like Emeka Egbuka. He's not special to me as a receiver. He's a solid player. He's not exceptional, but you know, the way that receiver has gone in the National Football League, guys are getting paid a lot of money. And so if you can get one on a rookie contract that can be impactful, even if it's a guy that's going to be a number 2 receiver, I don't hate that idea. They need to upgrade at wide receiver outside of Terry McLaurin. So I would like that idea, but I think that's something that maybe you do through free agency, or that's something you maybe do in the middle rounds of the draft alongside maybe a running back. I would love to see them address the line first. If that's something where the O-line, they're just not good guys, like, you know, what happened last year where they tried to trade back into the first and they couldn't get back into the first, and then, you know, they end up coming up to the pick early in the second round. There's just not guys there, so they went with Johnny Newton. Then fine. I don't mind passing on it then and then going with the wide receiver, but I would prefer to see a little bit more emphasis paid on the lines of scrimmage going into this season. But I have no issue with Egbuka getting drafted there. So if that's your best player on the board and that's who you take, sign me up.
So I want that too, the thing you just said about the offensive line. I have beat the drum. I thought before the season started this year, they needed to do better. I don't know how many avenues there were for them to do better. Again, I go back to free agency. The best player, the best tackle, the most accomplished tackle in the marketplace was Tyron Smith, who signed for a year and like $11, numbers approximate. There aren't premium upgrades at the tackle spot. Guard market, a little more robust, but even still, I don't think you're going to do a whole heck of a lot better than Sam Cosby, certainly at right guard, and or Nick Allegretti at left guard, a guy who had started on a really good offense, a Super Bowl winning team. Again, not a star, but solid enough. I want to do better there. I want to do better at right tackle. I want to do better at left guard and maybe ultimately left tackle. Now, the team has to decide, is Brandon Coleman, did he show enough to be the left tackle anchor of the future, or do you solve one of those other 2 spots aka right tackle or left guard, with Brandon Coleman. He is a positive asset. Don't get me wrong. He's not a liability. I want to be great there, right? And I think that's an avenue where you use a premium resource to do it. I just don't think it's in free agency. So this is the part where you and I may disagree, Tobes. As I look at what happens in free agency over the last couple of years, I mean, you heard more Earl's updates. T. Higgins might get franchise tagged. And by the way, if I'm Cincinnati, that's exactly what I would do. I would franchise him. No, he might be pissed about it, but I don't want to lose him for nothing. I also don't want to give him a huge mega extension because of all the injury history that he has. He's a star. He's perfect opposite Jamar Chase as kind of a 1A. He's a number one for a lot of offenses, and I think he'd be really, really good for them. But the point of the dude's story is their window is right now with a couple defensive upgrades. They could be right back into the thick of things as a threat to Kansas City and company in the AFC. But I digress. There aren't premium players at tackle, usually at receiver. You can work via trade, whether it was Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, not to disrespect these guys, but there's a wrinkle there. There's damaged goods. It's either Allen may have lost a step, or for Diggs, it was, maybe attitudinal, where out his welcome in Buffalo. I don't know, but it's not as if you could just go pluck a 26-year-old in his prime off somebody that's going to give you 1,300 yards. I don't know that that's available. To me, this was kind of the issue, if there was one, that I had with Peterson Company this past offseason in the draft was that's where you have to go get some of these premium positions in that first and second round window of tackle, receiver. Mikey Sanders still turned into a really nice player. He'll be an asset for him. I'm a fan. I ultimately hope that he's able to go back into the slot what they drafted him to do by either Lattimore playing better or another corner to replace St. Juice / Michael Davis / whoever's opposite there. But if San Francisco's got to play on the outside, you have another need there, but that's secondarily. To me, those other second-round picks, you got very little from Ben Sinnott. Maybe you do one day, but it didn't really help you. Johnny Newton was a rotational piece on the defensive line that couldn't stop anybody and couldn't wreak any havoc. Again, fine, not like a liability or a disaster, but if I had a gripe, that's what it would be. So to me, this is where these first couple of rounds, Tobes, and I'll tag you back in, that's where I'm targeting lineman, receiver. These other spots that we all agree they need them. It's just shuffle up and deal as to your priorities and or how you acquire them. But to me, using a first-round pick on a tackle or a receiver is music to my ears, trying to make sure that this offense, you can beat Carolina as is. You can't beat Philadelphia as is. You're it.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, the reason maybe I'm a little bit more hesitant is this year I don't love the draft class at wide receiver at the top nearly as much. If we're talking about last year and we're talking about a potential of a guy like a Brian Thomas Jr. who fell to a 9, he was picked 23rd, so he was kind of in that range. If he fell somewhere to 29, then I think I would run that card in. Versus Emeka Egbuka, I really like him, but I don't know that I love him at 29 versus other options. And so that's kind of where I would lean. At the end of the day, your point is right. They need to upgrade. And so sometimes we do this with the draft. We do this with free agency where we argue over a few $1 million. We argue over about 10 different spots. Mm-hmm. Did you end up with your guy or did you not? And sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and go get the guy. And so if that's what they deem, like this is how we're going to address it. And the beauty of this is we're going to know beforehand how they're going to go through free agency. Do they sign an offensive tackle? Do they go sign the wide receiver so they can kind of address these things beforehand? What is ultimately going to be their decision? If we fast forward to April and they're in Green Bay, 29th pick, and they pick Emeka Egbuka, I'm not going to be pissed. Like, it's a good pick, I think. It's just I don't know that that's my number one option, but I think it would make sense for them to upgrade that position because regardless of what you're going to do with the offensive line and stuff, the skill position guys around Jaden have to be upgraded. If that's the avenue they want to go, that's fine as well.
So also maybe the sticking point here is I think I like Egbuka more than you do. The description to me sounds like a Peters type player, right? Where he's to me, he's like a slot plus. Like we think of a slot receiver, it's like the 5'8" water bug, it's like a prime Jamison Crowder or a Olamide Zaccheaus or I don't know, a Wes Welker, smaller guy that's his role. The kind of this new world order as defenders are more and more positionless, right? These safeties are linebackers and also corners and they cover and do a little bit of everything. I think so too, that's happening with receiver. So I look at a Jackson Smith and Jigba, for example, again, another Ohio State product, where if you just go, I got a slot receiver, I'm going to take him early. I'm going, really? You sure about that? But we all know that dude's more than just a regular slot guy, right? He's one part Debo Samuel, and I'm hyping up JSN. But like he's one part Debo Samuel in terms of, catch and run. He's one part good blocker. He's one part I can actually run the whole route tree from the outside if you match me up on a slot corner. I get a matchup that I like. I think Egbuka probably is not the most explosive guy. He's not his teammate Jeremiah Smith, but that I catch touchdowns. I'm a good blocker. You can line me up anywhere. That smells Kingsbury to me. That smells, a guy that's always open to me. And it may not be as sexy at times, but I think he pairs well with another Ohio State guy, Terry McLaurin. But it's not a segment about Egbuka specifically. It's maybe about the concept. It sounds like you're more open to it than I thought a lot of people would be. Because around here, quite frankly, I mean, you're a lot younger than me. I'm pretty much twice your age. But around here, if you say something other than offensive and defensive line, you're basically asking to fight. You know what I mean? Like you're basically saying, you're disrespecting the Hogs somehow. Even though the league has changed and morphed and done a bunch of different things, it's still a game that's played and won and dominated in the trenches. We just saw Philadelphia do that with a great O-line, great D-line. They're hoisting a trophy. But the idea that you can't do both things to make sure that a quarterback has outlets on that 3rd and 8 where they're going to struggle against Philadelphia. Again, not against Cleveland, not against Arizona, not against Carolina, against Philadelphia, who can lock them up. And we just saw them do it about like a couple of weeks ago. I'm all in for adding to that side of the football because I think you can add to defense the way they just added the defense. I mean, look at their player acquisitions this past year. You can find a Dante Fowler the same way the Eagles a couple of years ago found Hassan Reddick, who had, 17 sacks for them. It's not easy, and it requires you getting it right, but what doesn't in the world of the NFL and player acquisition, right? I mean, to me, you look at the cornerback market, for example, guys are going to be free agents, much more robust than would be the wide receiver market or the tackle market. But Tobes, let's see what people think about this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I would say you are whelmed by the idea of going receiver there at 29.
Yeah.
That's fair, whelmed. I'm giddy about it. I'm Josh Giddy without the legal issues. I'm all over it. Thank you, Tobes, for getting that. I am all about it. I want playmakers. I want excellence on that side of the football. I think it's an arms race. I think you got away and you got the most you can get out of kind of the Island of Misfit toys that they just finished producing with this year. I think you need to dramatically upgrade talent on that side of the ball to make it so that you don't have to win a certain way where you can't run the ball, you can't really throw it deep, and you kind of have to have Jaden Daniels manage the game like a supercomputer without really being able to run it or throw it in certain ways and hold possession of the football for 28 minutes per half. That's hard to do. That's a hard tightrope to walk. I know they just did it, but that's not sustainable to me. What's sustainable is that third down war daddy. What's sustainable is what the Eagles have, talent everywhere. That's what I got for you. So 800-636-1067, wide receiver at 29, according to Field Yates. How would you feel about that? Would you be, as this new radio show called The Junkies say, would you be about that? Your call's next. I got to turn the mic on. G&D here on the Fan. Toby in for GP, who is out ill. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com. And this is a cool thing. Little slam dunk in Vegas contest. You could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships, flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour, listen tomorrow for at least 1 hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. So, Tobes, the topic of the moment here, before we move to the next thing on ye old list, is I would be giddy, super excited if they went receiver. The name that Field Yates picked is Egbuka from the kind of wide receiver 2 from Ohio State, because Jeremiah Smith is number 1. He's incredible. I would love that. Just in general, I like the idea of going, we're not going to sit on our laurels and rely on scheme and magic from the quarterback. We've got to continue to make things easier for him. Offensive lineman would be great there. Wide receiver would be great. It would tell me that they're sort of thinking about that, knowing they can add other talent on defense, which they desperately need, via a different path. You would be more lukewarm, though.
Yeah, I think I would prefer them going with one of the lines. I mean, you look at what Philadelphia just did, and obviously you got to play them twice, but that's also the team that just won the Super Bowl. You're going to have to go through them in the NFC theoretically to win, and they just dominated up front, regardless of what the skill position players were for Kansas City. But I think for Jaden, he was able to make it work with a patchwork offensive line against those same Eagles multiple times. Look at the NFC Championship. Obviously, the score didn't reflect that game was much closer. I don't put the loss on Jaden there. Some of the guys weren't up to that. Was more skill position than offensive line versus what happened with Kansas City. So if they went with Emeka Egbuka or Luther Burden or someone of that nature, right, I just don't know that would be my first option.
I get it. Smell what you're cooking. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. Let's say Field Yates' prediction comes true. They go receiver at 29. Your reaction would be?
I would be a little disappointed. I don't think there's a significant drop-off if you trade back into like number 40 to 44. And if you can pick up another couple top 100 picks, either this draft or next draft, I think they still are trying to get a foundation together. I know that we are a little accelerated with JD number 5 going, but I think they still need to build up the bedrock of what they're looking to do.
Smell what you're cooking there, and I appreciate that. You've got to be smart no matter what. And this is kind of that sort of the eternal struggle that I think Washington fans specifically have, but I'm sure every fan base has, Tobes, is that you want both aggressiveness and judiciousness. You want both, oh my God, look at what's happened, we're so close, to, yeah, but what if it's like when Snyder went and got Mark Carrier and Bruce Smith and Deion Sanders? You know what I mean? Like the happy medium is there in between. You, of course, still have to do the unsexy things. Like, you can't go win every bidding for every free agent. You're not the Dodgers. It's a different sport. So there may be a big ticket item. You need Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner. You need, Nick Allegretti and I don't know, you sort of fill it your Noah Igbenogany's, right? You need those guys. Of course, you got to get those guys right too and be patient. But I think you also have to go, we're here, man. We don't have to do a Washington Wizards get your teeth kicked in for 5 years type rebuild. We were in the NFC title game because our neophyte quarterback is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, you should feel that if you could just run everything back, which you're going to upgrade, but you should feel if you could just run everything back, you could theoretically win 10-plus games again and win a couple playoff games, maybe get to the NFC title, maybe even get to the Super Bowl, which you were 60 minutes away from. And so if you can upgrade some of these things, regardless of where it is, I think the idea of trading back is a nice one. But I think sometimes we fall in love with the idea of trading back without understanding some reasoning of it. Like, if you're trying to improve multiple spots, fine, but also you want to get A-plus players to be a part of your future. I don't know that this is the time to try and load up on B talent. Not saying going from 29 to 40 is going to do that, but also I don't know for this draft if it does it. Because if you just look at what Daniel Jeremiah, some of these smart draft guys are saying, I think I saw Matt Miller from ESPN say he has like 12 dudes at most with first round grades. So, is a team from 40 going to want to move up 11 picks, which is also another part of trading back. So I don't know if that's always going to make the most sense. And so, that's why I don't think it would be a horrible decision either. Is there going to be a good offensive tackle at 29? I don't know that there is. Maybe you're going to end up your best player available is wide receiver, which there always seems to be a bevy of. If that's where you say, you know what, we like these 3 or 4 guys, chances are one of them's available at 29, and instead we're going to go through the O-line. We're going to address the defense, like you said, in free agency, knowing that at 29, we'll just use it on a wide receiver. If that's their strategy, I think that's smart.
So, and I think that's very well said by you. I know a lot of people get annoyed at I don't know what else to call them, as a disciple of some of these guys, the football nerdniks, right? Who I think to some degree there is some off-putting in the way they deliver their message, that everybody's stupid and they're smart. You know what I mean? Like I think that annoys some people that that enjoy football. And every time a coach doesn't go for it on 4th down, even like 4th and 7 from his own 9, they're like, idiot, loser, he should be fired. You know what I mean? Like I think some people don't like these guys. But anyway, one of the things that I've been turned on to by some of these really smart football nerdniks is this positional value thing. And the way the league has started to pay different players. Quarterbacks were always making the outsized amount of money. Rightfully so. I get it. I'm not stupid. But you look at the next tier down, the league is telling you what everybody's value is and how hard it is to find a left tackle. That makes the next most. The pass rusher, that makes right around that left tackle money. The elite wide receiver, again, now you're into the $30 million range for those guys. Where you look at the best corners, you got a couple guys in the 20s, but for the most part, it's that 19, 20 million bucks range. You look at the guard market, it's that 15 to 17 range. And the numbers are approximate and they'll change as the cap goes up, but it tells you where the premium hard to find guys are. And that's why to me, I'm almost going, I can't wait for somebody's leftovers. You know what I mean? Like I can't wait for an off-injured T. Higgins or an off-injured Debo Samuel and sell the farm. Or I can't wait for Stephon Diggs, who wears out his welcome in Buffalo, and try to make that splash. If I'm Houston, I got to draft one of these guys at some of these spots, right? So that to me is sort of a recognition here of what we're talking about. Again, if they turn in the card and it's a left tackle or a right tackle or high-level lineman, I mean, there are a couple guys that might fit that bill. I'm trying to remember the guy's name from Ohio State, Donovan Jackson, for example. Yeah, no problem there. I got no issue. As long as there's this recognition of sort of the way the modern thing is going, I'm fine with it, especially if it's one of these premium spots there on offense. That's Toby Altizer. I'm Danny Rouillet. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. 5 minutes away from this, the stupid Eagles just won the Super Bowl, and it's left a terrible taste in my mouth. A big part of that is that I am so jealous of that roster. I'm so jealous of the talent level. So my question to you guys, 800-636-1067. Toby and I'll kick this around. We'll ask Darius, we'll ask Rhino, what they think about it. What part of that roster, what element of that roster, whether it's a position group, whether it's an individual player, whether it's a unit at large, what are you the most jealous of? What do you covet the most when it comes to Philly's roster that you kind of want here in Washington to be able to compete with those guys on a consistent basis? 800-636-1067. Remember, Rod Stewart tickets at 4. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank, cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Start with the NFL, where there is some news today, a couple of days after the season ends, and a championship won by Kellen Moore as the Philly offensive coordinator. He's going to stay put in New Orleans to coach next season. The final vacancy has been filled. Not a surprise. Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is the choice as the Saints' new head coach. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley expected to join him there as the Saints defensive coordinator. Super Bowl 59 set a new ratings record on Sunday. The game averaged 126 million viewers. That's about 3 million more than last year, with a peak viewership 135.7 million in the second quarter. And Kendrick Lamar drew 133.5 million, most watched Super Bowl halftime show ever. Free agency in the NFL starts a month, only 4 weeks from tomorrow. Free agency begins on March 12th. Adam Schefter, ESPN, reporting today the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins to keep him off the open market. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. There is no GP. That poor soul got back from New Orleans, and he looked terrible. This was, he was wearing it yesterday. And normally, Grant and I have been to New Orleans. I've been there with him. I've been separate. You get back from New Orleans, you're worse for wear. It's there, Vegas, international travel. You get back, it looks like you lost a fight a little bit, right? Your eyes are sunken. You just feel heavier. The sweat coming out your pores is buttercream. You don't feel right. It was that plus something else, and he is at home today. So Toby Oldheiser hanging out with us. A special hello and bienvenue to our friends from Richmond. Hi, guys. How are you? Here's the topic of the moment. At 4 o'clock, giving you ride store tickets, so stay tuned for that. Tobes, you're a Washington guy, and you know what it's like around here. Now, I don't think you're actually a very nice person, and I'm not just saying that because you're doing the show. You are a nice guy. You don't have enough hate. Yeah, no, it's absolutely. But I'm about to knock you here a little bit. You don't have the dark heart. You don't have the hate that burns in your soul the way that a lot of sports fans do. It sets you apart. I think, frankly, you need a little bit more anger, a little bit more hatred, a little more visceral, a little more, you know what? Every yard those Eagles gain is an insult to humanity. Every time that somebody catches a pass, or you got to hear about Saquon, what a move getting Saquon Barkley. Like, it should be a knife into your soul. It should feel like somebody is ripping you away. Watching those stupid Eagles beat the bleeping Chiefs, who I'll never forgive. Mind you, I will never forgive the Chiefs for that, for what they just did to me. And it was to me, directly. Insult to me. Mahomes is like, hey, dog, Danny, wherever you're at, take that. Dog. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Back to the Eagles. Watching the Eagles win is like watching the guy that beat me up the most in high school, like, do a honeymoon video with my ex-girlfriend who broke my heart. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's that, like, everything they do is infuriating. I can feel that way, which I do, and also acknowledge, yeah, that guy looks good in a suit, though. Yeah, that guy cleans up well. I bet, what do you think he bench presses? 350? Probably. Still does, even in his 40s. Do you think he's got a good vertical jump? I bet you still does. What's he trading stocks? He's got a good portfolio. Bet you his car's nice. You know what I mean? I can acknowledge it. Two things are happening. One, I hate them. Two, they're excellent. They're so well built, the stupid Eagles team, Tobes. They're every position group. You'd go, well, that's in the 2 or 3, 4 or 5, depends on your list, best position groups in the sport. The only place where that's not true automatically is probably quarterback. And at worst, Jalen Hurts is what, 8, 9?
Yeah.
Even the biggest skeptic in the world could say 12. I don't care. The point is, you've got upper half of the league at worst at a huge spot. everywhere they are excellent. So I ask you, and I ask you guys as well. I said you and I pointed to Toby. Now I'm asking you, and I'm kind of waving my finger in the air. That's anybody that can hear us at 800-636-1067. What are you jealous of the most when it comes to that Eagles roster? It could also be coaching staff. Could be Howie Roseman, although I'll take Adam Peters. I think that guy's knows what he's about, him and his staff. But when you look at that roster, what makes you go, damn it, I wish we had that?
Well, the easy answer here, Danny, is defensive line. And I'm going to stay with defensive line, but spin it towards Washington in that impactful defensive tackles. Are we not paying defensive tackles a lot of money here in the nation's capital?
$46 million in cap space this year, yeah.
Are we not one of the most invested at defensive tackle in the entire National Football League? Did you ever see those two in the middle do what the two in the middle for whoever was rotating through for Philly's D-line did? And I understand, and you can say, well, they didn't have dudes around them. I heard for years, 4 first-rounders on the D-line, 4 first-rounders on the D-line. I didn't see one game where Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, and John Allen did what the Eagles defense did in the Super Bowl. Not even just a random Week 3 game against some trash team. Never. And so I wish I could see impactful defensive tackles who are still here doing stuff like that. Just looking at, take what you want about PFF, however you feel about it. Mm-hmm. John Allen was ranked 119 out of 219 overall grade this year. Deron Payne was 125 out of 219 this year. Those were first-round picks. You look at dudes like Milton Williams, who was a third-round pick. He was the 31st ranked defensive tackle this year. Jordan Davis, 46th. Jalen Carter, obviously, he's a little bit of an anomaly. He was drafted middle of the first round, outside the top 10. He was probably the best player in that draft. But even so, for him, 22nd ranked interior defensive lineman this season. Deron Payne and John Allen are getting paid more than all of those guys, probably combined. And they're not making anywhere near the impact that those dudes are. You just saw the quarterback that we were legitimately having GOAT discussions about looked like he had never played football before on Sunday because those dudes combine with the guys on the outside. So even if you want to say this year that they didn't have the dudes out there, I didn't see it when they had 2 first-rounders out there. So I wish I could see the guys that Washington is paying to be game wreckers and studs and guys that are making a huge impact actually do that. We're talking about Washington's defense as if it didn't exist this year, and yet you're paying $40+ million to do dudes in the middle, and they're just running the ball all over you. I don't care that John Allen missed part of the season. I'm glad he came back and played decently well. They were still running it all over you. Jahmyr Gibbs was having his way. He could have done whatever he wanted if they would have just handed him the ball. Detroit was probably playing in the Super Bowl. So I don't understand how they get that sort of production out of their interior D linemen, even with guys on the outside. Like Nolan Smith is undersized. He's a guy that wasn't drafted high because he's undersized. Josh Sweat, it's not like he's Montez Sweat where he was a first-round pick, right? How do you get that kind of impact from your interior D linemen? And going forward, I don't know what they're going to do with those guys, but Johnny Newton, is he going to start filling in there? I want impactful play from the interior of that D line like Philly has, and it makes a huge difference. Washington, even though they're paying for it, doesn't get it.
That was thoughtful, eloquent, well-informed, sharp, and an excellent argument. I will quote the judge from My Cousin Vinny when he said, overruled. You're right. I mean, of course you're right. That group is excellent. You could pick any, throw a dart at the board. Every group that they've got is excellent. But there's one that I think stands out above the rest. And I think everybody missed it when they're telling the story of that Eagles team. I'm going to let Tony in D.C., who I believe has my answer on line 2. Tony, what position group are you most jealous of?
The obvious answer is the offensive line.
There it is.
Right? We've got a running back that doesn't know what a jump cut is, that doesn't help. But if you have an offensive line that has that type of production, can you imagine how much better your passing game is? Mediocre wide receivers look great when you have a great offensive line. You're picking up 5 yards to clip. The play action is scaring the hell out of everybody. Everything looks better with an offensive line. So that's got to be the number one answer.
That's mine. Tony, thanks for making the call. 800-636-1067. So go back in history here. All right. Saquon Barkley has always been really good. Did he get twice as good as he's ever been this year? I ask you. I mean, just if you watch football, did he all of a sudden discover new abilities that he's never had? Do you think? Or might there be something to an excellent offensive line in front of him? Finally, in New York, they evaluate talent the way I make meal decisions, poorly. Okay, they can't figure out their tuchus from their elbow. They stink up there. We know that for a fact because I watched Joe Shane hem and haw as if his you-know-what don't stink. And it do, Joe. It do be stinking. He went to Philadelphia and ran for 2,000 yards while they dominated every opponent because you couldn't touch Jalen Hurts at any point in time. They ran whatever the hell they wanted to, running lanes that you and I, Tobes, would average 4.5 a pop. All right? That group, I know they ended up grade-wise, by the way, closer middle of the pack than you'd think. They were jumbled towards the end of the year. I think they sat everybody. I think whether it was the last game of the season or the week before, I can't remember exactly how it went, but their grades are lower than some of the other elite offensive lines. Look at Detroit's, whom you mentioned, by the way, correctly, watching Jahmyr Gibbs run all over the place, but it wasn't like David Montgomery wasn't running all over the place too. That offensive line being that dominant, I covet it. Because it's just as a Washington fan, then Redskins, you harken back and you remember, it didn't matter who the signal caller was, that Mark Rippon, who moves around, like I do at this point, got sacked 7 times over the course of a season. 7 times, by the way. Pat Mahomes just got sacked 6 in the single Super Bowl. It's unbelievable to think about. That dominant offensive line was the thing that I kind of kept watching going, the only equalizer to me would be if the Chiefs kind of did what the Eagles defense that you just correctly were talking about, if they were able to do that too, to Philadelphia, maybe get some disruption, maybe get a pass knocked down, or maybe, a strip sack or some TFLs. It wasn't happening because that line is so good. That was the thing that I found myself most jealous of, both against Detroit, quite frankly, and watching some of these other teams, have these excellent offenses week in and week out. The fact that Washington had to kind of coach around it, I don't want to coach around anything anymore. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're dead on. I mean, either one of the offense or defensive line, I think, is the easy answer here because
right?
It's just we understand. I was listening to my guy Bart Winkler the other day on the Infinity Sports Network. He brought this up. We always love to kind of talk about the sexy positions, and it's easier for us to break down because, frankly, you or I didn't play in the NFL. I can't break down offensive.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. And I can't break it down as good for it. I can break down whether the receiver's getting open or not. I can't break down whether the left guard's doing his correct assignment. But when it boils down to it, we've seen it now, the 2 Super Bowls that Patrick Mahomes has lost, that the biggest thing, the most important thing is the trenches, right? Like the trenches, as much as we talk about receiver.
Point, yeah.
So I think, to your point, if you can build a dominant offensive line where we're talking about Jalen Hurts being the net negative, like the worst link, the guy that won Super Bowl MVP, looked really good in the Super Bowl, I thought. Imagine putting Jaden Daniels behind that offensive line with really good weapons and maybe a middle of the pack defense. Like that team would have been playing in the Super Bowl, right? Like that's to your point. If you can upgrade that O-line and just put even reasonable talent outside, Jaden Daniels will make it work.
With it. 800-636-1067. And thinking back as well, Tobes, think about the Super Bowls Brady lost, right? I mean, the Eagles one is kind of the outlier there, but the 2 to the Giants, what was the story there? It was Strahan, or not Strahan, I guess it was after him. It was like Umenyiora, Justin Tuck, that group rushing with 4, taking games over. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Kelly in Hyattsville. What's that Eagles position group you're most jealous of?
Hey, the D-line. The O-line is like 1B, but that D-line, as I was telling the screener, that the fact you can win that Super Bowl against that offense and not ever have to blitz and control Pat Mahomes is I've never seen anything like it.
It's remarkable, right?
And it is. And the good thing and the reason why I'm jealous of that is because if we get that, that's extra possessions for Jaden. That's keeping teams, around 21, 24 points. And that's always being in a position to have them chase the game, So if I had to choose, like, another way to look at it is like, well, which position would you like to see on the Commanders, right? If you could swap lines.
Right.
And it would be that defensive line because they absolutely control the other team's offense. They were spectacular. So
they were.
If we can build something like that, man, hey, let's roll. And the time is really now to build it. So,
I'm with
you know,
you.
we have a
Hey,
unique window.
appreciate the call, but it's a good one. Thanks for making it. 800-636-1067. So he's on your team, and it's a little bit chicken and the egg, but I see the conversation.
Yeah.
Right? Where you're going, how do I get more possessions for Jaden Daniels? Okay, great defensive line. Well, and I'm going, how do I maximize my possessions with Jaden Daniels? Great offensive line. Again, there's no wrong answer when you want to improve talent, right? There's no, especially when you're talking about the trenches. I guess my only question to you would be, what's easier? And here's where I'm going. I think it's harder to build that excellent defensive line, much like it's harder to build an excellent starting rotation in baseball, where your first five may be great, but when somebody has the shoulder problem or the elbow problem or the dreaded what's the side muscle that everybody, the abductor or whatever, the side muscle that everybody pulls and strains and has to wait 7 months to throw again or whatever, you need guy number 6, guy number 7, guy number 8, guy number 9 to throw meaningful innings for you. Same with the defensive line rotation. Those guys play 65, 70% of the snaps. You need extra bodies there. To me, I think it's easier to build. I said this the other day, and I want to get your thoughts. The way that I would build a team, and I know people scoff at this because they only won one Super Bowl. I put only in quotation marks there, air quotes, if you will, were those Colts teams with Peyton Manning. You get the superstar quarterback, an excellent offense, Hall of Famers on both sides at wide receiver, the best receiving tight end money can buy there with Dallas Clark for some of those years, really good offensive line, right? My defense, I'm basically going to skimp in a lot of spots. My goal is get a lead, make you one-dimensional, rush the passer. Cue Robert Mathis, cue Dwight Freeney. That, to me, is the easiest build that requires the fewest number of correct parts. Now, it all depends on that Hall of Fame superstar quarterback, which, sorry about it, but I got one. That would kind of be my design. And if I end up with a dominant defense like the Eagles have, a great interior defensive line too, it's not to say I turn that away, but my thought process would be, if I'm going to spend, I'm going to pay a premium or going to use a premium pick, it would be kind of in that design. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, but I almost lean kind of the exact opposite if I'm going to do it with the superstar quarterback, where I would say, let's build up this defense. Let's have it. I mean, the defense that you were watching in the Super Bowl reminds me of like when you hear these guys in practice, like McVay would talk about this with Aaron Donald, where he'd have to tell him to stop rushing in practice so they could run a play. That's how dominant the Eagles defense was. If you can build up something like that, you say, I'll let my quarterback figure it out. Now, some of that, to your point, is you have to coach around things, and you don't necessarily want to do that. You don't want to make it all be on Jaden's shoulders all the time, and that would be kind of asking that. But I would like to try to see if you could build up the defense. You know, I don't know that there's tons of teams that have been hugely successful doing that, though. The first one that comes to mind, asking their quarterback to kind of do everything, is a Joe Burrow. And obviously he hadn't won a Super Bowl yet. He hasn't had a great O-line his entire career. And he says, just give me a couple receivers and I'll figure it out. And maybe Jaden can do some of that. But I think I would like to focus on the defensive side because you can kind of dictate things a little bit more. Obviously, you can get in a scoring match if you have a great offense, but I like being able to kind of enforce my will. And if it needs to be something where, you know, like you saw this year with Jaden, kind of what the Chiefs did this year, they had a stud defense and they kind of lacked with some of those skill position players. And they said, if we can keep the other team under 30, they won every game that they kept the other team under 30. They lost the ones that they didn't, but they kind of depended on Patrick Mahomes to win those close games. I think you can do some of that with Jaden, but to your point, I think it is harder to build that way because you're going to have to draft 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 linemen. You're going to have 4 corners. You're going to have good DBs and good linebackers versus give me 2 receivers, 3 or 4 good linemen, and a running back, and I'm good. Obviously with the Hall of Fame quarterback.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that pesky little part that eludes most franchises for decades. I mean, Green Bay just has a new one every other year, it seems, but the rest of us mortals have to suffer a little bit with apologies to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, and company. Not our problem anymore. We got a superstar. 800-636-1067. A couple guys on hold. You guys stay right there. We will get to you. Got a double play at 3:45. Beltway Blitz at 4 will give you a chance to win those Rod Stewart tickets. But right now, we're in a world where the Eagles, God, I even hate saying that, are Super Bowl champs, and it sucks. All right? Part of the reason it sucks is because I'm jealous. I'm so jealous of that roster. What are you most jealous about? What part of that roster has you coveting the most? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Final coaching vacancy in the NFL has been filled. Not a surprise that Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is finalizing things to become the new head coach in New Orleans. Former Chargers coach Brandon Staley also expected to join him there as their defensive coordinator. Super Bowl 59 Sunday set a new ratings record. The game averaged 126 million viewers, about 3 million more than the Super Bowl last year. Adam Schefter, ESPN, saying today the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins to keep what many feel will be the top free agent off the open market when things begin in about a month for free agency. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the Door Pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Little Sugar Hill Gang, Garris? Yes, it is. This is from, I think, 40 years before Toby was born. Anyway, welcome back. Great Nanny here on the Fan. Toby is in for GP. He's young, and that's annoying. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. The topic of the moment here is the Stupid Eagles won the championship. They're great. That organization, top to bottom, really, really, really smart. Great player acquisition, the whole 9 yards. What position group or player, anything about them, are you most jealous of? My answer is offensive line. Toby's was defensive line. I think the answer, by the way, is yes. No matter what group you point to, that's probably a top 3, top 4 unit in the sport. They're great up and down. That's why they got a parade here coming up. Let's go to line 1. Vic and Akakik, your favorite position group, thing you're most jealous of.
Danny, what's up? Toby, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? I'm most jealous of Vic Fangio. There was a time when I think before Vic was, I think he was free to be. He was either a head coach before he was a head coach, or he may have been out on the market to be a defense coordinator. I really wanted to get Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio puts his guys in position to make plays to cover the entire field. His linemen they play with excellent leverage. They're always moving forward. They're playing with angry hands constantly, moving across the chest of an offensive lineman. Their linebackers take real drops in pass coverage. They take real drops. That's why you see a linebacker, a corner, or a safety around a receiver every time, and they make diving plays in front of the football because they're closing and tightening the windows. They play defense the way it's supposed to be played. And Craig kills me. Craig would just hang up and say, Vic, that's why I hate your calls. This is what Romeo said last night, Vic, you lose me every time. Well, this is what I ask. Put me in a film room and tell me when Joe Witt says on Wednesday, I could have made a better call. I'm reflective about this call. I need to stop making this call. Put me in a film room. When I say we should have done this in this situation, this is what this defense should have looked like. And he comes on the press conference and says, not verbatim, but pretty close to what I'm saying as a football mind, how I can't be jealous to not have somebody like Vic Fangio.
Vic, thank you, buddy. He also shares your name, by the way, which is kind of cool. But yeah, Vic Fangio is a really good defensive coordinator. You got bona fides there. Not a great head coach. We know that now. But Fangio, I think to Vic's point, here's the way I would describe it. As unsophisticated as you can get. Nobody's open. Even things that are completed, it's contested. Just think back anecdotally, watching Washington play Philadelphia. The time that Olamide Zaccheaus caught that pass down the right sideline, it was a busted coverage, meaning somebody missed an assignment somewhere. And then Zaccheaus makes a couple plays in the secondary, long touchdown, Washington scores. But in general, how many times are guys just running free? You think to the Super Bowl, where after an extra beat, Dallas Goedert escapes, he's open in the zone within 20 yards of him. Think about, the ball DeAndre Hopkins dropped there after Mahomes was on the scramble drill. But on a regular play, there's no separation. It feels like everything is really, really tight with them. And I think that's a tribute to Fangio, number one. But number two, the quality of player that you're talking about, right? Like you could have a great design for me. I can't keep up with any of these guys. So there's obviously a certain level there. but it just feels like there's always the right scheme, always the right design, always there to sort of make it as difficult on you as possible. You might get them. You might get a 7-yard run. You might get a completion. It's going to happen, but they make it hard every time. It's like playing defense in the NBA, Tobes, and I'll tag you in. You were going to put a hand in Kobe Bryant's face. That's all you could do. Sometimes he's hot and sometimes he knocks down shots. But you keep doing that, and you got the best chance to possibly affect it.
Yeah, I think you broke it down well. I mean, you look at the defense and what they were able to do. That's great. I think for me, what I'd be jealous of, and this isn't necessarily for this year, it's what they were able to do over the last couple of years, right? In 2022, they lose both of their coordinators, Steichen and Gannon. They tried it last year with Brian Johnson and Sean Desai. It didn't work. And all of a sudden, they replaced those guys with Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, and they win a Super Bowl. Like, their ability to just find and readjust, and whatever you want to say about Sirianni, I am not a Sirianni fan at all. I'm not a Philly fan at all. But what they were able to do, where they went from losing both their coordinators to making the wrong decision to fixing it and winning the Super Bowl. I mean, we were talking about maybe losing Cliff Kingsbury. Ultimately, they're going to bring back their coaching staff. That's nice. That's good for them. But theoretically, you go to next year, if you have the same sort of success, Cliff's gone. Who are you replacing him with? I don't know that Joe Witt's going anywhere in at least a couple of years, but what they were able to do to bring in a Fangio and kind of with that point of how they were able to build and have the pieces in place so that you can bring someone in. I like the way that they were able to build that thing so that you lose your coordinators. It fell off for a year, but it didn't just disappear long-term.
800-636-1067. Let's go to line 3, Brad in Baltimore. Position group, player, whatever with the Eagles you're most jealous of.
Hey, Danny. To your point on the offensive line, I do have another position. But to that point, I'm not going to be ignorant and think that the Eagles' defensive line is not great. It really is. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kansas City Chiefs' offensive line is terrible. It is not good. And I just feel like you can offset great defensive lines with great offensive lines that will dictate the game. But in a sense, you can cover a defensive line that's not great with a great offensive line. And Sunday you saw you just can't do it with a bad offensive line. But my division, they got 2 shutdown corners, Kenyon Mitchell and Cooper Jean, with their first 2 picks in the draft. They are young and on rookie. I mean, that is almost unheard of to do that, to build your defense with 2 stud corners that are rookies. I mean, it's really hard to do and really hard to find, and that is a cornerstone of today's NFL.
I think it's a super smart call, 100%. Thanks for making it. Mm-hmm. That's what I was hoping someone would bring up, because when you start adding together, that secondary, Tobes, incredible. I know CJ Gardner-Johnson's not the most popular guy in the world because he's, frankly, incredibly irritating, but that dude's really good. He makes plays. He mentioned Mitchell. Blankenship, probably, the sort of your more stay-at-home, unsexy, very accountable, plays his spot real well type guy. But Slay makes plays on the football, is opportunistic. And DeJean is awesome. Moves around all over the place, both as a punt returner and as, kind of the nickel guy. Physical enough to play inside, get stuck outside here and there. They just have assignment sound, excellent secondary play.
Well, and it's wild because, Danny, last year that was their weakness. Yeah, that was part of the reason that everything fell apart.
That's such a good point, man.
1 year, and they turned it all over. And so I hate ever giving Howie Roseman credit for anything because I can't stand Philadelphia just like you. But you got to give him credit that last year that was their downfall. They couldn't cover anyone. And then this year they turn it around with 2 rookies, with some veterans and Vic Fangio. And all of a sudden they just dominated the 2-time defending world champs in the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, it's something that can be changed around. And that's another thing, too, is like you can change things on the defensive side, maybe a little bit easier than your offense, to your earlier point where you can find some of these guys and do some of these things. So it'll be interesting to see if Washington can maybe do some of these same things where they were able to bring in 2 rookie corners and all of a sudden it changed everything.
Yeah, I think it's a smart way to put it, right? Like Washington's linebacking core has been terrible for a long time. Hall of Famer Bobby Wagner, star Frankie Louvu. Now it's a good linebacking corps. You know what I mean? Like that one's easily fixable. Others position groups maybe a little bit harder to do that. 800-636-1067. Mark in Dulles, thing you're most jealous of when it comes to the Eagles?
Everything that they do. Mostly because I'm a bitter Cowboys fan, and they have a competent general manager and owners that don't butt in, and the Cowboys have been affected by this for 30 years. And even to a certain extent, Washington this year turned it around with a good general manager and a good president and a good owner. And it wears me out that until until there's a change in Dallas, this is what they get every single year. It swears me out. And the only thing worse than Philly winning would have been Washington winning, and I just gotta say it. So
no, I appreciate that.
Anyway,
thanks, man. I appreciate you making the phone call. There's a great GIF of what's his real name? Donald Glover, Childish Gambino, right? Where it zooms up to him and he goes, "Good." I would use that GIF if we were there live in person. That call from a Cowboys fan seems like a very nice guy, by the way. I don't like my Cowboys fans nice. I like them unreasonable, stupid, loud homers with chin strap beards and flat brim caps. But that makes me so happy. With all due respect to Mark, please suffer so much. Please be upset always. Back to you.
And Danny, he's talking about Philadelphia saying they've got competent ownership and front office. And then he goes, and Washington too.
Yep.
Since when have you been able to say that?
A year ago, just about. Is that how long it's been? Let's go to line 2. Kristen Culpepper, position group or position player, whatever you're most jealous of with the Eagles.
Defense wins championships. The Eagles, prove that. But here's my thing. I'm playing Monday morning quarterback, right? And Adam, we trust. I get that. I love Adam Peters. He's made some great moves. The franchise heading in the right direction. I'm just stirring the pot a little bit. So we're talking about the defensive line, right? So what I told the screener was, we moved Montez Sweat and we moved Chase Young for a second and third round pick. I believe that's coming up this year. Now, if we had them, would we have had a better chance of beating the Eagles? I'd love to hear you guys talk about that.
Appreciate that. It's a good hypothetical. So for me, because the Sweat pick was last year, right, where they moved around the board, got a couple nice young pieces as a result. I have to go back and I don't have it at the top of my head as to which one they got for whom and how that worked. Chase Young was a conditional third, basically a glorified fourth rounder. So to me, the answer with Young is no. I don't think that's a quality NFL football player. I think that's kind of where we're at on that. To me, he's a rotational piece. It's got a big name. He doesn't really help as far as I'm concerned. Not a bad player by any stretch, but it's not like, if you traded away Von Miller in his prime, so now you can't stop anybody. Sweat's a different animal. I think Sweat is a quality piece where you had to move on early because for a guy like that, you'd have to pay him like he's great, and you wouldn't get great. So that'd have been a better defense this year with Montez Sweat opposite Dante Fowler down the stretch. I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, I think that's right on. Like, Montez Sweat isn't great. He would have got paid great money. So would he finish with 8, 9 sacks, maybe 10 sacks with the way they were playing defense? Maybe. I don't know that beats Philadelphia though. Like just having those guys, I don't think that's enough. I think you were going to need. Honestly, I don't know that the defense, even though they gave up 55 points, I don't know that the defense was the issue in the NFC Championship game as much as it was just mental fumbles and mental mistakes and things like that I think offensively they have to fix.
Yeah, I mean, there's no group that gets to say after that game, wasn't our fault. I mean, nobody, everybody's got to wear it on that one. And Philadelphia was a buzzsaw. They were great. I mean, to me, Sweat, I think, helps even more maybe as an edge setter. I mean, even when he wouldn't have those gaudy sack totals, he was still physical enough to kind of get upfield and make guys kind of turn back in and, enough pressure here and there. But again, he never had those, to your point, he put it all together and had that 14, 15 sack season. Yeah, I don't know that would have come against Philadelphia either, but it's a good question. I always appreciate those kind of things. Beltway Blitz at 4, Rod Stewart tickets then. The double play is next. Tobes and I will break it down. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We do it every day. It's the Pancake Breakfast, 3:45 here on The Fan. 15 minutes from Rod Stewart. Tickets. It's time here on Grant Nanning. No GP today. He is sick. Tobias Funke is in with us. We're doing home shows because, quite frankly, the snow is descending. I don't know where is it snowing by you, Topes, by the way?
It is snowing by me. It is snow. It's not really sticking yet, but it's snowing quite well.
It's gonna, yeah. As soon as it gets cold enough, I think it's gonna start to accumulate. Like in the yard on the grass, it's already just total cover, and it's about to get worse, which is just so fun. It's great. But this is the double play. Do this every day, 345. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Hit that double play sounder, Dares. So, Tobes, I'll tag you in here in a moment, but here's what's going on with us. I'd love the show with this right at the top. One of my oldest, his best buddy, down for the count, sick, told the nurse at school he's not feeling well, and the nurse was like, I think you're okay, goes back to class and just vomits off cocktail. So he gets sent home. Well, my son was over at his house on Sunday, and this is Monday. So we're all sitting here, pillow forting it up, dreading it. Like, like we've got towels out. We've got individual buckets. Those, I don't know where my wife found these things, but like, those little bags on the plane, she found those. We just have, we're following our kids around with those sorts of things. People are wearing masks on, like it's, like early 2020, because we got an infant at home. We just can't deal with that. Can't have her go down. Can't really have me go down, but I'm more expendable than she is for a million reasons. So the whole thing is just an absolute rock fight at this point. So my oldest right now is fine, and it's my 6-year-old that is pwned. So he stayed home today. My oldest just, got up this morning. He's like, I'm fine. I'll see you guys when I get home from early dismissal because it's snowing. And he just, skips off to school like it's no issue. And my poor 6-year-old all day looks like Skeletor from He-Man, if you know your He-Man mythology, 1980s cartoons, just wearing it. Looks and feels terrible. Has managed to eat like one piece of toast and a banana. And again, we're just following him around just in case something starts coming out of in a bad way. But there's probably going to be no school tomorrow. I'm doing the show from home. And as I said, our pets' heads are falling off. Quite frankly, this is still the greatest gig. I love doing it so much. I love this job, Grant. I talk about this all the time. It's a get to. Shout out Ernie Johnson. Today sucks, dude. There's one of those days where we're going to, right now, everyone's on edge. Everyone's already snapped at each other 77 different times. People are pissed off. I've not been outside. Nothing's good. It's going to be one of those days we laugh about later. Like, you ever have one of those, the Thanksgiving from hell where we tried to go to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade and no one could go to the bathroom. And we were there at 6 a.m. and it was 10 degrees and it was freezing and everybody got hypothermia. Ha, 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 ha. So funny. Or we went camping and there were fire ants. Ha, 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 ha. In the moment, it sucks. Maybe this is one of those days we'll guffaw about later on.
Yeah, I mean, those days are fun a decade in the future.
Right, not now.
When you can reflect on them. Going through it is not fun. And look, I'm single. I don't have it to deal with any of this, so I am grateful right now that I am just at home doing my own thing. But it does not sound like the most fun at the Rouillet household, just dealing with the sick people and the baby and all the extra stuff, just trying to keep everyone healthy. It's a bit of a chore.
We are fighting it. Yeah, and these things have gone around. I mean, poor GP already had one flu. I don't know if this is the second flu. I don't know what it is. I do know that he looked like warmed up death yesterday. So it's something. We all knew it was something. And I'm sure in the studio with him. I thought about doing the thing where we did the feud a couple of weeks ago.
Split parents thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the silent treatment, all about to be divorced couple. We did that in different studios because it was literally we didn't talk about this on the air, but it was the week that my kid was going to be born. And I'm like, I cannot walk in with come strutting into the ring like Vince McMahon with an illness and go, hi, honey, I'm home. Here's a lot of H words, so I'm like breathing nonsense on her before, she's about to give birth. I cannot do that to that person. So we did separate studios and whatever. I did the whole show yesterday in the regular studio. I'm now kind of regretting it. I like every is it a hunger pang? Have I had enough coffee? Like my head, any sloshing around or anything like normal human function, I'm like on high alert. You know what I mean? I'm like an air traffic controller at this point, like just freaking out every blip I see. I'm now in a space where oh man, I'm a little sore. Is that the flu? Is that what it is? It is not a good spot to be.
Yeah, and I want to shout out my immune system because somehow I've been around a lot of sick people the last couple of weeks. Now, I was gone for a week and I missed some. Well, and hopefully, knock on wood, that I don't curse myself. But I've somehow dodged all this. I'm somehow still feeling 100%. So hopefully it stays that way. But we've had sick people in the studios. We've had sick people in the producer room.
Everywhere.
We've had sick people everywhere. And it seems like I feel bad for my guy, Zach Mackey, who I work with at Virginia Tech. He does play-by-play for Virginia Tech men's basketball. Danny, after like the first 5 minutes, he's like, Toby Lawal comes up the left side of the floor, passes it down to the block, and it's like, holy smokes, dude. Like, I felt so bad for him. He could barely call the game. I don't know how he called a 40-minute basketball game when his voice was darn near leaving him 5 minutes in. Like, it seems like everybody's getting it. I don't know how.
Oh, whatever it is angrier and more determined. What is Zach Mackey's nickname? Like, what do people call him? Like, buddies of his call him. Like, how would you not call him Zachy? You know what I mean? Like Zach Mackey?
Zachy, yeah. I'll have to tell him that next time I talk to him.
I would feel bad. Like, it's so hard when if you swapped out the Z for the M and now like 70% of your name is the same as your first name. You know what I mean? Like, that's tough. Zach, like, it's obviously Zach Attack's inevitable. You start going Saved by the Bell references. You know what I mean? Whether it's Preppy, which is what Albert Clifford Slater called Zach Morris. Maybe it's Morris. I don't know. Morris Mackey. There's so many different ways you can go, but Zachy Mackey, like Zach Mackey, has to be Zachy to me, right?
I'll have to call him that. I'll give you my double play real quick.
Oh, please do. I monopolize so much time.
So I've been if you know anything about me, I'm kind of a homebody. I take it you're a little bit of that way now too as well, Danny, kind of just wanting to chill at home, not really do anything. If you're going to do something, do with something with the kids, but kind of want to chill at home, don't always want to go out. There's this one YouTube channel that I watch that makes me want to get out of my comfort zone and go camping. It's something that I would never want to do. And it's this dude called the Outdoor Boys. He lives in Alaska. And he'll go and he'll do the most ridiculous things. Now, he says his rules are like he won't allow him to be either like cold, tired, and hungry or whatever, but he'll always have good food. So he'll go out and he'll be camping in the middle of the woods in Alaska in 4 feet of snow. He'll either, dig a snow cave or he's building a shelter, chopping down all these trees. And then he'll be like, you know what we're having for dinner? Crab legs. Like, you know what we're having for dinner is moose fajitas or something like that.
How does he do that?
He freezes it, vacuum seals it, and then boils some water, throws it.
So he hauls it with him wherever he goes? He hauls it?
Yes.
I see.
Yes. And it's really cool because I enjoy watching this guy because you watch, like, what was it, Survivor Man back in the day, Man versus Wild. They always had camera crews with them. This dude has nothing. He's just rolling around with a bunch of GoPros and batteries and filming himself doing these crazy things. And he makes it look easy.
Yeah.
He makes it look like he could actually. And it's funny, his son goes with him a lot of times. And his son just went on his own solo camping adventure. And his son struggled doing some of the things that his dad does. And you realize how hard all this stuff is that he makes look routine, starting a fire, building a shelter, doing all this stuff. And I'm a homebody that just wants to sit in my nice AC or heat, depending upon the time of the year, and have my good food either delivered or what. Like, yes. I just want easiness. I want to go camping watching this guy. He makes me want to actually go out in the snow in negative 10-degree weather and go sleep in a snow cave.
That's such a good bit. It's so true, too. Like the guys that are like, all you got to do is you grab some ice and make an ice structure, and that's actually warmer than the inside. And you're like, I could probably make an ice structure. Like, no, I can't do anything. One of my favorite comics, a guy I worked with years ago, who's now pretty famous, you may have heard of him, Nate Bargatze, has a great bit that is so true. Like, if he went back in time, they'd be like, what would you do? He'd be like, I don't know. Like, eventually there's going to be a phone. It'll be in your hand, and you can just touch it, and it'll work. And like, tell us about a phone. He's like, I can't. I don't know how it works. Like, I can't do anything. I couldn't help you with the plumbing. I can't help you with high speed. I'd be like, it's going to be an invisible signal, and it's just going to go. An invisible signal? Tell us how. Yeah, like there's if you could just hit send. Like, I have no clue.
I impressed myself. I impressed myself because I knew how to fix our door the lock on our door messed up, and I knew how to fix it. I impressed myself because I could change a lock.
Yeah, I don't know how this mic works. Like, explain that right now. I talk into it. You can hear me. That makes no sense. Whatever. That's a double play. It's how we do it. Beltway Blitz, 5 minutes away. Spin you around what's going on in the world of DC sport, plus a chance to win Rod Stewart tickets. Plenty more in the 4 o'clock hour. Stay with us. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Start with football. Boy, people love the NFL. Don't they? Tell me something I don't know. Super Bowl 59 2 days ago set a new ratings record Sunday. The game averaged 126 million viewers, about 3 million more than last year. And the halftime show, Kendrick Lamar, drew 133.5 million, makes that the most watched halftime show ever in Super Bowl history. The championship-winning offensive coordinator has a new job. Final coaching vacancy in the NFL has been filled. Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore will be the new head coach in New Orleans of the Saints. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley expected to join him there as his new defensive coordinator. We're about to hit a busy time around the NFL. Free agency's only a month away. Commanders right now have $78.1 million in salary cap space. They could open up a lot more depending on what happens with Deron Payne and John Allen in the middle of that line over the next month or so. Adam Schefter reporting the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins, which would keep what many consider to be the top free agent available off the open market. Basketball, Wizards lost again last night, fell to San Antonio, 131-121. 3 straight losses. They're back in action home against Indiana tomorrow night. Capitals and the rest of the NHL on a break now for the next week and a half as the Four Nations face-off tournament gets underway Wednesday night, Canada facing Sweden. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back to G&D here on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Toby, he is in for the duration. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to see Rod Stewart one last time tour Saturday, July 19th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's caller 10, 800-636-1067. And I say to you, good luck. Beltway Blitz time. So we do every day at 4 p.m. Get your little cliff notes. You sound smart at the dinner table. What's going on in the world of DC sports? Let's start on the hardwood. Bijan Todd, Monumental Sports, covers those Washington Wizards. That's why we're having him on the Beltway Blitz to talk about the Wizards. Bijan, tough one last night against San Antonio. To me, I'm watching the young players. I'm watching them blossom. I'm happy about it. Only thing I'm bummed about is Alex Sarr's missed some time lately. What's the latest on him?
Yes, sir, Danny. He had a bit of an ankle injury a couple weeks ago. He's working his way back, and as usual, Brian Keefe is being coy about talking about it and not really giving us much of an update. But I would assume he would be well on his way to playing at the All-Star weekend this coming weekend in the Rising Stars game. Questionable, I think, against Indiana tomorrow. Hopefully he's good to go, though, but he's working his way back.
Every player that played yesterday in double figures for the Wizards, pretty impressive. But the leading scorer, Tristan Vucevic, I thought he was really impressive yesterday. What'd you make of his performance? Can we see more of him going forward?
I think you definitely can, Grant. The thing is, before February started, the most minutes he played in the game was 12. And since then, he's been averaging almost 18 minutes a game. So his game, the amount of play he plays every game is certainly starting to go up. I think part of that has to do, obviously, with Sarr being injured and Valanciunas no longer being on the team. But, hey, he's proving that he deserves a spot, right? Like, he shot 7 of 10 in last night's game, 18 points, led the team. He's great offensively. He can stretch the floor. He's a stretch big. Defensively, he's not there yet, and hopefully that's something that he can kind of offset with Alex Sarr. I think he has a bit of better, more touch from outside that Sarr can kind of fill in on the defensive side of things. But Vucevic is proving that he deserves a spot, so hopefully his minutes keep going up here as we plow along.
Speaking of guys that deserve a spot, I'm a Justin Champagnie guy. I don't know that he's a bona fide first, second, or third option on a championship caliber team, but to me, that's a winning basketball player, right? Whatever's needed that night. It's got kind of some Josh Hart to his game. Obviously, maybe not as skilled as a playmaker just yet, but whether it's a rebound in a big spot, whether it's helping out on a switch or knocking down a three, he was 2 for 2 last night. That guy can play in this league, man. And I liked what the Wizards are doing at this point. If they were Cleveland or a Boston team with eyes at a title, you wouldn't be able to give minutes to a guy like that. But you can find out in real time that this dude belongs. And, he's got one of those chips on his shoulder type attitudes where once they put me in, I ain't coming out. I'm a Champagnie guy.
Me too. And the organization is doing a good job, I think, of proving that hard work will earn you minutes in this league. And Linnell Willingham has talked about this before. Champagnie worked his way up through the go-go. Now he's on the Wizards. He hasn't been converted yet to a full contract. He's still on a two-way. But hey, if he keeps playing like this over the course of the season, he will deserve that. And if you see any parallels between him and Bub Carrington, they both went to Pitt, and they're both dogs, man. They crash for every board. They scramble on the floor for every loose ball. He's a good shooter. He's a good defender. He can guard pretty much 1 through 4, I would say, Justin Champagnie can. And that's something that I think a young team needs. And Champagnie's only 23, so being a young player who has that toughness on an even younger team with a bunch of rookies on the team, I think it's going to go a long way to teach these guys, especially the rookies, how to earn your minutes in the NBA coming up from the G League.
New guys coming in, Middleton, Marcus Smart. When are we going to see them on the floor, and how much are they going to play, and what kind of rotation can we expect with those guys when they enter the rotation?
Not until after the All-Star break. That was pretty much made clear to us. There's only one game until then anyway, so they're not going to suit up tomorrow against Indiana. But both of them should be getting decent playing time afterwards. Smart's more of a question mark. The big thing with him is durability. He's only played 39 games over the last 2 years, so if he can stay healthy, that'll be a big help to the backcourt. He has his finger bandaged up right now as we speak, but he's working his way back. He says that there's really nothing too bad holding him back from action right now, so he'll start to ramp up over the course of the next week or so. And Middleton should be good to go as soon as the All-Star break hits. I think they're holding him out more as a precaution for now. Again, he had surgery on both of his ankles over the past offseason, but he's proven that he can play in this league, obviously, and that he can stay healthy. Both of them, I think, should start in the first couple of games after the All-Star break. Smart should start, or maybe come off the bench for Jordan Poole at point guard. It'll be interesting to see how Brian Keefe decides to dole out minutes there. But again, bringing in vets on a very young team can give them a tutelage opportunity. And Marcus Smart said last week, yeah, these guys should be learning from us. We both played in the finals. Chris Middleton won a championship. So having that dynamic on the floor with a bunch of vets who have championship experience on a young team, I think will go a long way.
Bijan, I was surprised there wasn't more trade buzz around Jordan Poole. I just didn't see anything. I didn't see any kind of speculation, whether a deal came together or not. You don't just make a trade just to hear yourself talk. But I thought there'd be a little bit more buzz around a guy that's having a really good year with the ball in his hands. He could have helped a lot of teams.
I did too. I thought there was going to be a little bit more buzz there because if the Wizards wanted to sell him, of course they would be selling him super high. He's having one of his best seasons since that championship year in Golden State. But the Wizards wanted to keep him around, and I think part of that is because he's shown that he can be such a good presence in the locker room. He intentionally put his locker right next to Bilal Coulibaly next year. He wanted to help assimilate him into the NBA. And he's also just he's a scorer, and you need that on a team that's been struggling to shoot from downtown. Jordan Poole has been shooting very well from 3 this season. He's cooled off a little bit 4 games or so, but good performance, I think, and keeping a guy like Jordan Poole around to help in that scoring department and also be a locker room voice, I think is the reason they kept him around, and I think he's going to be on the team for a few years now to come because of that.
Bijan, appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
Let's talk some hockey, Darius. Joining us to talk some puck is Sammy Silber from Hockey News. Sammy, tell us a little bit about what some of the Capitals are going to be doing for this Four Nations break. I saw that you said that Alex Ovechkin is going to be going down to Miami to get, just a little relaxation on that leg and get in play in shape and some of those things. What are some of the other Capitals going to be doing as well?
Yeah, no, they're having a good time. Quite a few are taking their talents to sunnier places. Tom Wilson, I know he's down in Mexico. Mangiapane's, and I think he's in Turks and Caicos, and then Charlie Lindgren's going to the Dominican Republic. So a lot of downtime with family, just some vacation, time to get away, not really think about hockey. And then Ovechkin's case, yeah, just rest, but also, put some work in too. It's going to be a big spring for him. So a lot of fun stuff happening.
Yeah, Sammy, over the last month, and listen, a lot of this is your sort of observational stuff, right? It's hard to complain about a team with the second most points in the NHL with 1 game fewer than Winnipeg, who leads with 81. But you look at a month ago, starting on January 8th, it's a lot of, for opponents, 1s, 0s. Looks like a binary code in terms of goals allowed, right? Over the last couple of weeks, there's some 5s in there. There's a handful of those, and they've been coming back. And it's a credit to them. They're able to do that. Like, you never count this team out. But at the same time, they're also falling behind and giving up a lot of goals. Is it just kind of a tired team right now? Or is it maybe, a chink in the armor here and there where they're not quite as tight and on point maybe as they have been?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it could be a little bit of both, right? I think when you go through an 82 game season, which, something that amazes me about the NHL is just how long this season is. I mean, you can say the same thing for, like baseball, but it's such a long season and there's going to be ebbs and flows and, there's different teams that figure you out down the stretch too. Like you start the year really hot and then, you face opponents for the first time and then you face them for the second or third. And then, you get into patterns with your game where, maybe your starts just aren't so hot. Maybe, you're running on fumes a little bit. And, the thing about the Caps that you mentioned is it's amazing that they've been able to, if they're trailing in a game, 4-2, like you saw against Utah, and they're able to, come back and at least force overtime to leave with a point. It's a good thing. It's not something that they're, jumping for joy with. You obviously want to win games by, a comfortable margin. So I think that a lot goes into it. I think the break will do them some good. It does get tedious and there are, ebbs and flows that you go through. And I think it's normal for every team to not win every game. But then again, it's, this team likes to win. They hold themselves to a certain standard. So the break comes at a really good time where they can just kind of refresh and think for a second.
What is Coach Carbs going to want to see improve the most when they come back from the break?
Yeah, I think you want to see consistency over 60 minutes, right? I think, you look at Utah and they win that game if they start on time was the biggest takeaway that, we got afterward. It was a really rough start to action. You go down 2-0 in the first couple minutes, and from there it's possible for this Capitals team to climb back into it, but at the same time, it's not a comfortable spot. So I think he wants to see more consistency. I think he really wants to see, 5-on-5 chemistry. The power play really took a step in the positive direction with the changes it made recently. So just going off of that, but mostly just defensively responsible, playing the right way, playing to the identity through 60 minutes, not having a rough, second period and having to make up with it with a good third. So that's the biggest thing.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a good week.
Yeah, thanks, guys. See you soon.
You got to talk soon. Hit that local 53 sounder. Man, we are stuck with that name, and it stinks. But our buddy Earl Forsey does it. What's up, Earl? Hey, watching the Super Bowl.
Worried there for a second, Danny. We're stuck with Earl as a guest again.
No, we're not stuck with Earl. Watching that game on Sunday,
sick, by the way,
was miserable.
I just jinxed it.
I know. Well, watching that game on Sunday was miserable. Watching the stupid Eagles and their fans celebrate
everything
like
about it.
Everything about it. Yeah, it's awful. Maybe the worst part about it, though, if I'm willing to look deep down inside me, is how good that roster is. What to you stood out the most in a stacked roster where every position group seems like it's top 5 in the sport?
Number one, they get it, but it's organizationally with them. And I put something out on X yesterday. It was Cowherd talking about Philadelphia, and he put up a graphic with all these players going back to 2020. Gee, what year was that, Danny? Oh, yeah, the year Ron came in. And that's when they drafted Jalen Hurts. So go back there, 5 drafts. One year they had 2 first-round picks. All 5 first-round picks since then are contributors for them. Second and third rounders. Basically a dozen key contributors over the last 5 years in the drafts. What's missing on this team, except for the quarterback, which this group hit on, and some guys in this past draft that they had? They don't have any of that. They've cut most of these guys. They're the foundation of this team, and I hate to keep putting it on that guy who just took a job at Cal. Good for the NFL because he's not going to ruin anything else in pro football, the riverboat anymore. But that set them back. It's amazing they got to where they were this year. It's because of all the free agent signings, all the one-year deals. So that's what kind of stood out to me, is that they're built right. I mean, you want something else that's going to make you feel really bad if you don't feel even more sick as a Washington fan? There are now, Danny and Toby, how you doing? 3 coaches ever in the history of the NFL, the greatest sport known to man. 3 that have ever in the NFL history been to 2 Super Bowls and won one of them in their first 4 years as a head coach. Mike Tomlin, the great Joe Gibbs, and Nick effing Sirianni. Oh, my God. It just, which one of those don't belong? He should be parking their cars at the NFL meetings, but it is what it is, right? Hello?
Tubbs, did we lose you? Did we lose Toby? Anyway,
I will bring up something else.
Oh, but I
Danny.
see. What's so weird is I see Toby right there. I'm looking at him, and I don't hear a word. Sorry, modern technology.
You're a good stand-up. You know, you always have to have material, right? Room
no
goes
kidding.
silent. You got to move on.
I was totally out. I was going to do. Maybe I'll start doing like what they do now. The comedians on YouTube, where they just sort of mine for crowd stuff. You know, kind of like, what do you do for work? What's that like? And then like it's whatever. Anyway,
one of the great things I got to do in the last countdown to kickoff, I found this bit and I didn't know about it. That Triumph the Insult Comic Dog visited the parking lot for the NFC Championship game. I played some of that. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is quality bets. So for this offseason, Earl, is there a spot where you kind of go, I need this to be a draft pick and I need this to be a free agent? Have you kind of thought that advance, or it's just, you know what, bring me talent, I don't care how you get it?
Yeah, I don't think it matters, Danny. And there's so many layers because, and I put out the numbers today, you know, everybody's talking about, well, they have almost $100 million. No, they don't. With the new numbers in, and they've had to sign some future deals, it's $78.1 million right now, with 28 of their own free agents. Some of those have to be re-signed. So, you know, $78 million doesn't go very far in the NFL like it used to. So, no, I'm not. And I heard you talking about, you know, what the projections in the mock draft. Look, here's one thing is, you obviously need work on both lines, right? That's where Philadelphia, and you knew this from the games you played against them, they can dominate up front, both on offense and defense. So that's where you have to get better. It's a deep draft when it comes to defensive line, apparently. Running back is another thing you might need. That's a running deep draft there. I've heard, and looking at some stuff, there could be some quality offensive tackles at the end of the first round. Guess where you are now there? So that's good news. But another factor on that is this whole Myles Garrett thing that comes up with what he said. I posted on X about this because I think it was Albert Breer speculating that Detroit could be a good spot for him. Oh, really? Here's with the Myles Garrett thing. If he is moved, you would think they're not going to, they have to be somewhat smart there, right? Somebody's got to have somewhat of a clue. Maybe not there, but you'd think they get him out of the division, out of the AFC, right? Okay. NFC. You can't, if you're Washington, you can't let him end up with Detroit or, God forbid, Philadelphia. You know, and Howie Roseman has taken big swings before. We just saw it. Saquon Barkley, he'll find a way. So you almost have to be involved in that, like Charlie Weaver to block the old Hollywood Squares, to not let Detroit or Philly or someone like that get him. That's going to be a huge thing, and that's a month away. So I would expect them to be fully involved in something like that, and probably, my opinion, pick up someone and an immediate contributor somewhere on defense, offense, on both of those lines to kind of kick off the offseason with. And another thing with the offensive defensive line, I know Toby brought this up. You have to get more out of those guys that are making basically $48 million side by side in the middle, and you could free up some salary cap. I crunched some numbers on Over the Cap today. You could get that salary cap up to $115 million available if you do the right thing with both of them. So who knows? There's a lot of work to do, but it's not a done deal. I've taken too long, but I will say there's precedent to this in this town. 1986 season, I sat there and watched the then Redskins get destroyed by the Giants 17-0. It was more like 50-0. And Gibbs changed the offensive line next year, bench Bostic. We got to get bigger. How do you beat the Giants? You got to be physical with them. He traded Doug Williams. He traded the future Super Bowl MVP. That was a done deal. And then he told him later in the day, I changed my mind. You're going to help us. I mean, it's what, hey, I tell you what, man, it's one of those like Gibbs, I got a feeling. And he was right. But so we saw that. How are you going to beat the Giants? How do you do it? Well, 12 months later, they're Super Bowl champions. So that stuff can turn around in a hurry. Philly was a 500 football team through the first month. Philly is a team that this Washington football team beat late in the season. So they're not the immovable object that people are making them out to be. I think it's classic Super Bowl overreaction just a couple of days later. Things will be fine. Everything will be okay.
That's Earl Forsey. We will get Toby back here in a moment, and that is how we Beltway Blitz. So we're going to shift gears here. Totally different. I think this is just a good sports topic. Let's put our Adult Swim pantaloons on, everybody, okay? And A Mavericks fan, this normally would not be something we're discussing a lot on the show, but I think it's sort of a tip of the iceberg to a larger issue in sports. A Mavericks fan got kicked out for a pretty ridiculous reason. The Mavericks removed a fan from the stadium who was supporting the team, who was advocating for something. Wasn't belligerent, wasn't drunk, wasn't doing anything really that wrong in most people's eyes. We'll tell you about that, and we'll kind of get into what that means for sports and sports coverage. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Emerald Forceware brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Off-season football news, final coaching vacancy of the year in the NFL has been filled. As expected, Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore gets a job as the new head coach in New Orleans. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley expected to join him there as defensive coordinator. Super Bowl 59 set a ratings record Sunday. The game between the Chiefs and Eagles averaged 126 million viewers, about 3 million more than the Super Bowl a year ago. Adam Schefter talked about this a moment ago. ESPN reporting the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins, potentially keeping one of the top free agents off the open market next month. This month, only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. At Paul Henry's Window Installation, schedule your free, no-pressure, free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Emerald Forsey on the Fan.
G&D hanging out with you guys on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Toby. That was a terrible rhyme, and I apologize for doing that. 5 o'clock hour. We've been talking about this throughout the show. I actually want to hammer down a little bit on it. The fact that there are two defensive tackles here in Washington who weren't terribly productive. You're probably not getting your money's worth there. What do you do with Allen and Payne? We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. But Tobes, and here's where I want to go in this moment. So I don't know if you guys have followed this story, and it kind of sent shockwaves pre-Super Bowl when the Mavericks traded away Luka Doncic a year before they would have to give him a huge, mega, enormous NBA super triple duper max extension, a guy that dragged a pretty okay team to the finals where they ultimately couldn't win it, but one of the handful of the best players on the planet. So Doncic gets traded. When that trade happens, there's going to be opinion. There's going to be even blowback. There's going to be some upset feelings from some fans. Some fans might like it. Some fans might not. But a major move like that happens, Toby, you'd probably agree, there's going to be some kind of reaction, yes?
Yeah, big time.
Right.
Of course.
So here's what's happened. Several fans of late since that trade at Dallas games have voiced their displeasure, okay? And they've had several incidents of fans getting removed. Now, if you are, we talked about this when it came to the incident that involved Bradley Beal and ultimately Bradley Beal's wife, where a guy was voicing his displeasure with Bradley Beal, didn't curse, wasn't belligerent, and led to a big blog and everybody standing up and saying how this guy's the villain and she's the hero and how weird that whole exchange was. So if you're belligerent, if you're cursing, you're loudly intoxicated, you're breaking rules, by all means, get ejected. I don't think twice about it. The thing that happened last evening, okay, is two fans at the Dallas Mavericks home game are holding up a sign that read "Fire Nico." That's in reference to general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, Nico Harrison, the guy that was, I guess, the mastermind behind the trade. Although, team owner, of course, probably have to sign off on something that's significant. But it's no longer, remember, Mark Cuban calling the shots. He sold the majority stake. So the Fire Nico sign is a no-no because it's big enough, I think, to maybe block some people, right? No. Here is the rule. This is from the NBA, or from the Mavericks, I guess, via the NBA. In the first incident, the guest brought in a sign that broke the following rule, including in the NBA Code of Conduct. Clothing, garments, or signs displaying explicit language, didn't happen, no explicit language there. Profanity, no profanity there. Or derogatory characterization toward any persons. Mavericks Vice President of Corporate Communications, Aaron Feingold, said in a statement released to reporters, "Fire Nico is not derogatory. That is not an insult on somebody's character. It is not. That is a lie. That is not correct." Okay? People tell me I suck. That's different than fire Danny. See what I'm saying? Like, a personal insult is just that. You could come up with a million ways to insult somebody. You guys are adults. You've been insulted before, and you've probably done some insulting. Fire Nico is not derogatory. It's not a characterization of anybody. There's no profanity. But the next thing that happens is during, one of those in-stadium fan events, okay, where they're doing a sing-along or some kind of thing, and everybody's got to stand up there and try to sing the lyrics as they come up on the screen. The guy uses his time on the Jumbotron to mouth the words, fire Nico and sell the team. Okay? So I actually think it's hilarious. And so the camera quickly cuts away, and then they go back to people that are having fun in the arena, singing along to whatever kind of song. All right? So they go and find the guy, and they kick him out. They kick this fan out of the game. Now, again, there have been others where guys are belligerent. They're not far from the bench, yelling, profanities used. Mark Cuban has shouted at somebody. Again, I don't know anything about that. I know about this one, though. No curse words, no explicit language, no starting fights with security or getting in the face of other people in the stadium. They kick the guy out because he thinks the GM is doing a bad job. I tag you in, Toby, but I've got some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where we talk about these sorts of moves not all that often. Obviously not a Luka trade for an AD, but this sort of thing where a general manager needs to be able to make a principled move where he says this is going to improve the team whether the public likes it or not, right? This is a sort of move, the Soto trade, right? This is a move that Mike Rizzo feels I need to make this move whether the general public's going to like it or not, and you have to deal with the blowback of that. You have to be able to. So essentially what they're trying to do is have their cake and eat it too. Make the trade and then not get any of the negative blowback. People I'm sure are calling into this radio stations down there and saying things, but they're not having anything in their face. They're not. I mean, Nico Harrison trying to play a little victim. And look, the issue here is there are some fans who take it obviously far too far. Of course. Fact that he feels the need to, add extra security or stuff like physical harm, legitimate threats, like that's clearly not okay. We understand that. But a simple sign saying, hey, dude, you traded our superstar who's 25 years old for a guy who's already now hurt, which has a history of injuries, and you're pretending like this dude was so out of shape, Jamarcus Russell style, 1 year after carrying us to the NBA Finals. I'm going to bring in a sign simply that says, fire Nico, and you're going to kick me out of the arena. Now, on the other side, I kind of understand that that's going to happen if I'm a fan. I wear it as a badge of honor. If I'm going to do something like that, people that I'm sure got kicked out during Snyder's time with signs and different things, or they had the signs.
Oh, remember they were confiscating the signs? Yeah, it was a thing.
Yeah.
All the time.
So, you would wear that as a badge of honor. You understand it's going to happen. So I don't, that fan, I'm sure today is totally fine with he doesn't want to be kicked out, but I think he understood that maybe something would happen. But it's not a good precedent because you got to feel for the people in Dallas, for the fans of the Mavericks. Like, your guy that you love didn't ask out, wasn't causing problems, was going about doing his normal Luka thing, and all of a sudden he's gone, and you're trying to say, hey, GM, you suck at your job, and he's saying, yep, you can go kick rocks too.
So there's even more background to this. Dallas, according to what I've read, did not show fans on the Jumbotron in their first home game following the deal. Think about that. Think about going to a game, and at no time do they pan the crowd, waving for this or dancing for this, and, hey, I'm in the stand, section 115, let's spot the cow, or whatever the hell you're going to do. They did not show fans on the Jumbotron their first game after the deal. Then this, not only do I have no sympathy, I've got anger here towards the Dallas Mavericks and towards the league in general and toward where things are going in sports. Okay. Now I fully recognize, and you guys can call me and tell me that I'm, an old man shaking his fist at the ocean here, and that's fine. I'll welcome it. This is one of my pet issues. This is something that I'm so unbelievably passionate about and that I care about, and I feel like nobody else does. To me, this is a direct product, Tobes, of what I call state-controlled media. When you have team owners owning the sort of means of coverage of things, and I don't know what the Mavs TV network situation is, and I don't care, but it becomes more important, like Snyder's then Redskins for so many years, to control the messaging and the narrative coming out than it does to actually improve the product and try to make people happy. Paying customers who opt into your thing. You don't like what's being said, so instead of changing or improving or doing something, you restrict commentary. You remove somebody that disagreed with your general manager. That's what he did. He never cursed. Now, again, if he's being belligerent, if other fans are being disrupted and the sign is too big so they can't see, by all means, I got no problem. He said, fire Nico because he got one over on you in your own stadium in-house production. That's on you. You found the guy that's already with the sign to do your dumb sing-along out of 17,000 fans. And you couldn't believe it that he said that, and you kicked him out of the game. It's soft, and it's wrong. It is wrong. This is a phenomenon that where nobody seems to care about the encroachment. Okay? Nobody seems to care about the idea that the state-controlled media can just kick somebody out because of this. This should be an affront to fans that you're not going to get the real analysis. Because I got news. When you're in the employ, when you're on the side of, if I want to keep my gig, I better be nice to the Yankees. If I want to keep my gig, I better say good things about the Mavericks. If I want to keep my gig, I better tell you how great losing by 40 was tonight and how I was excited to see the effort. This is not good for coverage. Now, I know it's sports and it's not as serious as real world stuff, but I will use a real world comp here for a second. Can you imagine this level of state-controlled media for stuff that really matters? It would never be allowed, even for a second.
Yeah.
And for a mic, like, can you imagine, like, the federal government or the national government of some country, like, issuing statements through their own media, and then if someone's like, hey, I got a question, get out. Get out. You can't be here. Like, it's such a fundamental thing, and it's so abhorrent. And the fact is, this is a byproduct of that directly to me. You couldn't handle the criticism that was inevitable when you traded a 25-year-old superstar. I, by the way, don't think it's a crazy move. I think behind the scenes, this is my own hypothesis, they asked the guy, they begged the guy, please get in shape, please give a damn. He didn't, and they knew he was going to start breaking down at some point via injury or whatever, and they go, we can't pay this guy $360 million, or whatever the number is. We got to get out now. I know the trade's not going to end up good for me. Anthony Davis gets hurt when you say his name 3 times. He's like the inverse Beetlejuice. It's not going to work. We're going to be worse for a while. But you've got passionate fans who give a crap. Imagine driving them away by not letting them give a crap, by telling them, don't you dare give a crap. You need to tell us how excellent it is. Here's your bitter pill to swallow. Now compliment us and get in line for another. I'll kiss 100% of my ass with this. I think this is embarrassing. I think the league should be stepping in and saying, hey, you guys, you got to cut this crap out. Not just for you, but for everybody. We're lucky to have eyeballs. If the NFL holds a flag football game, right now, if you get, the McCourty brothers to play flag football, it's going to do better than a primetime NBA game at this point. We're lucky to have anybody give a crap. And globally, they're growing, and they've got eyeballs everywhere, and they'll scoff at me and thumb their nose at. I'm telling you, you're driving away fans by the number. For all the young fans that don't give a damn about any of the teams and just follow James Harden wherever he goes and love the modern version of And One, they're doing just fine. I'm sure their bottom line is great, and they'll tell me that I'm an idiot. I'm telling you, this is so off-putting to me. I am so pissed off about it, and I wonder if people feel the same. I know I'm monopolizing a lot of time. I want to hear from you guys on this. 800-636-1067. You can tell I'm fired up. 800-636-1067. I just want your reaction to this. I tried to lay out the facts as unbiased as possible. I did a terrible job because I'm completely biased here. I'm super irritated by it. They kicked this fan out of the game basically because they caught him on the Jumbotron saying fire Nico during one of their little in-stadium games where they're singing little songs. Everyone's doing a sing-along, and instead of mouthing the words to Like a Prayer by Madonna, he goes fire Nico, and they kicked him out of the stadium for it. 800-636-1067. Give me your reaction next here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Copair. I got my appointment scheduled. It was supposed to be tomorrow, but it's not going to happen because of this stupid snow, so I'm probably going in Friday. I'm excited to start the program again. I've seen all the great work Grant has already done, and he's down probably 15, almost 20 pounds at this point, despite holidays, despite going to New Orleans, etc. I have been on my own for a long time, and I'm telling you, I'm just beating my head against the wall. I have tried everything I could possibly try to be able to drop some of that stubborn weight. As I get into my mid to now upper 40s, it's become harder and harder. I exercise, I try to eat well, and I do everything I can, and I'm stuck with that extra pounds. It's really affecting my health. I've got some bad readings, some bad numbers, and a whole bunch of things that I want to fix, and I'm glad Copair is there for me to do that. Remember them, it's the old EMP 180. They've got a program for you. I think almost 60% of folks that work with Copair don't use the GLP-1 meds that are all the rage. Some people do, some people don't. The point is, wherever you need, wherever your weight loss goals are, Copair can help you get there to live a healthier, happier lifestyle. I'll be starting again soon, and I'm pumped about it. Do like I have, like Grant has, like so many of our listeners have. Give them a call to get going. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180, or go to copairhealth.com. G&D here on The Fan. We'll get back to your regularly scheduled football conversation in about 10 plus minutes right here on The Fan. No GP, he's out sick. I got Tobias Funke hanging out with me until the duration, till 6:30. It is snowing a lot outside. That's why we're doing the shows from home today. Worried about being able to get home at night. It is gross out. It's now starting to stick, Tobias. It looks bad. It's not just the yard. It's now pavement type stuff. This is going to be a mess. 800-636-1067 is the number. So I'm hot about something, and I know I think I'm the only one. I know this about myself. This is the thing where I scream like a crazy person. I'm like Mugatu in Zoolander, where I feel like I'm the only person that noticed that Zoolander has one look. I find this stuff so upsetting, and I'm the only one. I'm just ranting and raving like a miserable person, and sort of that's it. The fact is, the Dallas Mavericks kick a guy out because he said fire Nico on the Jumbotron. And then they cite these rules that he quite frankly didn't break. That's kind of the summary to me. Anything else is sort of, I don't want to say academic, but that's kind of the central crux of it. So I asked people their reaction, and I'm going to take my medicine here. 800-636-1067. Let's go to our buddy Chris in Hyattsville on line 2. Chris, what's your reaction to the fan getting kicked out?
I mean, it's two-pronged, right? One, do I think it's wrong, the wrong thing to do? Yes. But is it in their right? Yes, of course. I mean, we think of these franchises and these teams and these facilities as public ground. It is not. These are private businesses. They're practically corporations, okay? And we pay for the right to be there handsomely. They can restrict that privilege whenever they want. If you don't like it, if you think it was unjust, you can sue them. But, I mean, that's the way things are. And I'm not saying I'm like it. I'm just saying that's the way the world has become. And you try to use this example of some kind of, dictator state or whatever, where there's state-run media. Oh, I got news for you, Danny. We have that going on right now.
Thank you, Chris. So here's my only pushback on that, and I appreciate the phone call as always. It's always thoughtful. So if there's no public involved, then the Mavericks, I don't know what their situation is with the city or whatever. You need to give me back that tax break. You need to give me back those sorts of things, right? There's this public-private trust that happens when you have this many members of the public going into your facility. And I'm sure there may be money not donated, but maybe there was a bond raised or there's a tax benefit here and there. I'm with you. It's kind of the same way I feel about, a college is public or private, but I can kind of get into other areas there. To me, I understand they're allowed to do whatever they want. A restaurant can refuse service to, near anybody if they don't like his conduct or someone's behaving boorishly, et cetera. So I suppose they're within their legal grounds. My problem is severalfold. I've kind of laid it out already, Tobes, and I'll tag you in here. The reasons they cited are bogus. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. So I can't have it when you're going down my leg and you tell me it's raining. That I can't do.
What to bring this to DC so that people understand just a little bit of, I think most people understand the gravity of this trade, but I think it might hit home a little bit better. This would be the same as if the Capitals out of nowhere traded Alex Ovechkin in 2011. That would have been his 7th year in the league. He would have been 26 years old, and they traded him for some 30-year-old winger, hoping that he was going to be able to help. That's what and so it almost seems like the Mavericks are stunned by the amount of frustration and consternation and distaste for this trade, which I don't understand. Like, people are outside, like, laying tributes as if he had passed away. Like, they were laying their jersey out in front of the Dirk statue. Like, stuff like that just doesn't happen over any random trade. So, to me, I'm not as worked up about it as you, because I think as a fan, I would gladly bring in a Fire Nico sign, right? And I would fully understand that I'm probably going to get kicked out, and I would say, great, I'll wear that as a badge of honor and live with it, and I know that everyone that is a Dallas Mavericks fan with me will be totally on my side. I don't mind that. But it baffles me that they seem to be so, like, they're doubling down on. I think the owner's comments to the Dallas Morning News made it somehow like worse, just by saying, like, we don't want dudes that don't work hard and all these things. It's just wild to me that it seems like they are almost floored by the negative reaction by Mavs fans when you traded the most popular dude in the city.
Right.
Like, that's the guy everyone loved.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, you're now in the same company as James Dolan with the Knicks. I mean, that's who you are. That's the kind of company you're keeping, where you don't like what people are saying about you, so you silence them and shut them up instead of doing the right thing, instead of doing better.
Well, and by the way, if you're the Mavericks, you can make these sorts of moves and you can start doing these sorts of things. Be ready to walk into what the Washington Redskins did with Dan Snyder for years, right? Like totally different. Dan Snyder was doing horrible things, and this is just a bad trade. Like whatever. But if you want to keep treating your fans that way, watch your fan base disappear.
Let's go to Byron in San Antonio on this. What's your reaction, Byron?
I understand everything that you guys are saying, and it's funny because the guys receiving death threats, they've increased security, and to have one guy to be on his jumbotron, he could start something that could snowball into something that could end up being a whole totally different thing. I understand everybody got the right to say what they want to. The trade, in my personal opinion, is horrible. But at the same token, he's the owner, he's the GM. They traded him. That's what they wanted to do.
Sure.
Fans just suck it up, or you just move to a new team, or you just suck it up.
Byron, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess what I would say is the only thing I would take pushback on is I sort of reject out of hand the idea that somebody said, I think this person should lose their job, and then equate that to any sort of escalation that results in things that are totally inappropriate. To his point, like, I do not endorse or condone a dude receiving death threats for making a trade I didn't like. That would never happen. I think that's wrong on its face. I think we know that. I think adults can discern between the two. So for years, for example, or for a long time, I would do a tweet a day on reasons that Ernie Grunfeld should be fired, right? I thought it was long overdue, and I thought it was just an insult to Wizards fans, the few of us that were still left. And so I did that, every single day. And I'm sure that annoyed people. I'm sure that bothered some. I'm sure other people, maybe on who agree with me, found the way to either enjoy it, not enjoy it. Who knows what happened? But, sort of expressing myself. Now imagine that, I'm on the Jumbotron. By the way, I probably wouldn't put me on the Jumbotron if I was the Wizards while I'm saying that their GM, who was bad, should be let go. But they did that. They found the guy in the stadium that had a Fire Nico poster board that they confiscated and took away, who, doing their karaoke thing, said Fire Nico instead of singing the words. Like, at what point can you just do better? You see what I'm saying? Like, I understand your point, Byron, about, you're as a fan, I was left to this for the then Redskins, for Washington. If I would have loved to have been able to walk away, and probably logically I should have 1,000 times over for some of the indignities that we suffered, but I stayed with it, and I was a glutton for my own punishment. That doesn't mean that an organization just kind of gets to keep getting away with it for that long. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and to my original point, his thing of just move on, I understand what he's trying to say, but like, this is what I'm saying. When you're a general manager, you're going to make a move that's not popular. You have to stand on it. You have to deal with it. Like, that's part of it. If you want to say, like, I'm going to trade so-and-so who's the star of the city that everyone loves, and then afterwards say, don't say anything bad to me, then don't make the trade and leave your job, because that's part of it, right? Like, you don't think Mike Rizzo heard bad things when he traded Soto? He stood on it, though, right? Like, that's what happens. That's the nature of the business. That's what comes with it. It's heavy as the crown, right? Like, you win a championship as a general manager, you're going to get a lot of praise. You trade Luka Doncic, you're going to get a lot of crap.
We got to jump to break, but I'll tell you this. The other night during the Super Bowl, I tweeted that I didn't love the Bruno Mars halftime show. Can you imagine if I blocked and kicked everyone out of my feed that disagreed with me? Not even, I mean, the people that call me names, I said, you got to go. But the people are like, no, what are you talking about? He was great. Imagine if I kicked all of them off. What would you say about me? Deron Payne, John Allen. What are we doing about that? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with some football news, some business getting taken care of here early in the offseason. Final coaching vacancy in the NFL was filled today. No surprise. It was expected. Philly offensive coordinator Kellen Moore is going to be the new head coach in New Orleans, likely to be joined by former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley, expected to head to the Saints as their new defensive coordinator. Toby and Dandy going to talk about things. The salary cap. We're a month away from free agency, starting officially 4 weeks from tomorrow in the NFL. Commanders right now have $78.1 million in salary cap space, 28 free agents of their own, so 53% of the roster needs to be taken care of, but they could free up some more space as well, specifically with the two defensive tackles who are combining, Deron Payne and John Allen, to make $48.5 million next season. That's what they would count against the salary cap. They could bump that number up to $115 million in salary cap space with, depending on the moves they make this offseason. That would be a Payne trade after the June 1st deadline. So we will see about that, but a lot to be discussed. Toby and Dandy going to talk about it next. Free agents, that list could not possibly not include Cincinnati wide receiver T. Higgins. Adam Schefter, ESPN, reporting today the Bengals may franchise him and keep what many consider to be one of the top free agents available off the open market in 4 weeks. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan with you. 90 minutes left in this radio program today as the sun comes pouring down out of the sky. It's accumulating people. If you're rooting to boot, please be safe and sound. Got an interview with Cornelius Lucas. Grant caught up with him Super Bowl weekend, the New Orleans native, and local 53 free agent, somebody that might want to be able to re-sign as a swing tackle. Potentially every time he's played, seems he's held his own and played solidly and played well. I want to remind you guys that this show, this one right here, exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morab, estate planning, elder law, real estate transaction, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. You heard Earl reference this here, Tobes. And you kind of gave me this idea. I want to kind of tag you in here to give me your thoughts on it. But they quite simply did not get their money's worth this year. Talking about the local 53 between John Allen and Deron Payne. Now, a lot of that is Allen's injury, but it wasn't as if he was tearing the cover off the ball, to use some baseball parlance, before he was injured. Allen, the years of him being a havoc-wreaking, maybe double-digit sack potential, usually settling in that 6 to 8 range. The quarterback hits, the tackles for a loss, etc., just wasn't the havoc-wreaker this year at 29. Not to say he's a bad player. That's not what this is. This isn't, a condemnation of him, his work ethic, or otherwise. Fact remains. And the Capitals dealt with this for the last couple of seasons before they were able to move on. And again, you don't want to be flippant or dismissive of these guys' careers, but when you pay a huge percentage of your cap to Nicholas Backstrom, TJ Oshie, Evgeny Kuznetsov, and you don't get elite production from those guys for whatever reason, it's hard to be really good. And lo and behold, the Capitals weren't really good. You retool, you reallocate that money, better things are happening. So for Allen, injuries are a big part of this year's story. And Payne, I was dead wrong about him. That was a guy I advocated signing because I thought there was a breakout, not I'm about to get paid, let me play hard and play great, and then kind of go back to what I was before. I thought he developed, and this was going to be the new normal. I was wrong about that. They've been kind of let down with a whole bunch of salary cap allocations to do defensive tackles that, for a defense, it couldn't stop the run, and they weren't wreaking havoc in the pass game.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're paying them, right? They're supposed to be the impact players, and they just are not making an impact. And I thought, to be fair, I thought that John Allen actually played fairly well when he came back from the injury.
Oh, definitely did, yes.
Was he playing Aaron Donald style? Was he paying maybe up to what he was being asked to? I don't know that I would say that, but the problem is it's been so inconsistent, Danny. It's like sometimes you see it's routine when you go out to training camp to see these guys just dominate. Now, some of that's Washington's O-line isn't great, but you'll see these guys from time to time just take over an entire day of practice, and you'll walk away going, wow, those dudes are still special. And then you turn on the TV on Sunday in week 1 and you're like, wait a minute. Where are those guys at that were special in training camp? And you just don't see them enough. There's times that you'll see them show up. I think earlier this year there was a Deron Payne drive where he tackled for loss, sack, bat down a pass. Like, that's awesome. That's what we pay you to do, but it doesn't happen nearly often enough. And so for those guys to be getting paid what they are, at this point, you kind of know what they are, right? Like they can show flashes of being really good and they can show it in stretches, but I just don't know that it's worth keeping going with this experiment. They moved off the edge rushers, right? The 4 first-round pick experiment that we talked about for so long with Young, Sweat, Allen, and Payne. They moved off the edge rushers. I think it's now time to move off at least one of these defensive tackles. I think it's pretty easy to move off of John Allen. You don't really have guarantees left. I think you'd save about $10 million, whether it's a trade or just flat out cutting him. So I think you move on from Allen. You're kind of more tied down with Payne, although Earl was kind of alluding to it. There are some ways, whether it's, post June 1 trade and you can maneuver the cap a little bit there. Maybe you could do something like that, but I would keep one of them around. It'd probably be Payne just because of the cap issues, but I would probably move on from John Allen. To me, the thing is you drafted Johnny Newton, right? He was someone that I don't know that any of us expected them to draft because frankly, I don't know that anybody expected him to be there in the second round for them to draft. And when you think about what Johnny Newton is, he didn't necessarily have the best rookie season, but he's a little bit undersized. He's more of a pass rushing defensive tackle. And I think he can get to that level. I think there's a reason that Adam Peters kind of looked at him and wanted to get him. Now you pair him with a run stuffer. And if Deron Payne can be that guy, you think back to the Tampa playoff game when Deron Payne was on the field, they didn't really run the football that great. When Deron Payne was off the football field, that's when Bucky Irving started getting going. So there's some impact there. But if he can play a Jordan Davis style role and Johnny Newton takes a step forward, then maybe you're okay there. But I'd probably move on from Allen at this point because I just don't know that you're going to get, like you said, the money that you're paying for him. You're not going to get that sort of production.
So there are complications, and this is why general managers and front office folks make a lot of money, okay? Because you got to work through all these machinations. So there's not any more guaranteed money left on John Allen's deal, so they could move on from him with a moderate dead cap hit. You never want to have too much, dead cap, but I believe it's a $6 million dead cap, if I've got that number correct. You could spread that out post June 1st over 2 years and have it be a $3 million dead cap. Again, not ideal, but you are saving a pretty good chunk of change you could use on somebody else. That is an avenue. You could do what maybe is being done here with Deebo Samuel potentially in San Francisco. You could trade John Allen to somebody, wouldn't get a huge return back, but you could do that. And then presumably Allen would negotiate a contract extension with that team, and they'd kind of tear up some of these numbers, and it would be more affordable to them. You could do something similar with Deron Payne. You'd have a hard time moving on from him this year. It's a $25.8 million dead cap hit. If you were to cut him, that's not an option. But also, what also to me is not an option is his $26 million cap hit this year. I can't do that. I'm not doing that with him. Again, this is not a Deron Payne's a bad player. It's not some screed against him, and I'm not sitting here, beating the drum like Eagles fan style, telling you he's a bum, this, that, or the other. I'm telling you that I need to do better there, right? I thought he was going to be the guy that grew into the player where you go, as future guys sign after he does, whether it's Christian Wilkins or some of the other defensive tackles that have signed since, right? Matabuke in Baltimore, Chris Jones in Kansas City, etc. I thought he was going to be ascending into that group. I was dead wrong about that. I don't see it. Now, maybe they do. Maybe Peters and company go, no, you watch. He'll break out in this system, in this scheme in year 2 with Joe Witt, and we don't need to move on from. We don't need to get weaker there. Because your point is, and Toby, I think it's a good one. I want to speak for you. But your point is, it's not as if he's bad. As part of a rotation, it's fine if money's no object. But to me, money's an object. I'm now to the point where I can't afford bad contracts. I can if I'm the Wizards and I've got no designs of winning this year, right? Give me your garbage. Give me your veteran that you don't want anymore. I'm happy to do that as long as I get a pick or two. My window is right now, this minute. Every red cent to me needs to be spent on somebody premium. I got that menace in my division. I got those monsters I got to deal with. I got that offensive line I got to beat. I got that defensive line I got to protect against. mean, that's what it is to me for Philadelphia. So if you're building slowly, let's say Jaden Daniels had a regular rookie season where he showed signs and it was fine, and they went 6-11 or 7-10 because they got a couple breaks or two. I'd go, yeah, can I really afford to get worse? If this is a normal Redskins and WFT or now the stupid name type operation, right, without competent leadership, I would go, what's Ron Rivera going to do with that cap space? You know what I mean? Like you could do a lot worse than Deron Payne. And my normal default is they're going to do worse because every time they go shopping, it's worse. That's not the case now. I want Adam Peters pulling levers. I want him rolling the dice and wheeling and dealing and chucking and jiving and making call after call after call after call because his shooting percentage is good. Again, and there are things that I think he missed on. I think the front office weren't perfect this year, but that's unreasonable. Nobody's perfect. Howie Roseman took Jalen Reagor instead of Justin Jefferson. That's a stupid pick, right? I could have made a better pick. Seriously, I wouldn't have gotten everybody else that he got. So to me, the question boils down to, what do you do? Do you keep both and improve the defensive end spot? Right? It's probably a mid-40s. I think it's 45, 46, depends on your math. Salary cap hit between the two guys. Talking about Payne and Allen. Do you simply cut Allen, take the cap space, go grab somebody? Do you try to trade knowing you probably won't get a ton back? There may be some negative cap implication if you traded Payne. So it's basically keep both, move on from both, or keep one and not the other. Right? Those are your three silos. Those are your three categories. Keep both, move on from both, or keep one. What are you doing?
I would keep one. I keep Deron Payne just because of the cap thing and some of the things that you have to deal with and what you're going to have to deal with, dead penalty and all that. I'll move on from John Allen. And I think that Deron Payne is still a decent player. He's someone who's under contract. I'd rather just have him on the roster than have to deal with some of the dead cap hit. He's not, like you said, he's not great. This is, I think, with both of these guys, it's the same thing that we talk about with all the time. You're playing great money for a good player, right? That I think just about anybody in the National Football League say, would you take John Allen to Deron Payne? Absolutely.
Of course you would.
You take him for
yes.
Would you take him for 20+ mil? Probably not, right? Like that's kind of the conversation here. And so for John Allen and Deron Payne not to have the impact that you're paying them for, I think you have to move on from one of them. Johnny Newton, hopefully, full off season where he's healthy, he gets to kind of grow into a bigger role and understand the defense. And instead of getting thrown into the fire and with no training camp and preseason reps, he'll get a full off season of getting ready to roll. Hopefully you see that impactful guy, because remember, when people were talking about Johnny Newton, they're talking a first round of defensive tackle, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's what John Allen, that's what Deron Payne were. And we've seen, like I talked about earlier, you've seen the flashes from those guys. There's nothing wrong with them when they are going well. It's just the inconsistency with them. I'm moving off John Allen. I just think it's time. He's getting to that age. I'm sure he'll go somewhere and have an impact, but I don't think he's a premier guy anymore, and you can easily get that one off the books. Deron Payne sticks around just because some of the cap stuff, and then you pair him with Newton, and I think you kind of tell Payne, hey, man, you need to be an A-plus run stuffer. That's what we need. You're looking at Philadelphia. We need someone who can clog up two dudes in the middle of that offensive line and let Johnny Newton kind of go hunt. And I think if you have Newton take a step forward and Deron Payne plays that run stuffer role well, then I think your defensive line in the middle can be fine. I would move off of Allen.
I smell what you're cooking there. So to me, now Grant was more cynical about this than I was, and I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying what happened, the conversation. What Allen did to come back meant a lot to me. Now, you hate to, you don't want that. There's a reason I'm not qualified to be it. There's a million reasons why I'm not qualified to be the GM, but this is the kind of thing I'd have a hard time dealing with. Like him basically being told you could re-aggravate this thing at any point in time and you'd miss forever. And him going, bleep it. Now, the cynical person might say, yeah, but he's going into potential free agency and he's trying to make himself some money, right? So it's worth the risk to him. The person like me says, this is his first shot at any point in time in doing something meaningful. And he did everything he could to come back. And his teammates respect him. So they're first, when they kind of didn't roll their eyes at it because it's like fake rah-rah. Guys know. Players know. They can tell the difference between, Instagram rah-rah and the real stuff. And to me, the way they react around John Allen is the real stuff. Like that meant something to me. He's got an emeritus kind of Bobby Wagner role to me, like a post-useful dominant player role to me where I'm fine paying a premium for that. That's a leader. I would keep John Allen. even though he's got no guaranteed money, I think it's an $18 million cap hit this coming year. I actually got to double check that before I start spouting off about it. No, it's 22. So I know that's a premium. I know that's too expensive. I'm 100% aware that that's too much for the production I'm going to get, or in this case, I won't get. But I would pay that premium, see if I could renegotiate with him and kind of tear it up and make something more affordable. Who knows if he'd be willing to do that or not? But I would try. I would keep him, and whatever I had to do to move on from Payne, I would do that. Cutting it was not an option. Because again, that dead cap hit makes it not worth it. Same thing they kind of did with Andrew Wiley this year. There was no financial incentive to move on from Andrew Wiley. Andrew Wiley was going to be on the team because if you cut him, it's a dead cap hit. You might as well just have the guy play for you, even if I don't think a ton about him. Now you've got some flexibility. I would try to trade Payne rather, knowing that I'm not going to get great value. People will see that and go, I can't believe you got a sixth for Deron Payne. I need that money to go somewhere else. I need that money to be in a defensive end. I need that money to be a corner. I need that money to be another pass rusher or, who knows. I need that money invested elsewhere. I can't pay great money for fine too often. I'm doing that with Allen, knowing that he's a different leader than Payne is. And again, it's not to criticize Payne. It sounds like I'm just beating up on the guy. I don't mean that at all, but that's not who Payne is. Payne is not that I'm give the pregame speech. I'm the guy that's going to talk Saturday night that has everybody kind of, dabbing their eyes because it's that meaningful to someone. Like, that's not who he is. And it's not a criticism to not be that. I'm not that. A lot of guys aren't. But Allen is. And I think that's worth it to me to try to keep him. But I think it's an interesting conversation. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You heard Toblerone, you heard me. You got three options for Allen and Payne. Keep both, move on from both, or keep one. What are you doing and why? 800-636-1067. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local, Main Street Bank. Start with the Super Bowl numbers. The TV numbers were terrific despite a blowout of a Super Bowl won by Philadelphia. New ratings record for Super Bowl 59. The game averaged, now the new numbers are in, 127.7 million viewers. That was up 3% from last season. Final coaching vacancy also filled in the NFL today now as expected. Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore takes his new Super Bowl win with him back down to New Orleans. He'll be the Saints' new head coach. Some NBA news. Former Terrapin center Alex Len is reportedly heading to L.A. Shams Charania says he will sign with the L.A. Lakers. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant caught up with Cornelius Lucas, free agent for your local Washington 53 down there in his hometown of New Orleans. We'll play that conversation for you at 6 o'clock just before we get out of here. No GP today on the show, though. Toby Altizer is hanging out here on Grant and Danny. So if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome. Hi. Second of all, the topic is this. Toby got me thinking about this with a very, probably the greatest, probably the greatest and most well thought out rant in the history of radio, Tobes. Not to overstate it, right?
Maybe. Might be on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, it's like if you're a skeptic, you're a hater, you're fifth. Anyway, it was no, but in all sincerity, it's the point here is, and this is one of my axioms about sports in general. If you are paying great money for good, you're in a bad spot. You can do that a little bit. You could do it in one case or two cases, but you can't do a big thing team wide.
By the way, Danny.
Yeah, please.
Great money for good is that's the NBA.
That's about great money for okay. Great money for a pulse in a lot of cases. But yes, so the point here is if you're going to compete with the big boys, aka the bullies right up the block in Philadelphia, I can't have 48 million bucks in my salary cap next year, something like 25-30%, going to guys that aren't going to produce at a high level. I can't do it. I don't have time anymore. I do have time if I'm slowly building. If I'm still in this change the culture mode, you got to keep a guy like John Allen, right? I mean, just the ultimate warrior, the guy that's done everything he's supposed to do, has done everything right since he's been here. Him, Terry McLaurin, a couple of the other guys that survived the old guard are here for a reason. And I'll go, you know what? I'm overpaying, but it's a little bit sentimental. You're trying to be a culture changer. You have some catalysts to get things the way you want them. I got news. They're the way you want them. You just won 12 games for the first time since 1991, dude. Like, you're in the NFC title game, not because your talent was great, but because the culture was. That happened. So now you're starting to look and you go, how can I improve my roster? Where are my weak links? And it's a relative weakness. It's if Deron Payne was, Jimmy Johnson. I don't know why I picked Jimmy Johnson, the former coach or NASCAR driver.
Or is it AI Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, there you go. If it's like Deron Stevens and he's a third-year journeyman guy that you're getting great production out of like that, where he's a starter along with they were rotating guys like Jalen Holmes in there and a couple others. You go, what a find! How great is that? But it's not. The expectations with $26 million in cap space, he's not meeting them, and I don't see it coming next year, Tubbs.
No, I mean, the fact that we were at points this year talking about how impactful Sheldon Day was, and we didn't have those same discussions about Deron Payne or John Allen nearly as much, then I mean, it's indicting on what their impact is at this point in their career.
So the question is, you keeping both, you keeping one, or moving on from both? 800-636-1067. And kind of give me your reasons for why you're doing that thing. Let's start in D.C. Elijah, what's up, man? What are you doing with the 2D tackles?
What's going on, fellas? This is kind of tough for me. Is it culture over talent? So obviously we know that Adam Peters, he didn't draft these guys. I think Tobes just alluded to what Sheldon Day was able to come in and do, let alone a lot of the guys that they were able to bring in. It's the little things. So you have to decide if you're going to get absolute studs around them that's going to elevate their game, then okay. But if you say it's going to be on Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne to push in order to make, it's going to be like individual effort. It doesn't matter who we get around them. There's something more we're going to need from them. And that's a decision that's going to have to be made in-house, which you can truly do. If it's one guy, okay. So, but I just think at this point, I think we have basketball guys in a sense that I think I was saying this to my man on hold. The basketball cats roll a little bit different. They're like, okay, what do you have at this time? And they're not afraid to cut you loose to be like, okay, you're going to go somewhere else that you can get what you need, and we're going to have what we need for where we are. So that's like a self-identity thing. So I know that we have like that self-evaluation, self-identity. You saw the facelift from the first year, how many guys, there was tons of guys that they brought here just to get the team to a certain level. Now, there's a chance that they may shave off another set of guys to get to that next tier. And you could even see, I'm not going to say nobody's name because I'm not in that building, but certain guys, even in their Instagram, it was like because they truly bought in, knowing themselves, knowing what this team needs to do to get to the next level, it was like, yo, this was a cool ride. Like,
this was fun. Let's
stop by a house.
Boy,
Elijah, thank you, buddy. It's a great phone call. He said something in there, Tobes, that I want to just drill down on for a second. It is one of the toughest questions for a decision maker. And I forget the exact phrasing that he used, but I thought it was very apt and very on point. It's that culture versus talent and that decision. Like, for the most part, we default to talent, right? I'll use my stupid self as an example. Like, let's say a major league team had said, we're not drafting Danny 20 some years ago because we think he's a great major leaguer. We would draft him in like the 33rd round or whatever to be an organizational guy, to eventually be a coach, and to be overweight and living in Toledo, coaching 17-year-olds and trying to get them up on the Cleveland Guardians way. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been my thing. So you could do that a little bit where you have culture over talent. And at some point, though, a guy's got to be able to make a play. He can't just be great in the film room. It can't just be the dude that shows up on time. You got to have some talent in there. And that where that line goes is such an essential thing to building that good organization.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when you look at the way that they drafted this past year, which I think sometimes can show you how they're feeling, some of the guys that they drafted would have been Ron Rivera style overdrafts in some cases, right? Like, not big time overdrafts, but a little bit like a Luke McCaffrey, right? In the 3rd round, where people like sold that he was a 3rd round receiver, not necessarily, but he fit the culture and they kind of like what he can become and development and stuff. It seems like they kind of lean, obviously they want a talented player, but they seem like they kind of lean culture. And if that's the case, I think, we're kind of flip sides here. I'm saying keep Payne, move Allen. You're kind of keep Allen, move Payne. I think it's pretty much as simple as that. Like, if you're going with the culture side, I think Allen is definitely the culture setter. Allen's definitely the guy that is going to be motivational, keeping the locker room together, keeping guys accountable, that sort of thing, versus Payne. I don't know that either one is particularly great at this point in their career, but I would probably pick Payne at this point just because of what he can do in the run game. But it's just an interesting thing because how much does it matter when you're going up to Philadelphia and their team is 10 times more talented than yours, right? The culture might be great, but is it going to be enough? And sometimes when you have guys like to me, Danny, something that I talked about before the season had ended, and you kind of alluded to this earlier, is they found what their talent level was and they maxed it out. I think if they played their best game and Philly didn't play their A game, maybe they can beat Philly, and their ceiling might have been winning a Super Bowl. Who knows? They didn't play their best game in Philadelphia. Philly played theirs, they win, but they kind of maxed it out. At some point, though, I want to raise that ceiling. Sometimes that might be bringing in a guy occasionally that maybe doesn't fit the culture, and you hope that you can mold him into that. But I don't know. I kind of lean towards, at this point, you've established a culture with a lot of guys here. Let's get that talent. Let's improve this thing to a point where it's not all, hey, Jaden, be Superman and win games.
That's a good point. Let's go to Bowie. Jermaine, line 1.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I hear what you're saying, what the caller's saying about culture, and talent. I think this coaching staff they do favor culture, but when you talk about talent, you think about it. John Allen and Deron Payne at one point they were dominant, and you look back when that was. Well, we had Montez Sweat and we had Chase Young, the good years of Chase Young.
Yep.
That's when they would dominate, especially Deron Payne. I wonder, is it a scheme? Is it let's get a Myles Garrett? Because if you think about it, if you're an offensive coordinator in the NFL, you play the Commanders, you're focusing on Deron Payne and John Allen on defense. That's where, they're going to be double teamed a lot. Let's put a Myles Garrett out there or somebody else to take the pressure off them. I would be willing to bet that they would probably have a better year, but because they have the talent. We've seen it. They're not that far removed from those good years. So I think maybe a scheme, but I think we keep them both, and I think the front office will keep them both. I mean, he's a leader. John Allen, he's a leader. He's a rah-rah guy, and I think they want that. But I think they have the talent. We just need to get guys around them.
A little bit more around him. Jermaine, thank you, buddy. What about that, Topes? Let's knock that down next. What do you think this front office actually does? That to me is intriguing. I've always assumed that one of them was going to go simply because of cap allocation and as cutthroat as this sport is, you got to get rid of a guy a year too early rather than a year too late. I kind of hadn't really considered the possibility that they keep both. So I want your answer here when we come back. What will they actually do here at this spot? That is a fascinating one. We've got some other odds and ends to break down as well. We'll get Toby's answer when we come back. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. There was an interesting, hey, if you'd like to keep working here, you're going to have to meet the following criteria regarding a future Hall of Fame quarterback we'll get into in the 6 o'clock hour. Grant Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for GP, who is sick. The snow is piling up. This respectfully can go direct to hell without passing go. It stinks. I'm like, I already know it's coming. I mean, it's happening. They're canceling school tomorrow, Tobes, and I know that doesn't affect you directly.
Big time.
But when that text comes in, I know it's coming, and I've already accepted it, and I realize that it's it's like when the Eagles are up 40-0, whatever the hell the score was. Like, I know it's over, but still, when the final gun happens, I'm like, oh, come on. When that text comes in, I'm going to be devastated. I'm going to be crestfallen because that's where we are. So we're kicking this around. This kind of hour has been the Allen and Payne hour here on the show. I actually think it's an interesting discussion. So we're talking about what we would do here, right? Cut, trade, whatever. I would do the opposite. I would keep Allen, see if I can move on from Deron Payne, knowing I'm not going to get great value, but that cap space is worth more to me than maybe getting a great draft pick back in return, or otherwise I can really improve my defense, focus on other areas. I think that's a good discussion. It is what it is. What will they do? Like, call your shot. Babe Ruth this thing. Point to center field. What will this front office do if you had to guess?
Well, so I think they're going to move on from one. I don't know exactly which one. Maybe we can clarify that if you want. But I think this tweet from Daniel Jeremiah, I saw JP had retweeted this earlier. Daniel Jeremiah tweeted, last year at this time, I had potential starter grades on 12 defensive tackles. This year, I have 24 of them. So maybe you can get Allen or Payne's replacement to go along with Johnny Newton, which they ultimately keep in like the third or fourth round. And if that's the case, then I think it's just wise to go ahead and move. The flip side to this, Danny, is if you want to be able to move these guys around, remember, there were times when Deron Payne was playing defensive end, and maybe Johnny Newton can do that. Maybe Allen does some of that. When they've got a full year to kind of work with this, if you decide maybe keep both of these guys, you have a little flexibility throughout the line. You've got that depth at the defensive line position, like we talked about earlier. What Philly can do, where they're rotating guys through all the time, and they're able to have fresh bodies out there. Maybe they can consider that. But I think ultimately they move on from one of them, and then they'll draft a guy maybe later on, maybe fourth or fifth round, and that can be kind of the replacement there.
So we got a caller last week, I believe, tomorrow from part of the conference. Jermaine, is it? Jermaine? Jermaine said they're going to keep them both. And I've been leaning towards what you were saying, Tobes. If they're going to move on from one, it's so practical. I wonder if the following, okay? So think of this regime and think of this ownership group, and then Peter Mike. Okay? They don't behave like I do. I am moved to emotion. I am passionate. I am angry. I hold grudges. I get pissed off, and I would do things according to that. That's not a good way to do business, right? In general, anyway, and especially with a football team. So here's my example. Like, I'm sitting there going, this is last year. Rewind a month ago. A year and a month. You know what I'm saying? And towards the end of the season, we all know you guys are firing. Give me my pounds of flesh. Let me tap dance here. Let me spike this football so that you are acknowledging to me the frothing at the mouth, rabid section 400 Freddy, okay, that you see what I see. Throw me this bone so that you are telling me, yes, deranged fan, stuck with this team for decades, despite every bit of evidence in the contract that you should move on. We see the same thing you guys see, and it's unacceptable. We're not doing this for others. They didn't. They just sort of quietly let it go on, let them, go away with dignity, and they sort of press statement and didn't do the vindictive thing that I would do. Again, I'm not saying I'm right. I know that that's what I would do because I'm so moved to emotion by it, right? When I see something that's so stupid and so ridiculous, I'm going, please just end this nonsense, right? They didn't do that. They've exercised patience, and they've been thoughtful. Here's where I'm going with this. Imagine they don't get what they think is a worthwhile offer. I'm not saying they go full learner where they just don't sell and don't do anything, but I'm saying they go, you know what? We would rather have a slightly bad cap hit for somebody than just get a 6th rounder back. and not really give ourselves that much relief when you add in a dead cap hit. I'm just saying for a potential Deron Payne trade, I'm making up a value. We're not going to do a deal just to hear ourselves do it. There's everybody like me on the outside looking is going, you're right there. Go shopping. Supermarket sweep this thing. Go get the salamis. Go get the turkeys. Fill your cart up and win. And they're going, we're smarter than that. We don't have to be frantic and frenetic and go fill everything. Maybe they keep both of them, Tobes, knowing that you're probably not getting great value out of it, but you don't just do something to do it. You see what I'm saying? Like, yes. I think there's actually a case to be made for this group, the way that they've operated, to go, no, we're going to be patient. We're not going to get dramatically worse at a spot we're already not good at.
Yeah, maybe it's something where they're looking at it saying, we're looking at it saying, they need more cap space, more cap space, more cap space. They may be looking at it saying, we've got enough cap space. We're not going to get better at this spot by moving on from one of these guys. We're not going to go sign some free agent. Mm-hmm. And so maybe getting an extra $10 million from cutting John Allen or trading John Allen or getting a 6th round pick for Deron. Hey, maybe they're looking at it saying, you know what? Maybe if we were in a rebuilding phase, we've got enough cap space already. Let's sign these guys. Then we have 3 legitimate defensive tackles. We have above average play there. We can move these guys around and not worry about, like you said, weakening already a weakness. So maybe that's something that we consider. I don't know that I fully buy into that because I have a hard time believing that you couldn't say, the easy one here, like we talked about with Allen, is you save about $10 million on the cap, releasing him. I have a hard time believing you couldn't find a way to work with an extra $10 million and improve, whether it's an edge rusher or maybe at that same spot at defensive tackle. But they could also, like you said, just look at it and say, you know what, we're already fine here. We have a lot of cap space already. We don't need that extra little bit. Let's improve elsewhere as opposed to tearing this down a little bit more than we need to.
Yeah. So maybe the also evaluation, you go, our run defense would be a lot better. Better defense. Not the D tackle. I have no idea. That's maybe more of a local defensive coordinator type question. Yeah. To me, everybody's hands are wet when it comes to that run defense, right? And I'll deal with a bad run defense. People have listened to me ad nauseum. I don't care about you as much as I care about wreaking havoc. Nowhere near enough havoc to justify that. Right? I'll deal with Saquon Barkley gouging if it means I'm knocking passes down and recovering almost attacking people. It's interesting. It's interesting. Aaron Rodgers is very interested in himself. He got an ultimatum potentially, sounds like, from the Jets if he wanted to stay. Well, explain.
I'm Earl Forsey. The sports update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. Final coaching vacancy in the NFL was filled today, and as expected, Philadelphia offensive coordinator Kellen Moore leaving the world champion Eagles to head back to New Orleans. He'll be the Saints' new head coach. Former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley expected to join him there as their new defensive coordinator. So a busy offseason's underway in the NFL. Franchise tags go out a week from today. Scouting combines in 2 weeks. And free agency is now only 1 month away. Adam Schefter, ESPN, reporting today the Bengals could use their franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins, keeping what many consider to be the top free agent available off the open market. Super Bowl 59 set a new ratings record Sunday. Average was 127.7 million viewers, up 3% from last year. Kendrick Lamar drew 133.5 million. That's the most watched halftime show in Super Bowl history. Capitals, the rest of the NHL, taking a break for the next week and a half for the Four Nations Face-Off Tournament, which begins tomorrow night. Canada facing Sweden. U.S. takes on Finland on Thursday night. Rematch of the 1980 gold medal hockey game in Lake Placid. NBA former Terp center Alex Len signing with the LA Lakers. And baseball former Nat Michael A. Taylor is signing with the Chicago White Sox. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Stretch run here on G and D. No G. Yes, Toby. He's hanging out for the duration. No idea how long GP is going to be out, but I bet you it's not just a day. That's what I got for you. Want to remind you guys that we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. A few minutes away from Cornelius Lucas, who GP caught up with down there in New Orleans, his hometown. Good interview there that's kind of left over from the Super Bowl. Thought we'd get that to you, a guy that played really well when called upon to do so for Washington. A free agent might be somebody they bring back. Probably wouldn't break the bank, but just another good piece to have kind of in case of insurance. So I thought this story was pretty interesting, and it sounds like it's already over, Tobes, in New York between Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. This wasn't going to work, but according to Sports Illustrated, which I guess is then according to Diana Rossini, the story is that if, with Aaron Glenn being hired and they're trying to do their own culture change up there, if Aaron Rodgers wanted to come back to the Jets, I don't know that he did, but if Aaron Rodgers wanted to come back to the Jets, he was no longer going to be allowed to do the Pat McAfee show. What's your reaction to
that? Good move by Aaron Glenn. Basically telling you, I don't want you back, but putting it on you, right? Like basically saying you're not welcome back here, but it's your fault, by the way. It's not me, it's you. And also, I wouldn't want my quarterback going out there every single week, going on Pat McAfee and saying, Lord knows what. Like it's one thing if you were just going on there every week, like, you know, there are quarterbacks all around the country that go on with various radio stations or go on TV and talk every week. Obviously, they talk to the media, but it's one thing for that. It's another for someone to go on the Pat McAfee show and we're discussing everything under the sun. We're talking, obviously, football, but we're talking politics. We're talking stuff that we don't want to talk about, stuff that we don't want to, frankly, have to be asked questions about all year long about, hey, Aaron Rodgers said this on the Pat McAfee show. Aaron Glenn didn't want to have to be asked that one time. Like, hey, right. Aaron was saying this week about this. What do you think about that? He wants to focus on football, so good idea for Aaron Glenn to say, dude, kick rocks. If you want to come back, we don't want you back anyways, but we're going to blame it on you because you want to keep going on with your buddy Pat McAfee.
Yeah, people would hate playing for me. I'll tell you that right now. If old Randy Duye was in charge, I would have the least fun organization there is. Now, there would still be plenty of room for media things. I mean, our show, quite frankly, one of the things that really made it for us very early on was that we got Kirk Cousins to do a weekly spot before he was the starting quarterback. Then he gets named the starting quarterback, and he stayed on with us for multiple years. Turned down more money. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say that, but whatever, I'm saying it. Turned down more money to do different opportunities because he was loyal to us, which was awesome, which was really, really cool. That really helped Grant and I an awful lot. So I think there's room for that, right? The radio appearance. But when it turns into something else, to your point, and Aaron Rodgers at this stage is incapable of hey, that second and 7, what'd you see? Right, that 3rd and 4 where you went to Devontae Adams on a back shoulder. What was the read there? They can't just have a football conversation. It's got to be, Aaron, you think you're the smartest guy in the room. Tell me about, I don't know, foreign policy, or tell me what should we be, annexing this country or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, enough. It can never just be not a distraction. So things that are going on around the world right now, I totally understand that you don't want to restrict these guys who are their own independent contractors and their own brands and got to be responsible for putting food on the table once their really short careers are done. But if I'm in Dallas, Micah Parsons, you can't do that stuff anymore, because now we're getting asked questions about what you were talking about on your thing, which is very different than doing a regular media appearance. Does that make sense? Like, I know it's probably not fair, but the instant when things go bad, everybody's asking us about it. When things aren't going great, or things are going great, it becomes something that there's now a distraction that's taking away from our thing. So we're not doing that. I got provisions in every contract that we're not going to nightclubs. You want to go to the local watering hole, grab a pint or two, that's just fine and dandy. We're not going to nightclubs. I don't know how many people have to have incidents at nightclubs, be they Paul Pierce getting stabbed or Thabo Cephalosha breaking a leg, for us to say, maybe this isn't the best element to be around. I'm telling you, no one would like playing for me except people that love football so much and realize you only get a few years to do this. You got infinite years to go to your dumb nightclubs, but I digress. So to me, this is I didn't mean to cut you off, Tubbs, but to me, this is I understand this one, right? Like, I would never tell CJ Mosley, hey, you can't go on the radio every week. Or Terry McLaurin, don't come on with Grant and Danny. That's not, that makes it. Brian Robinson, you should go on with the Junks. That's very different to me. And I don't know how to phrase it well enough to say the difference. I just know it when I see it.
Yeah, I mean, talk football. Like, there's a few people maybe that I would rather hear talk football than Aaron Rodgers. Because when Aaron Rodgers talks football, it's very insightful. It's very good. It's very well thought out. You learn something every time he's talking X's and O's and just talking football. But he so rarely talks football. Like, I mean, the guys that I'd rather hear are like when Brady actually breaks it down, or when Peyton breaks it. Like, he's in that sort of realm, but he never talks about football. And this new era of athlete podcast, I'm 100% with you on those. Like, Micah Parsons is having a losing season, and he's talking with Darius Slay about Jaden Daniels after they just lost a football game. What the heck are we doing? Like, could you imagine if your team sucks and you have to go on and your defensive end is talking about someone else and how good they got it and all this? No. Like, I don't know where we got to the point that that's fine. I'm all for player media. I think some of this stuff is really cool when they're talking about various things, but there's got to be a line. And Parsons has gone over that line, in my opinion, in the way that he's doing things. It almost seems like he wants to be more podcaster than NFL player, and he's a heck of an NFL player.
He's great.
He's someone that I would love to have here as a player, but I don't know that I'd want to deal with the podcast.
Yeah, I'll come get you out of Dallas, but you ain't doing the podcast. Still want to come?
Yeah. And Rodgers has done that to the nth degree, right? At least with Parsons, it's talking with other dudes and mainly talking football. Rodgers, I don't know that Rodgers wants to play football. It's like his occupation, but he wants to do everything else. And he's such an interesting guy. He just, I don't know what has gone. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch. He's someone that I covered for a little bit of time when I was in Wisconsin, and his press conferences were interesting because he gave you well thought answers, and he was very picky on what he said. Like, he's someone that's incredibly interesting. He's polarizing, but I wouldn't want him as a part of my football team, especially at this point in his career when on the football field. I think Aaron Rodgers, in order for him to succeed, he needs to be Aaron Rodgers that is 26, and he's not. He won't let you run your offense. He wants to run his offense, and his offense revolves around Rodgers being able to do Rodgers things, which he can no longer do.
Yeah, exactly. The 2016 Rodgers ain't walking through that door. Want to get you guys this. Grant caught up with Cornelius Lucas, Washington swing tackle, guy that's played really well in his hometown in New Orleans around the Super Bowl. Wanted to get this out to you guys before it kind of became too past date. So this is a great conversation. GP and Cornelius Lucas.
Cornelius Lucas, Radio Row, Super Bowl 59. What a season, man. You guys got DC excited and back in love with this football team, and you made a run all the way to the NFC Championship game. When you look back, how do you sum up 2024?
How do you sum up 2024? A year of enjoyment, a year of loving the game of football. Kind of bittersweet how we went out, but at the end of the day, who expected us to even get that far? It was a hell of a year, man. The most fun I've had in 11 years of football. You know what I'm saying? Playing with 5. Can't really put it into words. It was just that monumental.
When you talk about how you went out, that's kind of what we were trying to make sense of the last couple of weeks now is the team was so good and hot, and then to end it that way and maybe one of the worst performances of the year, like how should we feel? How long did it take you to kind of get that taste out of your mouth?
I'm still getting that taste out of my mouth just for the simple fact that I'm in the mix of all this, and I got to see that Kelly Green strapped over everything. Kind of burns me up a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's about competition. The better team won that day. Would I like to get it back and have a rematch versus them and see who comes out better? Yeah, but that's how I ended this year, man. That's how I ended.
You mentioned one of the joys of the season. Your words was playing with 5. How soon did you know Jaden Daniels was going to be special?
No lie, probably the first time he took 1 reps.
Really?
Yeah, like being in the league for so long, you see a lot of the first rounders come in and they have a learning curve. There was no learning curve with him. Like ever since day 1, he came in audibling, getting us in order, checking us, running the tempo, did everything he needed to do and more. And as a rookie quarterback, you don't see that often. And so ever since the first reps, I was like, okay, this guy, something's up with this guy. He's special.
Did you think it was odd at all at the start of training camp that they hadn't named him a starter and kind of made him go through whatever that process was with Marcus? Or as a veteran player, did you like that?
I like it because you never just want to come in and just give a guy the reins without proving himself. And in this game, you have to prove yourself. You got to put the hard work in, and that's what he did. He came in, he worked every day, and he showed the team why he should be a starter. And then he continued to do it every week.
Cornelius Lucas with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. For you personally, you played on both sides at tackle. You moved all over the place. Kind of next man up whenever they needed you as a swing man playing multiple positions. And you got to play a lot. And when you played, there was no downgrade. I mean, people were saying, let's get this guy in the lineup as a starter full time. What'd you make of your season?
I wish I could have got a little bit more spin. But I'm, as a swing tackle in this league, sometimes it's how it plays out. Sometimes you play more, sometimes you play less. I definitely view myself as a starter. I wish they viewed me as a starter, but I enjoyed my role with the team. I had the most fun this year playing football, and I feel like I put some really good tape out there.
Do you think sometimes, I don't want to say typecast, but you've been in the league now a long time in this role, where it's almost like the film, when you watch it, is like, oh, this guy plays like a starter. Yeah. But just like you're almost labeled like a swing tackle.
The shackles of being a swing backup tackle, man. Like, it's like people know I'm consistent. People know the product I put on the field, and it's just like they're constantly trying to better that.
Right.
Yeah, like what can we get better than that?
Well, like as an example, like if I'm looking at the depth chart right now, because you're a free agent.
Yes.
And I'm going, okay, at right tackle, maybe they're looking to go add a piece or whatever. I know if you're the right tackle, they're fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, are they going to try to go spend on a guy that's, premium Pro Bowl type or whatever? But like you, even with the guys on the roster, like kick Wiley inside or have you start or whatever, wouldn't, to me, you can play right tackle. But I think that's how everyone views it, is they're like, well, they got Lucas, but it's just, it's almost like it's like an actor who's been in a bunch of movies as a cop. You know, it's like we think of you as a cop. You know.
Yeah, man. It's like.
But when you play well.
Yeah, and I feel like a rocket every time. Like I'm just a bottled up rocket. Every time I get my chance to go out there, I want to show people why I should be out there. You know what I'm saying? That's my motivation every time I touch the field. And I've been motivated like that since coming into the league, coming in undrafted. Nobody gave me a shot. And I love surprising people, and I love people discovering me over and over again. Like, who is this guy?
Why do you feel like in the second half of the season you guys struggled to run the ball so much?
Did we?
Yeah, the numbers toward the end. Was it? That's funny. Did we? Well, I'll say this. If you add Jaden's rushing totals, you guys were fine. I'm talking about the traditional run game with the backs.
What was the win and loss column? What did that look like?
Well, you won a lot of football games. Yeah.
All right then, man. Sometimes you got to throw the ball to open up the run. And sometimes you got to run the ball to open up the throw. And sometimes it just happens how it happens, man. And that's how it happened this year.
Yeah.
But we'll see next year how good we run the ball.
You mentioned next year. I mean, do you plan on being back? Do you want to be back?
It's not even a question for sure, 100%. Washington re-signed me. I'm here, willing and able. I'm ready to get active.
You're ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
If there's starting opportunities elsewhere, I mean, is that like more of a motivation, or you just kind of love the
100%.
operation?
We gotta bring it to the table and see how each situation fits me. But like I said, I've been in Washington for the last 5, and hopefully I can retire there. But I'm not opposed to going anywhere, man. I'm just excited for what's in front of me.
Cornelius Lucas on G&D. Why do players love Dan Quinn so much?
Because he's a player's coach.
What does that mean, like in the way that he operates?
There's some coaches that dog you out, like don't let up, keep their foot on the gas, and it's up to you to recover. With DQ, it's up to him to keep us fresh. That makes sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, he keeps us fresh. That's his main focus, is get our work in and recover. I've never seen a program spend so much money on recovery, spend so much time, valuable time on recovery.
Noticeably different from the recent years?
Noticeably different, man. Like, just in the amount of massages, just in how practice is structured, the way that the year went, with the amount of time he gave us to recover, that was like on our number one in our forefront of like just being fresh each week.
Bobby Johnson, the O-line coach, that hire, he probably don't pay attention to this kind of stuff. It got a little bit of heat. It was the only guy that they hired that people were like, what? Because with the Giants, their O-line struggled. And people, I guess, blamed him. But you guys, he ended up seemingly doing a really good job.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people don't know this, but Bobby was the first person to call me in free agency for the draft. And he brought me into Detroit where I started off at. So when they signed him, I knew I was in for a treat. Because Bobby's a real hands-on guy. He knows ball. He can connect with his players in a special way. And I just knew once he signed, I was like, yeah, I'm going back. I'm going back because I know I'm going to get some good coaching.
Would you rather run game like pancake a dude, or a pass game just lock up like Myles Garrett one-on-one and just anchor and have him?
My specialty is definitely pass pro, but in run blocking, when you get somebody on their back and you just lay on top of them and take your time getting up and press on their face as you get up, nothing's better than that, man. But also in pass pro, having a guy frustrated because every move he's throwing at you doesn't work, and you're just over there clipping your fingernails, hanging out. Yeah, man, it's pleasure in both of them.
Which O-lineman, when y'all go out to O-line dinner, puts away the most food?
Nick Algretti.
Oh, that's not even surprising. I love Nick.
The guy's a true Italian. He loves food. He loves ketchup. Next time you guys see him,
he's a ketchup guy?
40 ounces. About 40 ounces, yeah.
Stop.
That's an ongoing joke in the O-line room, but
that's hilarious.
Next time you see Nick, man, bring him a family-sized bottle of ketchup.
I will do that at training camp.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, and then lastly, when you guys get together, who's the comedian?
We got a lot of funny guys, man. I add to it a little bit. Trent Scott adds to it, man.
He's the only one that caught a touchdown this year.
Right, man, right. The year that I didn't play jumbo tight end, was the year that they called the play. Yeah, but shout out to Trent, man. Shout out to all the guys you got in line. We got a really good O-line group, man, and I want to be back to hang out with the guys and keep it going.
Appreciate you, Cornelius.
Appreciate you, man.
That was a lot of fun here at GP catch up with Cornelius Lucas. You see why I wanted to play that for you guys. The theme there, Tobes, we don't have a ton of time to talk about it, but the joy in sport, in a pro sport where it's cutthroat, millions of dollars, and the injuries happen and everything is so hard, everybody had that joy this year, and you could see how much it meant to the guys.
Yeah, gotta love Big Luke. I mean, they wanted to play for each other. Pretty obvious how much those guys in the locker room were close and tight for one another. So really cool to hear that interview with GP and Big Luke.
Yeah, that was very neat. So hoping GP feels a lot better tomorrow, although frankly, I doubt it. Tobes, thanks to you for hanging out. I'm sure I will see you mañana. For Corporate Claire for keeping the lights on and the internet bill paid. Thank you very much to him. Darius, everybody back in studio. You guys out and about, please be safe. This snow is real, and we will talk to you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. See ya.
Thank you for coming.